Mark Twain once said, "It's easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled." With this simple line, he captured the fundamental dilemma faced by anyone who attempts to rouse the sleeping and lead them out of their oblivion. Those submerged in deception and illusion inevitably brand the awakened, who strive to warn them of an approaching storm, as madmen. They mock them, dismiss them, and refuse to believe them until the tempest arrives and overturns their world. Yet despite all this, the effort remains worth undertaking. Perhaps we may open our eyes to behold the sun and recognize those who had concealed it. This book is not just a collection of ideas. It is an intellectual odyssey, a portal to a world unbound by habit and familiarity. It challenges conventional thought and invites you to explore with an open mind. If you possess the courage to seek truth relentlessly and commit to reading until the final page, know that you may not emerge unchanged. However, if your convictions are fragile or your mind unwilling to be challenged, it may be best to turn back now. Otherwise, gather every ounce of resolve and step forward into this one-way journey. Do not falter midway and withhold judgment until you have seen the full picture and grasped its depth. You stand at the threshold of dismantling long-held certainties, of drawing back the veil that shrouds reality, of truly opening your eyes, perhaps for the first time. But be warned, revelation can be unsettling. It is important to note that what follows is not merely personal conjecture, but the result of extensive research and rigorous inquiry conducted by brilliant minds from both East and West. My role is simply to guide you, to structure, clarify, and illuminate, offering a humble contribution to this vast intellectual pursuit. Every piece of information within these pages has been meticulously examined by dedicated researchers, with sources carefully cited both in the book and in the description of the documentary version on YouTube. After the grace of God, the credit belongs to them, most notably researchers Dave Murphy and Eric Dubé. Ultimately, this book does not seek to convince you of anything, but rather to awaken your intellect, to urge you to question, explore, and pursue truth. For if truth is what you seek, then truth is what you shall find. Finally, know that reading and delving into this intricate subject is merely a door handle. You must be the one to turn it, to open the door, and to see what lies beyond. It is attributed to Imam Ali, may Allah honor his countenance, that he said, "People are asleep. When they die, they awaken." These words may pass unnoticed by the ear, yet they never pass through the intellect in the same manner. The one who uttered them, if indeed they are rightly attributed to him, is no ordinary man. He is the gateway to the city of knowledge. But setting aside the exaggerations of some regarding his virtues and miraculous deeds, Ali ibn Abi Talib remains one of this nation's great philosophers, thinkers, and scholars, endowed by Allah with profound knowledge and graced with honor. His enduring words stand as a testament to the vastness of his wisdom, and if he had spoken no other than this, it would have sufficed us. For in these words lies, in one way or another, a revelation of the true nature of life. This grand illusion. An axiom is a self-evident truth, one that the mind acknowledges as valid without requiring proof due to its sheer clarity. It stands as a foundational assertion, not needing demonstration, for it serves as the basis for further reasoning. In logic, an axiom is a fundamental principle that allows for the immediate comprehension and assessment of matters without rigorous scrutiny, as it draws upon inherited knowledge that enjoys collective acceptance. It is an intellectual constant, an elementary principle that enables individuals to make decisions and form judgments without resorting to complex evidence or intricate explanations. Thus, the conscious mind cannot refute or deny an axiom. It recognizes it instinctively and relies on it as a cornerstone in its chain of reasoning toward proof. An axiom differs from a postulate in that it is an analytical judgment, the very foundation of reasoning and the unquestioned premise upon which conclusions rest. It precedes the postulate, complementing rather than contradicting it. For instance, the statement that the sun emits light is an axiom, an indisputable truth that the mind accepts instinctively without requiring proof. Likewise, the assertion that clouds are the source of rain is an axiom, universally acknowledged and serving as a starting point for further deductions. But what if there existed a secluded society, an isolated tribe entirely cut off from the world, a tribe where every individual was blind? By some twist of fate, an explorer stumbles upon them and, over time, integrates into their community. As he begins to educate them from the ground up, it is only natural that he would start with axioms. He teaches them that there is a celestial body soaring through the sky, known as the sun, a hexagonal blue entity that intermittently releases water, which then falls to the earth as something called rain. He tells them that floating bubbles called clouds surround this body, radiating light and warmth, those very sensations of heat they sometimes feel upon their skin. Thus, it becomes an irrefutable axiom to them that rain originates from the sun and that warmth emanates from the clouds. Generations pass, accumulating knowledge based on these axioms, expanding their understanding with each era. To them, rain is a cold liquid composed of mingling droplets, while warmth is a kind of light that reveals the shape of things, though they, being blind, cannot perceive it. Over time, they diligently pass down these axioms to their offspring, along with the accumulated wisdom and discoveries of preceding generations. Their collective consciousness advances, each new era adding its contributions to their scientific and intellectual progress. Then, one day, a child is born among them, one who is not blind. Like all others, he begins to absorb the inherited knowledge of his ancestors. But his first and most profound confrontation is with the axioms themselves. For he sees with his own eyes that the sun is not a blue hexagon raining water upon the earth, nor are the clouds radiant bubbles exuding light and warmth. And yet, despite what his eyes reveal, he learns to distrust them. His mind is shaped, molded, and convinced that what he perceives is an illusion, that his truth is false, for the axioms decree otherwise. Since an axiom requires no proof, as the mind acknowledges its truth without prior reasoning, then if there is any flaw, it must lie within his mind or in his eyes which deceive him. The repetition of such beliefs over generations renders this individual, in the eyes of others, a madman, uttering absurdities and questioning self-evident truths that cannot be denied. How could this lunatic claim that the sun is the source of warmth and the clouds the source of rain, contradicting a long-established axiom that has been inherited and upheld for generations? And since no rational person can doubt absolute truths, and one raised upon these unshakable certainties cannot easily embrace such a deviation in thought, he finds himself caught between what his senses perceive and what societal norms compel him to accept. In time, he becomes convinced that the flaw does not lie in the world around him, but within himself. This hypothetical premise is inspired by a short story, later expanded into a novella, written by the English author H.G. Wells in the year 1904, titled The Country of the Blind. In the story, a group of Peruvian settlers, fleeing Spanish oppression, find refuge in a remote valley nestled within the Andes Mountains. However, a series of devastating landslides trap them within this valley, cutting them off entirely from the outside world. Over time, a mysterious disease spreads among them, robbing them all of their sight. Thus, they remain imprisoned in their isolated haven, passing down their blindness from one generation to the next. One day, during a mountaineering expedition in the Andes, a traveler named Nunez loses his footing and plunges into the secluded valley, unseen by the world for centuries due to the surrounding impassable mountains. There, he encounters the blind inhabitants, who have adapted so completely to their condition that they no longer even comprehend the concept of sight. They have built an entire society around the premise that life itself is devoid of vision. At first, Nunez believes that his ability to see grants him an extraordinary advantage over the valley's people, that they will perceive him as a superior being, perhaps even a king. He devises a plan to use his vision to improve his status among them. But to his astonishment, he soon realizes that the valley's inhabitants, unfamiliar with the very notion of sight, regard his claims as sheer madness. To them, a perfect life requires no eyes, for they have adapted flawlessly to their environment without the need for vision. Despite his attempts to explain the significance of sight and how it allows one to perceive things beyond mere touch and sound, they dismiss him with ridicule. In time, they come to believe that Nunez suffers from a mental affliction. Convinced that his eyes are the source of his delusion, they decide that he must undergo surgery to have them removed so that he may finally conform to the rest of society. Faced with this fate, Nunez flees the valley, abandoning all hope of integration. The story ends ambiguously, leaving readers to ponder his survival as he escapes into the unforgiving terrain of the Andes. While the tale highlights the fragility of human perception and our ability to adapt even under the most extreme conditions, it also delves into a profound philosophical notion, the relativity of knowledge and perception. What is deemed natural in one society may be considered unnatural in another. But more importantly, the story underscores the inevitable clash between the individual and the collective, the struggle one faces in preserving personal identity, beliefs, and convictions while resisting the pressures to conform. A thinker is always in pursuit of maintaining his autonomy of thought, yet society imposes upon him a rigid framework of rules and norms that dictate both behavior and perspective. Thus, a reformist mind in a deeply traditional or even toxic environment finds itself in a state of constant friction with collective. In some societies, such individuals are met with suspicion, ostracization, or even oppression for refusing to surrender their convictions. And in this, we find a compelling parallel in the story of Prophet Ibrahim, peace be upon him, who stood against his people in their worship of idols, striving to uphold his monotheistic faith and calling them toward the worship of the one true God. Although he refuted their false worship and presented undeniable proof by shattering their idols, demonstrating that these lifeless figures could not even defend themselves, they rejected his message. Instead, they met him with oppression, even to the extent of attempting to burn him alive. Yet he miraculously survived the fire, a testament to divine intervention and the power of unwavering faith. His story serves as a lesson, holding steadfast to one's beliefs, even in the face of societal opposition, ultimately leads to triumph. Conversely, silence in the face of falsehood ensures its spread, allowing deception to masquerade as truth. The clash between the individual and society is nothing new. The awakened are destined to face perpetual challenges as they strive to preserve their identity, values, and convictions against the relentless pressure to conform and blend into the majority. And so it is in our world today as well. Referring back to the hypothesis of the blind, which we presented as an example, we find that it occurred in a sightless society, one devoid of vision and free thought, relying its chain of reasoning on epistemic inferences built upon false axioms, embraced and believed merely because they constitute a set of ready-made ideas imprinted upon the mind from cradle to grave. From infancy to old age, man is indoctrinated to believe that the sun is a hexagonal blue mass that sends down rain, while clouds are but bubbles radiating light and heat. Then come the proofs to validate this, utterly disconnected from the premise itself. Do you not feel the rain? Do you not sense the sting of heat upon your skin? That is the evidence. Thus, the freethinker finds himself an outcast, like Alice lost in Wonderland, alone in a world trapped within the depths of a rabbit hole, a world governed by illogical and unconvincing narratives. Yet, in our tangible, three-dimensional world, we are endowed with sight. A hypothesis such as the one embraced by those people could never hold true, let alone be considered an axiom. We possess eyes that reveal to us the undeniable truth. The sun is a celestial body radiating light and heat, while it is the clouds from which the rain descends. But what if humanity suddenly decided to rename bananas as oranges and oranges as bananas? At first, the contemporary generation would reject the absurdity outright. The next generation, however, would be divided. Some, embracing modernity, would adopt the new terminology, while others, holding on to tradition, would insist on the original names. With each passing generation, the followers of fundamentalism will dwindle, while the adherents of modernity will grow, until we reach an era where merely naming a fruit correctly would be grounds for confinement in a mental institution. As time unfolds, the old ways will gradually fade, and the new ideology will take firm root, until the day comes when one who dares to point at the sun and call it by its true name is seen as an eccentric, fit only for solitude. Thus, the process of altering perception, creating new truths, and embedding them into the collective consciousness is a generational endeavor. Success relies on repetition, conditioning minds across the ages. But such a feat seems impossible. Who could orchestrate a plan that spans centuries? Mortals perish. Time devours all. For such a scheme to persist, there must be a mastermind immune to death, a mind eternal. And indeed, this is precisely what happened when they concealed the sun. Does it sound like a riddle? Do you find yourself wondering, what is this man rambling about? Very well. Fasten your seatbelt tightly, for we are about to plunge into the rabbit hole and discover just how deep it truly goes. Strip yourself of all preconceived notions, of every conviction you have acquired throughout your life. Liberate your mind, set it free to think without constraints, far beyond the suffocating prison known as axioms. There is a widespread yet erroneous belief that the concept of information warfare refers solely to intelligence conflicts between nations. However, this war is waged far beyond the military and intelligence arenas, executed with exceptional finesse in the battle to obscure awareness, permeating nearly every aspect of human activity without exception. Politically, economically, culturally, intellectually, and even religiously. For instance, it is certain and beyond doubt that beneath the Suez Canal lies an ancient pharaonic treasure trove containing 1,400 artifacts, among them a golden pyramid weighing 1,200 tons and a silver obelisk standing 3.5 meters tall. This is a fact known to everyone, except for the oblivious and the ignorant. Would you like to be among the oblivious and the ignorant? Of course, no one does. And thus you are inclined to believe this blatant falsehood, or at the very least, let it pass unchallenged, simply because I have employed certain techniques of information warfare to present it as a seemingly credible fact, reinforced with precise figures, despite being nothing more than nonsense. You initially received this information with skepticism, yet I manipulated your mind and emotions with nothing but carefully chosen words that subtly influenced the subconscious, such as "it is certain" and "beyond doubt." Furthermore, I incorporated numbers that, at first glance, appear to be the result of meticulous research, lending the statement an air of legitimacy as though it were grounded in verifiable knowledge. Therefore, before falling prey to such deceptive statements, you must ask, who has confirmed this? Why is it beyond doubt? Where did these figures come from? Can this claim be substantiated through direct observation or scientific experimentation, or is it merely an opinion? Yet, I did not grant you the opportunity to ask these questions. Instead, I followed my assertion with an insult, discouraging you from thinking critically or questioning, lest you risk being labeled among the ignorant. This is the unembellished essence of information warfare beyond the military and intelligence domains. In essence, it is the manipulation of language to target the subconscious mind, employing terms that instill ideas as though they are grounded in undeniable truths, bolstered by precise figures, calculations, and statistics. Words are carefully chosen to leave a lasting psychological imprint, serving a particular agenda, when in reality, they are mere fabrications designed to implant a specific conviction in the recipient's mind. These notions are then reinforced through repetition and granted space to take root, flourish, and ultimately shape an individual's future perspectives. The media consistently employs these techniques to manipulate minds, especially when wielding significant influence, supported by a vast army of parrots who mindlessly repeat the same nonsense over and over, sometimes using innovative strategies such as denial and shock. When you see the media persistently repeating a negated statement, it may be a subtle way of nudging your subconscious to entertain its opposite. Alternatively, it can be a means of playing on emotions, twisting them until they work against you. One of the most famous examples of this is the controversy surrounding the Satanic Verses, a novel that insulted Islam and its prophet. The book sparked outrage across the Muslim world, with demands for retribution against its author, the British Indian writer Salman Rushdie. The uproar reached such intensity that, in 1998, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Khomeini issued a fatwa calling for Rushdie's execution, offering a bounty of $3 million to anyone who would carry out the sentence. In doing so, albeit unintentionally, Muslims themselves launched a massive publicity campaign for both the book and its author. A similar tactic was used by the cartoonist who published offensive depictions of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He employed the element of shock, triggering a form of information warfare that led many outraged Muslims to widely circulate the very images they sought to condemn, repeating them in anger, invoking "May God judge him," unaware that they had unwittingly become amplifiers for the very propaganda they despised. To be clear, defending one's beliefs is a duty that must be upheld through all legitimate means. However, the adversary often capitalizes on the sincerity of those who rush to defend their faith impulsively, grasping the blade instead of the hilt, injuring themselves before they can even wield it against their foe. This is the deception at play. Reckless reaction can turn into a weapon against its wielder, weakening the argument rather than strengthening it, and rendering its bearer an easy target for doubt and distortion. Thus, it is not enough to stand on the side of truth. One must also wield wisdom in its defense. The choice of method is as crucial as the cause itself, lest the enemy seize upon our impulsiveness to shift the balance in their favor. The media is a formidable tool in shaping public opinion and steering societal narratives. It facilitates the spread of misinformation and employs psychological manipulation to direct audiences towards specific viewpoints. Social media further amplifies this effect by fueling controversy through sensational headlines designed to attract attention, often at the expense of the truth. Moreover, the manipulation of images and videos can fabricate illusions or subtly implant certain messages into the subconscious, making audiences susceptible to adopting distorted perceptions without realizing it. This phenomenon grows even more perilous with the proliferation of advanced algorithms, which curate content based on users' past interactions, effectively trapping them in intellectual echo chambers that reinforce their existing beliefs while limiting exposure to different perspectives. In light of this reality, critical awareness among the public becomes an indispensable necessity. Individuals must verify sources of information, distinguish between facts and deception, and resist being swept away by sensational headlines or manipulated imagery without deep analysis. The media battlefield is no longer merely a competition over news. It has become a war over perception itself, where public consciousness is molded according to hidden agendas that serve specific interests. This underscores the need to develop an intellectual immunity against media misinformation and to rely on diverse and credible sources to extract a picture that is closest to the truth. However, the effectiveness of this manipulative machinery diminishes when it targets aware and discerning minds. Such minds possess the ability to engage in logical analysis, connect events, and construct a clear and accurate understanding of reality. This is precisely why societies are often deprived of genuine knowledge and denied access to precise concepts, ones that might empower them to incite radical transformations. This notion was eloquently articulated by the French physician and thinker Gustave Le Bon in his renowned book The Psychology of Peoples, where he stated, "The transformations that lead to major systemic changes do not stem from the movements recorded in history books. The conquest of one nation by another, political upheavals, and popular revolutions are merely visible effects. The true causes lie in the unseen shifts that alter the thoughts, emotions, and orientations of masses. The masses are the true driving force of any society, and whoever masters the art of controlling this force can undoubtedly steer it in whatever direction to serve their interests and fulfills their objectives." Since human beings are perpetually susceptible to emotional and ideological contagion, inciting sentiments can make an individual so fiercely devoted to a particular cause that they are willing to die in its defense. This phenomenon is not a product of the modern age, but rather an extension of a deep-rooted psychological inclination within human nature, where collective emotions override individual reasoning, compelling people to adopt extreme positions without careful scrutiny or critical thought. This influence becomes even more potent when reinforced by an information ecosystem or social climate that fuels these emotions, whether through repetitive emotional rhetoric or by stoking fear and resentment. This process creates a state of psychological fervor, pushing individuals toward decisive actions without fully grasping their consequences. Incitement is not merely about stirring emotions. It is about reshaping convictions, turning ideas into dogma, where any attempt to question or reassess them is seen as betrayal or weakness. Within this dynamic, groups solidify into unified entities bound by emotion, yet at the same time, they lose their ability to engage in dialogue or critical thinking, making them easier to manipulate and exploit for objectives that may not serve their true interests. Naturally, this ideological contagion spreads among members of a society that is always primed to accept and internalize the narratives imposed upon it. People embrace these ideas, defend them vehemently, and adopt a rigid loyalty to them, giving rise to a form of collective hysteria that unites individuals under a shared emotional frenzy, often leading to irrational and unwarranted acts of aggression. Thus, it should come as no surprise to witness a society passionately supporting a dictator or chanting en masse for the downfall of democracy. This is the outcome of a masterfully manipulated consciousness, orchestrated by the media to engineer sweeping social transformations, culturally and politically. When scrutinizing the tactics of information warfare, which heavily relies on the shock factor as a means to incite collective outrage and sway public opinion, one can clearly observe its manifestation when a media personality raises questions that cast doubt on religious tenets and challenge historical texts. This paves the way for a broader scheme aimed at undermining the credibility of the Quran itself, as part of a meticulously crafted agenda designed to unsettle convictions and provoke emotional and intellectual turmoil. Similarly, when a young woman defies societal values by sharing indecent images of herself, some may denounce her as immoral, threatening her while inadvertently amplifying her exposure. Meanwhile, an opportunistic journalist spews ignorance under the guise of analysis, securing the young woman political asylum in a Western country or bolstering his own notoriety, thus positioning himself for a grander confrontation against minds unwittingly working against their own interests. The wiser course of action would have been to let falsehood perish in silence and allow truth to thrive through remembrance. By ignoring such provocations rather than engaging with them, one denies them the undue momentum they do not deserve. For it is the deliberate or inadvertent media frenzy that lends these incidents a significance far beyond their worth, transforming an otherwise insignificant individual act into a public controversy debated across platforms. Thus, impassioned reactions become fuel for insidious schemes designed to incite discord and preoccupy minds with futile battles. Was it not the case that, in the prophet's time, peace be upon him, poets who rejected his message composed verses mocking and defaming him? Indeed, many did. Yet, why have those poems not endured? Was it because Islam prevailed and selectively erased them from historical records? While this assertion may subtly imply bias, it remains a plausible explanation. However, the true reason is that the early Muslims were not intellectually feeble. They recognized that disregarding falsehood strips it of its power. Thus, they did not afford slander more significance than it deserved, nor did they unwittingly act as its promoters. As a result, those defamatory verses faded into oblivion, surviving only as relics of weak arguments and feeble rhetoric, while the words of truth alone stood the test of time, resonating across generations. Given that forgetfulness is an inherent trait of human nature, the manipulation of awareness and deception of minds thrive upon this very characteristic. People are quick to overlook countless achievements in the face of a single misstep or even a statement deliberately misconstrued. The adversary seizes upon such lapses, magnifies them, and weaponizes them in an information war against a once trusted figure, rendering them unworthy of confidence. Thus, the truth is systematically eroded, and its bearers are discredited in favor of an army of deceivers, leaving the source of righteousness obscured amidst a cacophony of falsehoods. For instance, the renowned Islamic thinker Sayyid Qutb, may God have mercy on him, is often quoted as saying, "The Islamic nation must undergo rebirth, and birth necessitates labor, and labor is accompanied by pain." However, since history is penned by the victors, his words have been distorted, and the public, unwilling to investigate for themselves, have surrendered their judgment to the interpretations of others. Consequently, this gentle intellectual, known for his enlightened thought, has been misrepresented as the founding figure of terrorism, the ideological patron of extremist factions, and an advocate of violence and radicalism. His invaluable writings, which are rare intellectual treasures, have thus been relegated to the forgotten shelves of history. Thus, the intellect is stifled and awareness is stripped away, for we fail to remember that all human beings err and succeed in equal measure, and that no one is above critique. In this way, the true source of knowledge is lost, replaced by the ignorant and the parrots who merely echo hollow rhetoric. Absurdities turn us into a laughingstock, like the tale of the girl whom God allegedly transformed into an animal for stepping on the Quran, or the cow that miraculously spoke and uttered the Islamic testimony of faith, or the divine name inscribed on an egg, formed by a tree, or traced by planes in the waves of a tsunami. Exalted is God above such trivialities. He is far greater than these superstitions, and he does not require such fabrications to prove his existence. Your adversary knows this well, yet deliberately drags the discourse into the realm of myth as part of the information war, diverting it from its true essence. He constructs endless backdoors through which he infiltrates your mind, manipulating your perception and concealing the glaring truth behind ever-evolving tactics and an unrelenting psychological battle. And yet, his greatest fear remains knowledge itself. Do not expect him to grant you access to it. Instead, he misleads you through an education system designed not to enlighten, but to subjugate, an endless stream of degrees and certificates that amount to little more than stamped paper, reducing individuals to mere beasts of burden laden with books, devoid of true understanding. His objective is not to cultivate free thinkers capable of critical reasoning, but to produce minds conditioned to memorize rather than comprehend, to chant slogans without grasping their meaning. Thus, he designs curricula where the most profound questions remain conspicuously absent, occupying minds with superficial matters that drain their energy without offering insight. He fabricates a society drowning in trivial details, blind to the essence of truth, and erects an educational system that breeds only followers adept at compliance. But those who dare to see beyond the veil, the rare minds capable of independent thought, pose a genuine threat to his order, an order that thrives only in the shadows of ignorance. Do not be fooled into thinking he will arm you with the means to challenge or surpass him. The intellect and free thought are his greatest adversaries, a reality as plain as daylight, yet one we fail to perceive, for they have hidden the sun itself, casting its light beyond our reach so that we remain blind. Thus, the chasm between the awakened and the slumbering minds widens, and the boundaries between illusion and reality blur, until distinguishing between the two becomes nearly impossible. Amid this fog of thought, charlatans multiply, fortune tellers, palm readers, and self-proclaimed prophets of the future, leading minds astray on a journey of delusion. People become engrossed in astrology, energy healing, and the supernatural, all distractions meticulously designed to sever them from reality. Thus, the collective intellect is rendered fragile, easily manipulated, as masses are deceived into believing they possess knowledge while drowning in illusions crafted to distance them from true awareness. In this state, the media exerts absolute dominion over their minds, fabricating imaginary enemies and concocting false causes, luring them into battles that serve only the unseen puppeteers who wield control from behind the curtain. The crowd becomes a herd, easily led by those who excel in stirring emotions rather than engaging intellect. The foolish are exalted as leaders, while freethinkers are vilified as adversaries. Truth is obscured, deception is embraced, liars are celebrated, and the honest are condemned. The masses, blinded by manipulation, forge idols of paper and follow leaders who march them toward ruin. Despite humanity's scientific and technological progress, it continues to stumble into the same trap, cheering for those who rob them, defending those who enslave them, and waging wars on behalf of those who strip them of their freedom. For instance, in Nazi Germany, as Hitler drove 80 million Germans toward famine and destruction, they chanted in unison, "Heil Hitler." At the time, Joseph Goebbels, the infamous Nazi propaganda minister, uttered a single sentence that encapsulated the entire predicament. Whenever I hear the word culture, I reach for my revolver. Are you beginning to grasp my point? Are you still wondering why this man speaks with such relentless verbosity? Do not be hasty. The tunnel stretches long before us. We have not even opened the door yet. In the year 1865, the English mathematician Charles Dodgson, writing under the pseudonym Lewis Carroll, published a children's tale entitled Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. The story met with great acclaim and was translated into 174 languages. It recounts the tale of a little girl who saw a rabbit pull a watch from its pocket, glance at it, and dash away in haste. Intrigued, she hurried after him until she reached his burrow. Curious, she peered inside, slipped, and fell into a deep tunnel that led her to a world of wonders and strange creatures, the beginning of her extraordinary adventures. The act of doubt is itself an intellectual adventure, akin in many ways to Alice's journey. Though it often leads to truth, It requires a mind equipped to endure its perilous course. Yet, in divine wisdom, most minds are shaped by rigidity of thought and blind attachment to the notions entrenched within them. Ideas hardened into unyielding certainties through repetition, beyond the reach of doubt. Thus, embarking on such a voyage frequently leaves its traveler bewildered, circling endlessly in futile loops. The only escape from this labyrinth is retreat, to that safe haven where the mind finds rest in clinging to familiar knowledge. The realm where the mind finds solace in the refuge of familiar knowledge. Then, do you believe doubt to be the first step towards certainty? If your answer is yes, then so much the better. For as Descartes declared, your very act of doubt confirms your existence. You are not, as a wit once jested, merely a pin. If your answer is no, that too is well. For to doubt doubt's capacity to yield certainty is itself a sign of health. Indeed, in many cases, doubt is no path at all. And yet, you may be astonished to learn that doubt in the very existence of the Creator inevitably guides one back to faith in Him. This was precisely what René Descartes himself demonstrated through reason. Man doubts, therefore he is imperfect. The notion of imperfection presupposes the notion of perfection. Thus, there must exist a perfect creator of man. Al-Ghazali, may God have mercy upon him, cast doubt even upon the intellect, declaring that perhaps a power greater than reason might reveal its fallibility, just as reason had already unveiled the fallibility of the senses. This is the power the Sufis described as the illumination of the heart, that divine light God casts into the human soul, lifting the veil and allowing it to perceive truth from its higher source. Thus, doubt is the hallmark of minds that earnestly seek truth. It has no place among what Ibn Taymiyyah once called the contented minds, those that repose in dogmas beyond question, though never tested by true experiment, fastening them deep within their souls as if nailed into place, and forbidding any challenge as though they were self-evident. For example, it is deemed axiomatic that the earth is a sphere revolving around the sun. But whence came this axiom? It came, of course, from men of science who taught us that the earth turns around the sun within a solar system, that this system itself revolves around the galactic axis, and that the entire galaxy sails at an unimaginable speed across the boundless cosmos. They labored day and night to demonstrate the validity of their theory, and those who came after them strove still further, constructing colossal vessels they named space shuttles, by which they pierced the heavens, transcended the atmosphere, and captured images of Earth from space, images proving beyond doubt that our world is indeed a sphere, spinning upon its axis and orbiting the sun. Thus, from the earliest days of our childhood, we were taught these truths, which through endless repetition have hardened into axioms we cannot deny. We, in turn, pass them on to our children, just as the tribe of the blind once passed on their own truths. Yet, because doubt is an innate trait of the human mind, the child is not so easily persuaded. With innocent spontaneity and a logic all his own, he asks, how can we live upon a sphere without falling, even as it spins? How is it that the earth revolves around the sun when our very eyes perceive the sun itself to be moving? And if the earth is truly in motion, why do we not feel its turning? The child is met with a rehearsed answer from the elders. It is gravity that holds everything fast to the earth, preventing it from falling away. He accepts this explanation, for it is affirmed by his teacher in the classroom, by the textbooks, by his father and grandfather. This is what we found our forefathers upon. This is what the media proclaims, what scientists declare, what friends repeat, and what accumulated knowledge across generations has engraved into our collective mind. This is what every reasonable man upon the face of the earth affirms. The only thing that does not proclaim it is logic itself, For we do not sense the Earth's rotation, but see with our own eyes the sun, the moon, and the stars moving across the heavens. Yet we willingly set logic aside, conceding its inevitable defeat before the weight of science, which insists upon the contrary. And thus we cease to return to such questions, lest we be thought ignorant or foolish, and we grow into adulthood with the unwavering conviction that the Earth is a globe turning upon its axis and circling the sun. Should anyone arise to ask, how can it be spherical when the horizon before our eyes appears perfectly flat? We laugh at his folly and his smallness of mind. If he persists in earnest, we direct him gently toward the asylum, lest he suffer the humiliation of arrest or the torment of children pelting him with stones in the street. For the matter was settled centuries ago, since the days of Nicholas Copernicus, perhaps even earlier, confirmed by Galileo Galilei, and ratified by every space agency upon Earth, chief among them NASA. How then can one dare to doubt what the scientists have said, what tradition is handed down, what knowledge has declared inviolable? The Earth, they tell us, is layered with a molten iron core generating a magnetic field that keeps mankind, beasts, buildings, oceans, and all creation steadfast upon its surface. The same field that holds the moon in its orbit, preventing it from straying into the abyss of space or crashing upon our heads. And whenever you turn to references, whether textbooks, scientific treatises, or the internet, you find these things presented as self-evident truths. Thousands upon thousands of diagrams illustrate the solar system, etched into our memory since childhood. We can summon them effortlessly in our minds even now. Likewise, the images of Earth's inner strata, its core, its layers, all committed to recollection. All this we have learned through science, science that has indeed carried us forward in leaps unimaginable. But here arises the question, has it leapt us forward or backward? Has it truly achieved what no ancient civilization ever attained, even though we remain wholly incapable of replicating many of their feats? Has science given us incontrovertible truths, or merely theories open to doubt? For a theory, in essence, is but a cluster of suppositions and conjectures striving to explain phenomena. Its meaning shifts with the nature of the phenomenon under scrutiny. Suppose, for instance, we witness objects bursting into flame of their own accord. One might frame a theory attributing this to demonic forces. Yet such a theory cannot be deemed scientific, for it cannot be subjected to the trial of testability, that cornerstone of the scientific method. Thus it remains no more than opinion, or at best a philosophical speculation. But then perhaps a man of science investigates with rigor. He proposes instead that mirrors nearby are focusing the sun's rays, intensifying the heat until combustion occurs. He substantiates his theory by measuring temperatures by day and by night, recording observations and results, comparing them to known thresholds of ignition, and setting them within the framework of mathematical equations and experimental proofs. Now the hypothesis ascends to the rank of scientific theory, for it rests upon measurable data and yields results that may be tested anew, again and again, to confirm their validity. Though a scientific theory is also, at its core, a set of propositions, it differs in that it is subjected to relentless testing again and again through observation and experiment. In this way, it becomes the most reliable, precise, and comprehensive framework we possess for explaining a phenomenon or presenting a model, such as the solar system or the Big Bang. Thus, while theories describe, interpret, and remain open to verification, models embody and support them, serving as their tangible illustrations. Over centuries, the theories and models proposed by scientists have been hammered into what we now call facts, instilled in us through schools and universities, and embraced with near religious conviction because they have withstood repeated experimental validation. But does this persistence mean they are unquestionably true? Or are they, rather, a form of mental programming? The term mind programming refers to a set of techniques designed to alter patterns of thought and behavior by exerting influence upon the subconscious. These techniques rest upon an understanding of how the mind functions and how it can be shaped to mold an individual's convictions and beliefs. They often employ methods such as hypnosis, which places a person in a state of deep relaxation where the subconscious becomes more receptive to ideas and suggestions. Another approach is neuro-linguistic programming, which emphasizes how language impacts thought and behavior, aiming to rewire the mind through positive affirmations, repeatedly using empowering statements to transform destructive mental patterns. Visualization is also employed, wherein individuals vividly imagine success or desired outcomes as a means of priming the subconscious to pursue those goals. For what the subconscious truly accepts can profoundly influence conduct and achievement in life. Yet, on the darker side, these same techniques may be used malevolently, exploiting the subconscious to manipulate individuals or steer them towards certain ends, since the subconscious itself does not reason or weigh morality. For though it is the reservoir of thoughts and emotions that drive the conscious mind to make decisions or embrace beliefs, it lacks the faculty of comparative analysis and remains incapable of distinguishing between good and evil. For this reason, it can be targeted by insidious methods that shape thought and conduct without one's awareness, leading to choices and convictions contrary to one's own good. This manipulation may occur through the intense propaganda of extremist movements, lobbying groups, or even governments, deploying brainwashing tactics to instill ideology, spread fanaticism, or enforce intellectual submission. Thus emerges the darker side of mind programming techniques, which exploit their power of psychological and mental influence to pursue specific objectives or steer individuals in a predetermined direction. One of the most infamous examples of these techniques is known as the MKUltra mind control experiments, conducted by the Central Intelligence Agency (CIA) without the knowledge or consent of the participants. This secret program consisted of a series of experiments aimed at developing methods of mind control. The researchers employed techniques such as hypnosis to explore ways of manipulating individuals' thoughts and behaviors, as well as hallucinogenic substances like lysergic acid diethylamide (LSD). Other notable examples include the relentless Nazi propaganda that swayed the German people into embracing notions of nationalism and racial superiority. Similarly, the pervasive propaganda in North Korea has cultivated a quasi-religious reverence for the supreme leader, enforcing strict control over information and compelling citizens to accept the official ideology without questioning the ruling regime. Another infamous example of mind manipulation is what transpired in the early 1950s at the hands of an American named Jim Jones. He proclaimed himself to be the Messiah and founded a radical Protestant sect known as the People's Temple. In 1978, through psychological manipulation and brainwashing, he persuaded his followers to relocate with him to a remote village in Guyana on the northern coast of South America. The ordeal culminated in a tragedy remembered as the Jonestown Massacre, where more than 900 people took their own lives, followed by Jones himself, after convincing his devotees that it was a revolutionary suicide. Thus unfolded the largest mass suicide in modern history, an outcome wrought by the dark art of mental programming. A similar tragedy unfolded in the 1990s when another American, Marshall Applewhite, founded a religious sect known as Heaven's Gate. Employing psychological manipulation, he convinced his followers that they needed to abandon their earthly bodies in order to ascend to a higher plane of existence. The ordeal ended in the second largest mass suicide in United States history, as 39 individuals took their own lives, believing their souls would be transported to a mysterious spacecraft. These examples reveal how mental programming can be exploited to manipulate individuals and communities in ways that lead to self-destruction, great tragedies, or the molding of minds to adopt imposed beliefs and ideologies. Thus, mental programming becomes a tightly woven snare from which only those who possess the courage to doubt and the freedom to think can escape, building their convictions upon reason rather than the blind acceptance of what we were told. For in most cases, we lack the means to test scientific theories ourselves. Everything we accept, believe in, and even defend is often dictated to us. From this realization, we discover that our only recourse is to venture down the rabbit hole, to embrace the discipline of sound reasoning, and to fling wide the doors of doubt with restless minds that chase after truth, choosing hardship as their path, far removed from the prepackaged codes of mental conditioning. Do you know how many species inhabit the Earth? Studies suggest they number more than 8 million. And if we add the yet unknown species, estimates soar to nearly 1 billion. Yet, among this staggering multitude, there stands but one creature, humankind, alone endowed with the power of thought, distinguished from all others by the faculty of reason. Thinking, in essence, is the ordering of data and information to arrive at truth. Or, as the Free Encyclopedia defines it, the sum of forms and mental processes performed by the human mind, enabling it to model the world in which it lives, and thus to engage with it more effectively in pursuit of goals, plans, desires, and purposes. In short, thinking is the exercise of the mind upon a problem to uncover its solution. Closely bound to it are perception, awareness, sensation, and imagination, all movements of the mind that aid in problem-solving and deduction, a ceaseless dance between the known and the unknown. Thinking itself branches into directions, frameworks of principles guiding the path the thinker treads. Marxist thought, liberal, capitalist, atheistic, Islamic, and others. Each molds interpretation within its own lens, though they inevitably intersect. The Islamic thinker cannot explain a phenomenon without reference to the Creator, while the atheist ascribes it to the blind play of nature or probability. Hence arose the modes of thought: intuitive, critical, emotional, logical, mathematical, and more, summarized into 4 principal kinds: mythical thought, religious thought, scientific thought, and philosophical thought. Take rain, for instance. Mythical thought may see it as the tears of unseen beings. Religious thought perceives it as the work of God. Scientific thought explains it as condensed vapor forming clouds moved by pressure systems, releasing rain through shifts in temperature. Philosophical thought, meanwhile, asks about the essence of this water, its life-giving force, and its deeper place in existence. Notice how these approaches intertwine. Religious thought does not exclude the scientific. Philosophical inquiry often begins with suppositions and reaches conclusions that affirm both science and faith. Mythical thought alone stands apart, rooted in naive and unripe premises, doomed to fail in explaining reality. But what if myth cloaked itself in the garb of science or religion and became the reigning, unquestioned truth? Strangely, in daily life, we employ all 4 modes, often without awareness, to explain phenomena or shape the models of thought we accept. Take the problem of rising prices. We might attribute them to scientific economic causes, to moral and religious decline, to philosophical questions of human greed and knowledge, or even to fanciful superstitions, such as claiming that certain rabbis have unleashed spirits upon us with dark sorcery. Thus, in life as a whole, we navigate with all 4 methods, seeking conviction. Yet errors creep into thought, born of many causes. Haste and judgment without due reflection or sound reasoning. Emotion overpowering reason. human susceptibility to persuasion and seduction, fanaticism and rigidity of opinion, deficiency of knowledge, selective or biased reasoning, and other influences that, in the end, distort truth, sometimes even turning it utterly upside down. So first, we must cast off the obstacles that fetter thought and embark upon a journey of inquiry with a liberated mind, unshackled from haste, emotion, prejudice, dogma, or any other constraint. In short, we must free ourselves from the mental programming that charted our paths in advance, steering us toward conclusions designed to serve the programmer's purpose. Such programming has taught us to see trees merely as trees and mountains merely as mountains. Yet, a Russian researcher named Lotus advanced a theory that upends this vision, declaring that we gaze upon the world with veiled eyes, trapped in patterns of complacent thought confined within rigid molds of error. From childhood, we were taught of tropical, subtropical, temperate, and boreal forests in the United States, Japan, China, Germany, Poland, Costa Rica, Australia, South America, and Africa. But what if this researcher were to tell us that no forests exist upon the earth at all? His evidence, the trees we now call forests, even in Siberia, are no older than 2 centuries and rise no higher than 30 meters. By the measure of the true giants that once graced the earth, these are but grasses, pitiful echoes of colossal forms denied to our sight, so that we might remain prisoners of habit, blind to reality. The true giant, he argues, endured upon Earth until the year 1920. These were the sequoiadendron, the mighty sequoias. Fortune favored us that the camera had been invented before their extinction, and thus we possess images of their massacre, wrought between 1880 and 1920. Their magnitude staggers belief, dwarfing what we now call trees into mere sticks beside their titanic forms. Intriguing, is it not? But do not hurry, the true astonishment is yet to come. You may ask, how can a living being turn to stone? Yet, in the myths of ancient civilizations, tales abound of men, beasts, and plants transformed into rock. Strangely, such legends are not mere fancy. Paleontologists have unearthed abundant petrified remains, human, animal, and vegetal creatures that, rather than decaying, harden into stone over the ages. In the United States lies an open-air museum of such wonders, the Petrified Forest National Park, a vast desert expanse strewn with fossilized trees. But these are not sequoias. They are colossal silicate trees, dwarfing even the sequoias in scale. The prevailing suspicion is that this park is not truly a museum, but a stage, its trees felled and transported there. And to what end? The motive seems plain. The trunks of silica on display are so small as to be incomparable with the true sequoias. What we see are not whole trees at all, but fragments, mere branches, arranged to mislead mankind into believing the silica trees were never colossal, when in truth they were beyond imagination. Consider this. If someone showed you a photograph of a tree stump cut by a saw and claimed it was a volcanic plateau formed 200 million years ago, you would dismiss him as mad. But what if he showed you instead a picture of Devil's Tower? Would you believe him then? You likely would, for geologists assure us it was formed by ancient volcanic flows. Yet, upon closer inspection, those flows reveal themselves as hexagonal columns of flawless symmetry, as though shaped by design, by intelligence. To believe that Devil's Tower rose by volcanic chance is as fanciful as believing a Ferrari race car assembled itself in the aftermath of an explosion within the factory. Such is the comparison and the bold inference of the researcher. Do not lose your mind. Seek instead the image of a tree trunk cut in cross-section. If your memory serves, You surely recall from biology lessons that its very structure is woven of hexagonal fibers. Now imagine stripping away its bark. Would not resemble Devil's Tower when viewed from above? These fibers, moreover, are not perfectly fused, much like the tissues of living plants, and thus fall away freely. They are sheathed in a delicate outer layer, akin to the thin membrane covering living fibrous tissue. And note well, they do not plunge straight into the earth, but curve downward like roots. Such evidence makes plain that calling Devil's Tower a mountain strays far from the truth revealed by careful observation and liberated thought. What we behold is, rather, the severed stump of a colossal silicate tree, its height calculable by a simple formula, diameter multiplied by 20. By this reckoning, the tree stood not 30 meters tall, as with the trees we know, but 6 kilometers. Can you fathom it? Can you raise to the ground all that you have been taught in order to glimpse the truth that was deliberately veiled? And do you suppose this to be a solitary example of the primeval silicate trees? Then remove the blindfold from your eyes. Behold the Giant's Causeway in Ireland, another site where 40,000 basalt columns lie arrayed, said to be the frozen legacy of an ancient eruption. How marvelous! By such reasoning, we might just as well declare a hexagonal paved street the offspring of volcanic fire. That is what they have told us, as though none had ever watched molten lava flow, congeal, and harden into chaos. Yet the Giant's Causeway, with its perfect tessellation, mirrors the hexagonal order of Devil's Tower stump, only laid flat upon the earth, suggesting another felled trunk of a colossal silicate tree. So, do you still deem it folly to call these things stumps? Do you believe Devil's Tower and the Giant's Causeway, the only hints of a deception that cloaked from us the truth of the trees? Do not be so sure. They are legion across the earth, and geologists have named them mesas, from the Spanish for table, owing to their flat summits, sometimes dubbed plateaus. But in reality, they are the fossilized remnants of giant tree stumps. Mark the resemblance between tree trunks and these mesas across Australia, Canada, Italy, Namibia, Argentina, South Africa, the United States, Russia, Ethiopia, and Venezuela. This likeness sounds a great alarm in the mind, proclaiming that something is gravely amiss. It is as though our very perception has been programmed to see only what they would have us see, and to turn blind eyes to truths shining as plainly as the midday sun. And remember this, Devil's Tower, merely the 6-kilometer stump of a colossal tree, is but a sapling compared with others. Consider Table Mountain in Cape Town, South Africa. Its diameter stretches 3 kilometers, which by the same formula reveals it to be the stump of a silicate tree once towering 60 kilometers high. Imagine, if you can, branches so vast that entire districts could be built upon them. Parks, marketplaces, hospitals, whole communities suspended upon living wood. And yet, of course, the mind recoils. It resists the notion that such mesas were once trees, that 60-kilometer giant strode upon the earth. This, indeed, is why the word apocalypse translates to the unveiling of the curtain. For the true world has been concealed behind a veil of habit by means of a grand and deliberate deception, a worldwide brainwashing, a programming of thought, ensnaring our minds in the cage of taught error and barring us from the path of free inquiry in pursuit of truth. And one last thought before we close this strange inquiry and depart from this land of marvels to yet another realm. We have spoken of trees cut down, yet what of those broken in half? Compare certain mountain ranges with the images of shattered trees, and astonishment will seize you anew. All that you now behold was once part of our Earth's living system, a world fantastical and magnificent, lovelier than anything James Cameron conjured in his Avatar. But some men, desiring to be gods, laid waste to it all. So speaks the author of this singular analogy. But let us suppose, for argument's sake, that he speaks the truth, that trees of unimaginable magnitude once graced the earth. Why then was this truth concealed? Because such trees would testify that humankind itself was once of colossal stature, corroborating sacred traditions that Adam, peace be upon him, stood 60 cubits tall, and that all creation has since diminished in scale. Scientists, of course, dismiss this as impossible. A body of such size, they argue, would collapse beneath its own weight. Gravity would thwart the heart's effort to drive blood to such heights. Worse still, petrification of wood is said to demand 50,000 years, whereas the Stone Age ended barely 10,000 years before Christ. If these mesas are truly tree stumps, then men of prehistory must have wielded vast and intricate machines capable of felling such titans. Yet how could trees towering 60 kilometers have risen upon a globe spinning at 1,600 kilometers an hour? To grasp that figure, recall that Earth turns faster than the swiftest jet conceived by modern science, a machine flown only by pilots hardened through rigorous training, lest the strain of speed rupture their nerves, warp their blood pressure, or drive them into unconsciousness, even death. And yet we, fragile creatures, whirl with the earth at still greater velocity, untrained, unprepared, and scathed. If one can accept, without doubt, that a mountain of hexagonal fibers is merely the aftermath of volcanic fire, if such a thing may be called scientific and logical, then why should it seem absurd to believe that darker powers labor ceaselessly to blot out truth, to deform the earth's true visage, and to bind us in illusion? Awaken. Reconsider all that you were taught in your schools. Let not superstition masquerade as science, nor dogma disguise itself as faith, lest it deceive you utterly. Open your eyes, free your minds, and behold a reality that devils have veiled from you, to serve but a single, sinister design. What design is this? Who are they that shroud the truth and pin our minds like horses in a stable? Why must we break our mental chains, abandon prefabricated concepts, and think freely outside the sterile garment of science that has blinded us from the real? Perhaps, in what follows, the answer awaits. Programmers of websites, computer software, and mobile applications know precisely what the word programming signifies. It is, in essence, a sequence of instructions that guides a device, predefining how it processes data, executes tasks, and performs a series of required operations to achieve a particular objective. It represents the second step in creating a website, a piece of software, or an application, following the initial stage during which a theoretical model is designed. This phase includes sketching the project's overall framework, outlining the basic structure, selecting the colors and primary keys, defining transitional screens, icons, tools, and toolbars, and establishing other components that shape the identity of the program. The stage of programming itself, however, consists of writing the code, testing and debugging, and refining the source code to fulfill a predetermined function with predictable outcomes, carried out with precision through a sequence of mathematical and logical operations. Since electronic devices lack independent thought, they execute tasks and achieve their purposes strictly according to the fixed steps established by the programmer, without the slightest capacity for creativity. The human mind, however, though designed for free thought and independent inquiry, can also be subjected to a form of programming, albeit by a method different from that of electronic mines, yet ultimately leading to the same result, executing predetermined steps set forth by the programmer. This process of mental programming is directed primarily toward the subconscious, which governs the conscious mind, human beliefs, tendencies, and decisions. Its foundation rests upon a single principle, the principle of repetition. For example, a child in primary school learns that the Earth is a sphere. He sees it repeatedly, modeled by the teacher, displayed in illustrations filling the pages of geography books. He observes it on television programs, films, and series. He encounters it in newspapers, magazines, street advertisements on clothing, and even on the covers of school notebooks. Thus, he undergoes a process of programming through repetition, one that ingrains the concept of Earth's sphericity as an unquestionable, self-evident truth. The process of programming first requires the creation of a mold of directed thought, a framework of ideas, opinions, and beliefs fortified by what is labeled as scientific evidence and experiments given the same title, all designed to construct an acceptable model for explaining a particular phenomenon. Although imposing this mold on the first generation may be difficult, subsequent steps become progressively easier, carried out by cadres who transmit the model to later generations. From cradle to adulthood, it is absorbed until it becomes fixed, unquestionable, and self-evident, spreading like wildfire among humanity without resistance. For instance, we were taught a so-called scientific model describing the Earth's layers, from a crust to the core. We learned it repeatedly in childhood and later taught it to our children as though it were an established, indisputable truth. The programming process did not permit us to question the evidence for this model, or to ask how scientists could possibly know such things. Instead, our minds accepted the ingrained notion: they are scientists, therefore they know more than we do. They must have drilled down to the core, analyzed these layers, and tested them through direct observation, ultimately presenting a scientific model reinforced by thousands of illustrations. Yet the reality is that this model is not scientific fact, but rather scientific fiction, speculative conjecture based on geological research and measurements, but without direct observation. No one has ever drilled to the Earth's core to confirm it. In truth, no one knows with certainty the precise composition or structure of the planet's inner layers. The deepest hole ever drilled by humankind was the Kolos Super Deep Borehole, a Soviet project aimed at creating the deepest man-made shaft on Earth. Launched in 1970, the project sought to reach a depth of 15 kilometers. By 1979, Soviet scientists had surpassed the previous record held by the Bertha Rogers well in the United States, which had reached 9,583 meters. By 1983, the borehole extended 12 kilometers. Yet over the following decade, despite all efforts, only an additional 262 centimeters were achieved, making 12 kilometers the final depth attained. Despite relentless attempts, they could not penetrate beyond 12 kilometers, and the project was ultimately abandoned in 1992, declared the deepest hole ever excavated by man. But what did the scientists discover at such depths? And why did the Kola borehole earn the name the Well of Hell? This endeavor was part of the feverish scientific race between the Soviet Union and the United States during the Cold War. The Soviets saw it as a way to offset their loss against American dominance in space, following the Apollo missions that allegedly succeeded in landing mankind on the moon for the first time. Though the Kola borehole was a scientific undertaking, it became entangled with a contemporary legend, shrouded in rumors oscillating between truth and myth. What is most striking, however, is that Soviet geologists uncovered perplexing anomalies in the Earth's geological traits. They discovered vast quantities of water flowing at those remote depths, findings that shattered the prevailing geological theory which claimed that Earth's layers grow less porous and more compact as one approaches the center. Direct observation revealed precisely the opposite. The deeper layers proved to be more porous, enabling water to move with ease. They also uncovered immense reserves of methane gas and alkane, a form of organic compound. But how could an organic substance exist at such profound depths, where science maintains no biological presence should be found? The significance of this discovery lies in its power to undermine the biogenic theory of petroleum's origin. For if organic compounds exist at depths far below the levels at which oil accumulates, then the very foundations of that theory come into question. Adding to the mystery, they found microscopic fossils. How then did plankton and plant or marine cells descend to such depths, unless subterranean waters are in some way connected with surface waters, or unless the entire scientific explanation of Earth's water cycle is itself questionable? On another front, in 1999 a modern legend began to circulate, claiming that somewhere within the Soviet Union there existed a well that pierced through to hell itself. Although the tale did not explicitly mention the Kola borehole, rumors inevitably bound the two together. The story alleged that a team of scientists drilled a borehole so deep it broke into a hollow cavity. When they lowered heat-resistant audio equipment, they reportedly captured the sounds of tormented screams from the damned. This tale was first published by the American tabloid Weekly World News, later picked up with the supposed audio recordings by the Trinity Broadcasting Network (TBN). It relied on the testimony of a Norwegian man who also claimed that a bat-like specter rose from the depths and flew into the sky. Other American newspapers embellished the story, asserting that miners perished after the devil himself emerged from the pit. Yet eventually, the recordings were proven fraudulent, leaving the tale of the Well of Hell suspended between myth and reality. Curiously, the story parallels one from the Arab world, the legend of the Barhout Well, or the Fugit Eclipse Chasm in eastern Yemen, long dubbed the Pit of Hell. It too is believed to be inhabited by jinn, around which countless stories and legends have been spun. Despite the fact that Soviet geologists drilled the deepest borehole in history and possessed direct observations and scientific data, their official reports admitted candidly, "We have realized and acknowledged how very little we truly know about the structure of the Earth." Their goal was to reach 15 kilometers, yet they never surpassed 12, despite every effort, before abandoning the project. What is peculiar is that the troposphere, the lowest atmospheric layer where we live, extends upward to the very same 12 kilometers. Coincidence, or a hidden pattern in the mystery of the number 12? The year is divided into 12 months, the clock into 12 hours, the heavens into 12 constellations. The element that constitutes our bodies, carbon, of which 98% is the isotope carbon-12, bears that same number. The pantheon of the Greeks under Zeus numbered 12 gods. So too did the Romans under Jupiter. In India, Brahman, the creator, was said to have 12 assisting deities. The prophet Moses, peace be upon him, brought forth 12 springs for his people, who divided into 12 tribes. The disciples of Jesus numbered 12. Christianity has 12 great feasts. Sharia Islam venerates 12 imams. One of the strangest observations made during the Kola ultra-deep borehole project was that the Earth's interior is not composed of random, chaotic layers, but meticulously arranged strata, each distinctly separated by different types of rock. As drilling progressed, scientists encountered unforeseen discoveries, layers rich in immense quantities of rare minerals such as nickel and chromium, pointing to highly complex geological processes deep within the Earth. Seismic measurements further revealed that the speed of wave propagation varied dramatically from one layer to another, confirming that the Earth's interior was far more diverse and intricate than previously believed. It became clear that these layers were not homogeneous as once assumed, but that each bore unique geological characteristics, differing in density, mineral composition, and hardness. Traces of elements and gases trapped since remote epochs were also uncovered, an extraordinary revelation that opened vast questions regarding the Earth's ancient history and the conditions of its formation. Although the Kola borehole was conceived as a purely scientific endeavor to study Earth's internal structure, over time it became entangled with myths and conspiracy theories. Some voices claimed the project was deliberately halted after reaching dangerous secrets about the Earth's depths, truths deemed unfit for humankind to know. Others speculated that the borehole was linked not to geology, but to hidden experiments in metaphysical domains, cosmic energy, or even attempts at communication with other realms. Compounding these speculations were certain measurements that revealed temperatures far higher than predicted, forcing the project's cessation at 12 kilometers deep. This limitation compelled many scientists to reconsider conventional models of Earth's interior. For if humanity has penetrated no deeper than 12 kilometers, not even halfway through the crust, which itself represents less than 1% of the planet's volume, how reliable can remote sensing methods truly be, especially when the Kola borehole exposed their flaws? How, then, have we come to accept our current model of Earth's interior as unquestionable scientific truth? Why do we believe in it with the certainty of an axiom? This question presented a profound challenge to the scientific community, for most of our knowledge about Earth's depths does not come from direct drilling, but from studying seismic waves and geophysical measurements. Kola revealed that while these models are useful in offering broad approximations, they lack the precision needed for a true understanding of Earth's structure. The borehole demonstrated that many predictions regarding rock composition, temperature, and pressure underestimated the reality. This underscored how limited our knowledge remains, founded on provisional hypotheses that may be overturned with the emergence of new evidence. Thus, scientists were compelled to reevaluate their models and concede that, despite its advances, modern science does not hold a complete picture of Earth's depths, but only tentative approximations in constant need of revision. And so, once more we return to the question, how do we come to embrace this model, elevating it to the level of an untouchable truth? The answer lies in a process of mental conditioning that prevented such a question from ever arising in our minds. From early childhood, the idea was reinforced through school curricula and textbook illustrations, later perpetuated by the media as unquestionable fact. Over time, it became so deeply ingrained that entertaining alternative views seemed madness or ignorance. This mental programming extended beyond the information itself, shaping the very mode of thought. A psychological barrier was erected, discouraging individuals from challenging dogmas or seeking evidence to the contrary. Thus, information transformed into doctrine, immune to criticism, cemented in the collective consciousness as absolute truth. Such programming works through repetitive mechanisms that render implanted ideas seemingly self-evident. Repetition ensures that the same concepts are presented at every stage of education and media exposure, eventually solidifying into unshakable convictions. Then comes intimidation, associating doubt with ignorance, absurdity, or even betrayal of science, fostering fear of dissent. Alongside this stands the system of reward and punishment. The student who parrots accepted knowledge is praised and rewarded with grades, while the one who ventures beyond prescribed limits is penalized. In this way, a closed mental framework is constructed, not only reinforcing the idea itself but reshaping the very way of thinking through a complex program designed to support other, deeper notions, most notably the belief that we inhabit a spherical world. But the question remains, do we truly live upon a sphere? Who are we? Where did we come from? And what awaits us after death? Humanity has spent countless ages, still unceasing, in pursuit of answers to these profound existential questions. From this quest arose the myths we inherited from ancient civilizations. Yet the torch of inquiry was carried forward by scientists and philosophers, striving to arrive at rational explanations that might illuminate the relationship between man and the world around him. This pursuit endured through the centuries, culminating in what we now call modern science, which has succeeded in addressing many of the questions that once perplexed humankind throughout its history. In the 1940s, two principal models emerged, each proposing a different account of how it all began. The first was the steady-state model, advanced by the British astronomer and mathematician Fred Hoyle. It envisioned an infinite, eternal universe, without beginning or end, neither springing from a single atom nor created in a single moment. The second model came from the Ukrainian physicist George Gamow, the Great Expansion. It posited a minuscule atom of unfathomable density, which suddenly, for reasons unknown, exploded some 14 billion years ago, giving birth to the universe, which continues to expand as a result of that primordial detonation. Hoyle believed that observational evidence would support his own theory, leaving Gamow's without foundation. In derision, he mockingly dubbed it the Big Bang, a name that, ironically, clung to the model and endures to this day, after a triumph through scientific validation. According to the Big Bang theory, the universe began as a singular particle. For reasons beyond comprehension, it burst forth with immense energy, producing the first atoms of hydrogen, which later fused to form helium. This nuclear fusion released vast quantities of light and energy, leading to the birth of the earliest stars and the spread of light across the cosmos. That very light was detected in 1965 by Arno Penzias and Robert Wilson, who for this discovery were awarded the Nobel Prize in 1978. Hoyle, however, the proponent of the steady-state model, remained steadfast in his disbelief, never accepting the very theory he himself had mockingly named. He died in 2001 still convinced of his own model, even as the Big Bang theory had by then been overwhelmingly substantiated, leaving no credible grounds for its denial. Its validity was further bolstered by the observations of Edwin Hubble, who confirmed through his study of galaxies that they were receding from one another. Additional confirmation came with the discovery and imaging of cosmic microwave background radiation by the Cosmic Background Explorer satellite in 1989, reinforcing the earlier findings of Penzias and Wilson. Wilson himself, perhaps unwittingly, revealed a profound truth when he remarked, "In many cases, when a fundamental change occurs in a scientific model, it takes a generation to accept it. I think the world is now ready to accept the reality of the Big Bang. For centuries, generations have sought the answer to the question, where did we come from? There are religious accounts in every civilization, but today we have definitive proof that we came from a great explosion." Indeed, the Big Bang theory provided the most compelling model of cosmic creation, one that science subsequently confirmed. It remains the prevailing paradigm to this very day. But what then? What transpired in the vast span of time separating our present age from that primeval explosion? What occurred 14 billion years ago that has culminated in the reality we now inhabit? Well then, let us begin anew. In a fraction of a moment, scarcely a billionth of a second, an imperceptible speck of matter expanded to the scale of a vast galaxy, unleashing an inconceivable surge of energy, the very force from which the cosmos itself was born. 380,000 years after this primordial explosion, the first atoms of hydrogen emerged, forming the foundation of the great workshop destined to forge all things. Under the immense pressures and searing heat acting upon these hydrogen atoms, new atoms of other elements began to arise. Within this nascent universe, gravity drew the clouds of gas and dust together, intensifying the heat until it reached 18 million degrees Fahrenheit, whereupon hydrogen atoms fused to give birth to a new element, helium. From this nuclear fusion, torrents of energy were released into the void as light and heat. Thus were born the very first stars, sources not only of illumination and warmth, but also of creation itself, serving as cosmic foundries where, under colossal pressure and unimaginable temperatures, atoms fused into ever more complex elements. Hydrogen transformed into helium, helium into lithium, then into carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and iron. In this way, the first 15 essential elements came into existence. But what of the heavier elements, copper, zinc, bronze, gold, uranium, and others that no star could forge with its own heat alone? Here began the cataclysmic deaths of stars, their titanic explosions known as supernovae. In these infernos, energy surged with such ferocity that even the heaviest atoms were fused, giving rise to the rest of the elements that populate the periodic table. Over 8 billion years, the stellar foundries continued their eternal cycle. Stars ignited, lived, collapsed, and exploded, each generation leaving behind heavier elements than the last. Among these stars was our own Sun, born 4.5 billion years ago, gathering 99.9% of the gas and dust of the newborn solar system to blaze into existence. Around it coalesced the planets, each carved from the remnants of that cosmic birth. The third of these worlds from the Sun was Earth, emerging some 4.5 billion years ago as a molten sphere of volcanic rock, seething with a blend of elements. It spun far more rapidly than it does today, with days lasting but 6 hours. This furious rotation drove the lighter elements upward, forming a cooling crust, while the heavier elements sank inward, creating a core of iron and nickel. From this heart arose Earth's magnetic field, shielding it from the Sun's lethal radiations, anchoring the atmosphere, and laying the foundation for life. Yet catastrophe struck when a massive celestial body, hurtling at 40,000 kilometers per hour, collided with a young Earth. The planet absorbed the intruder, but the scattered debris continued to circle in orbit. Gravity slowly drew these fragments together until they merged into a luminous companion, the Moon, that silver sentinel which has graced the skies ever since. That cataclysmic collision also tilted Earth upon its axis, bestowing upon it one of the greatest gifts to life, the succession of the 4 seasons as the planets circled the Sun. Meanwhile, the Moon itself became a vital ally in the story of existence, its gravity gradually slowing Earth's once frantic spin, tempering its days into gentler rhythms. In its infancy, Earth was searingly hot and devoid of water, though its atmosphere brimmed with vapor. As the surface cooled, the vapor condensed and fell as rain, filling the basins to form seas and oceans. Some 3.8 billion years ago, beneath those primeval waters, hydrogen, oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen fused into a singular marvel, deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, marking the dawn of life. This first living entity, a humble yet enduring presence, was bacteria. Feeding upon sunlight, it produced as its byproduct the very breath of life, oxygen. The seas carried iron in abundance, dissolved and mingled within the newborn planet. As bacteria consumed sunlight and released oxygen, a profound transformation began. Oxygen in the water bound with iron, forming rust, iron oxide, that sank as hardened deposits into the depths, leaving behind the iron ore upon which humanity would one day depend. When the oceans no longer held sufficient iron to absorb it, oxygen began to seep upward, filling the atmosphere. For the next 2 billion years, life in the waters grew ever more complex. The skies turned blue, and the land rose as a single vast supercontinent, Pangaea. As oxygen in the air reached 13%, the Cambrian explosion was ignited some 550 million years ago. In its wake appeared the first marine creatures, which, through countless mutations and the slow march of evolution, gave rise within 50 million years to the first bony fish, the distant ancestors of humankind. By then, plants and trees had already begun to flourish upon the land. 400 million years ago, vertebrates of the seas were ready for a momentous leap. Amphibians crawled forth to claim the solid earth as their new home. Yet they remained tethered to the waters, for their delicate, gelatinous eggs withered on land. Some, however, solved this conundrum, encasing their offspring in hardened shells that preserved the life-giving moisture within. Thus amphibians gave way to reptiles, severing their final bond with the sea and venturing far inland to colonize the continents. Then, 250 million years ago, Earth was convulsed by the greatest volcanic upheaval in its history. Carbon dioxide engulfed the skies, extinguishing more than 70% of the living forms that had arisen in the Cambrian. This epoch came to be known as the Permian extinction. Extinctions, it seems, were the crucibles of renewal, reshaping life's course. Again and again, annihilation cleared the stage for new creatures to dominate, while others vanished forever in evolution's relentless tide. Dinosaurs came to rule for more than 160 million years. During their reign, forests spread, the day settled into its present span of 24 hours, and Pangaea fractured into continents. Beneath their colossal shadows, mammals lingered, small and obscure. Yet 65 million years ago, a celestial rock 6 miles across struck the Earth with apocalyptic force, wiping out every creature greater than 50 tons. The age of dinosaurs ended, and in their absence, the mammals emerged to ascend the throne of life. It was not long after the extinction of the dinosaurs that the first true primates emerged, creatures that dwelled among the trees until some were compelled to descend to the ground in search of new habitats, as grass swept across the land and food grew scarce. Over time, these primates learned to stand upright upon their hind legs, rising above the grass to watch for predators. From there, they began to move upon 2 feet, freeing their hands, the very hands that would one day shape the course of human history. Thus did the earliest hominids tread the earth more than 2.5 million years ago, before they learned to think, to shape stones into spearheads and tools, heralding the dawn of the Stone Age. Humanity then discovered fire a mere 100,000 years ago, by which time it had assumed its present form, far removed from its simian ancestors. With fire came speech, the weaving of complex sounds into words, communication, and the sharing of knowledge. Intelligence grew. Humankind spread across the continents, and in time, even reached the moon. Yet 50,000 years ago, the Ice Age swept across the globe, a harbinger of extinction. Still, humanity endured. It spread, its ingenuity, and its intellect shielding it from annihilation. It multiplied, advanced in science and knowledge, and carried its steps ever upward. But consider this, if our history began more than 14 billion years ago, what then is the span of humanity against the age of the cosmos? Imagine the entire age of the universe, 14 billion years. Compressed into 14 years, humanity's life would amount only to the final 3 minutes. And what, then, is the lifespan of a single human compared to the life of the cosmos? We are nothing, mere dust upon the wind. And this, they say, is what we must understand, that we are children of a great explosion, a pure accident, descended from a fish that evolved. What meaning, then, has life? What worth do we possess? And how are we to believe that there is a God who created us, who fashioned the heavens and all things for our sake? What do you make of this tale? Does it not resemble one of those works of speculative fiction? Do you not wonder from whence the scientists drew these stories and figures? And why they speak with such certainty of the birth of the universe, of life upon the earth, and of evolution itself? Perhaps your mind drifts to the inheritance of faith, to the words of the Almighty in the noble verse, "I did not make them witness the creation of the heavens and the earth, nor the creation of themselves, nor did I take those who mislead as helpers." These are the sanctioned scientific theories which declare that the universe came into being by chance, that no creator fashioned humankind, but that man simply evolved from bacteria to fish to ape to the fully conscious, reasoning being we are today. Are you persuaded, even apart from any religious evidence? Do not hurry your answer, for our journey has scarcely begun, and stranger, more astonishing things yet await. Remember this well. These are not fables of our own making, but the theories of great men of science, embraced by the world and taught to us in our schools. Hold it in mind, for we shall need it as we venture further into this extraordinary voyage. In the previous chapter, we came to understand who we are. We are the offspring of a universe born of chance, evolving from nothing into bacteria, then into a bony fish, then an amphibian, then an ape, until at last a conscious, reasoning human. Very well, let it be so. But now let us ask, where are we? The Earth on which we dwell is a sphere of nearly 13,000 kilometers in diameter. It spins upon its axis at 1,600 kilometers per hour, completing a full rotation every 24 hours, thus giving rise to the alternation of day and night. It orbits the Sun at a speed of about 110,000 kilometers per hour in an elliptical path inclined at 23.5 degrees, completing its revolution each year and thus bringing about the cycle of the 4 seasons. Meanwhile, our entire solar system whirls around the axis of the Milky Way at roughly 230 kilometers per second, requiring 200 million years for a single revolution. And the galaxy itself rushes through the cosmos at a staggering velocity, one that nears the speed of light. We therefore find ourselves at the very heart of a system in ceaseless motion, governed by 4 distinct movements. Yet curiously, we behold the stars above tracing perfect circles in the sky, with the North Star fixed at the center, though by reason, such motion should appear erratic and chaotic. Be that as it may, let us now attempt to fathom the scale of this universe born, as some say, of chance, and then measure our own smallness in comparison. The nearest celestial body to us is the Moon, about 400,000 kilometers away, with a diameter of nearly 3,500 kilometers. Among the planets of our solar system, the smallest is Mercury, roughly 5,000 kilometers across, while the largest is Jupiter, spanning some 140,000 kilometers. The Sun, however, dwarfs them all, with a diameter of nearly 1,400,000 kilometers, vast enough to contain 100 Earth-sized planets within it. And yet, compared with other stars, the Sun is but a modest flame. Sirius, the dog star, measures nearly 5 million kilometers across. Arcturus spans some 35 million. Antares, the heart of the Scorpion, approaches 1 billion kilometers in diameter. And the colossal Scuti star exceeds 2 billion kilometers. There are hundreds of millions of such stars and stellar systems within our own Milky Way galaxy alone. But beyond stars and planets, when we attempt to reckon the distances between galaxies, the familiar metric scale collapses. Numbers grow meaningless, and we must turn instead to the measure of light. Thus, cosmic distances are gauged in light years. The span a beam of light travels in a year, nearly 10 trillion kilometers. Our Milky Way stretches nearly 100,000 light years across, or approximately 1 quadrillion kilometers. Can you even begin to count such zeros? It borders on madness, numbers that strain the limits of human imagination. So then, can you conceive the size of our galaxy? Or the size of Earth within it? Picture this. If the galaxy itself were shrunk to the scale of our Earth, then our planet would not even equal a grain of sand. And what, then, of you, one solitary human being? The nearest galaxy to us, Andromeda, lies some 2.5 million light-years away. All galaxies drift within El-Naggar, a vast cosmic domain 550 million light-years across, containing hundreds of thousands of galaxies. The cosmic web, the great structure that binds them all, is thought to span 8 billion light-years. And the universe itself? It is believed to stretch 250 billion light-years from end to end. And though all these figures are approximate, and at times even contradictory, they nevertheless converge on one truth, that we are speaking in billions of light-years. Can you even begin to fathom such distances, which defy the very capacity of imagination? What is the size of Earth in relation to the cosmos? What is your own size as a human being measured against this immeasurable universe? Scientifically, you are absolute nothingness. A speck drifting in an immense, hostile cosmos, fraught with perils. Earth could vanish in an instant, erased by an asteroid, or even by a wandering rock adrift in the void. It could be scorched by a solar flare, swallowed by a black hole, or besieged by an army of hostile extraterrestrials, beings advanced thousands, perhaps millions of years beyond us. We are infinitesimal, utterly insignificant, hemmed in on every side by agents of annihilation. Man holds no true value, and life itself carries none. And for the second time, this is the lesson meant to be learned. Why? Do not rush toward the answer. What matters is not to forget that this entire universe, they say, emerged by mere chance from the explosion of a particle. That no god shaped it, nor fashioned man. That man simply evolved from bacteria to fish to ape to Homo sapiens who now walks the earth. A planet which, in the cosmic scale, is no more than a grain of dust. This, they tell us, is science. This is the age of science around which we orbit and before which we chant our praises morning and night. It is what we teach our children, once the embellishments that conflict with faith have been stripped away, leaving behind a disfigured creature, a monstrous hybrid, despite every attempt of religious scholars to reconcile the language of science with the language of faith. It remains a monstrosity, for it rests on the doubtful, while forcing the unshakable to conform. But do not imagine I have revealed my purpose. It is far too soon. My hand still holds many cards. Do not close your eyes. Believe me, you will be astonished each time I lay one upon the table. Yet before we proceed, let us cast a question into the air. If we were to grant, for the sake of argument, that the Big Bang Theory is true, that the universe arose from the explosion of a single particle, whence came that particle? Who brought it forth? Who created it? Search as you will, ponder as you may, you will find no answer save this, that there is an infinite God, almighty and boundless, who created us and all that is. The simplest of minds can reach this bare truth with effortless ease. It is the only explanation that satisfies the awakened intellect. Had God not revealed himself to us, had he not declared himself the creator, I would sooner believe that we did not exist at all than assent to such nonsense. Nonsense repugnant even to the inert mind of stone, or stone to possess a mind. And now let us step back for a moment to this planet upon which we dwell. Do you doubt that it is a sphere in motion? The question sounds absurd, does it not? Indeed, it is absurd. For the sphericity of Earth is a self-evident truth, scarcely requiring argument or proof. Children know it instinctively, that Earth is a globe revolving upon its axis and around the sun. Anyone, without exception, can summon to mind the image of this radiant blue sphere, the delicate glassy orb suspended in the void, along with the entire solar system it inhabits. And yet, the truly absurd thing is that we must speak of the proofs of Earth's roundness and of its orbit about the sun, though it is, as said, a matter beyond dispute. Only the ancients once believed otherwise. Only they clung to the conviction that Earth was flat and that sun, moon, and stars circled above it. The pharaohs, the Greeks, the Inca, and countless others all held fast to the notion that Earth was a vast carpet stretched flat, bearing seas, mountains, valleys, rivers, and life itself. At its center, they thought, was the universe's heart, while the sun, moon, and stars traced flawless circles above it, moving with clockwork precision, eternal and unchanged. We shall not linger long over their naive theories or their primitive maps of Earth and sky, for in the end they were but peoples whose sciences had not yet matured enough to discern the truth. They lived in utter darkness, in unbroken ignorance, in superstition and backwardness that allowed the flat Earth geocentric model to reign for centuries, until at last the first golden rays of knowledge dawned upon the human mind, when the Greek philosopher Claudius Ptolemy, in the 1st century AD, proposed the spherical model of Earth, drawing on the conjectures of earlier Greek thinkers of the 6th century BC. Yet Ptolemy still affirmed Earth's fixity and centrality, beliefs ratified as well by the religious outlooks of the time, or at least by certain interpretations thereof. His model became the reigning orthodoxy for 14 centuries, and any who dared dissent were branded heretics. The most famous examples are Galileo Galilei, sentenced to death but spared by recantation, living out his final years under house arrest, and Giordano Bruno, condemned by the Catholic Church to be burned alive for heresy, which indeed befell him in Rome in 1600 in the Campo Fiori. The story shifts in the late 15th century when the cleric and scholar Nicholas Copernicus conceived a new cosmic vision, the heliocentric model, placing the sun at the center and Earth in orbit around it. It was this model that Galileo and Bruno championed, and for which the Church condemned them. Curiously, Copernicus himself escaped censure, even posthumously. We shall not be drawn here into debates over whether Copernicus borrowed from the Muslim polymath Nasir al-Din al-Tusi, or whether al-Tusi himself had built upon the Greeks, or whether his loyalties compromised his faith. Such wrangling is an endless circle of sophistry. What matters is that humanity advanced by the light of science to proclaim Earth's sphericity and the sun's centrality, casting aside the old crude models. Though all proofs and evidence affirmed Copernicus, the conflict endured for centuries between those who clung to flat Earth geocentrism and those who embraced heliocentrism. Day by day, every discovery vindicated Copernicus and exposed the errors of primitive thought. Then came humanity's giant leap in the 20th century, the landing on the moon, which sealed out with certainty and proved beyond all contest that Earth is a sphere spinning upon its axis and circling the sun, one planet among others in a solar system. The sun and its retinue, in turn, revolve around the galactic center, and the galaxy itself sails through the immensity of the universe, truths that over time became self-evident. Thus perished the flat earth idea, believed only by the simple peoples of antiquity. And yet, pause for thought, you will see that those we have just called simple possess sciences we have yet to rival. Do you not believe me? Search their relics, and you will find that our modern knowledge has not attained their ancient heights. Be that as it may, let us concede that the notion of a flat Earth has crumbled beneath the weight of hundreds of photographs of our planet taken from space, and by irrefutable evidence such as the following. The Sun, the Moon, and all the planets are spherical, and thus the Earth must likewise be a sphere. The Sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Therefore, when one part of the world is bathed in daylight, another lies in darkness. Such a phenomenon is only possible if the Sun is revolving around a globe. Should a man continue journeying eastward, he will inevitably return to the very point from which he departed, for he has circled a sphere. The constellations, too, reveal the Earth's curvature, for the stars seen in the northern hemisphere appear inverted in the southern. Ships vanish on the horizon from the bottom upward as they slip behind the Earth's rounded edge. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth's shadow cast upon the Moon is unmistakably curved. The length of shadows also varies with latitude. Since antiquity, scholars observe that shadows differ from place to place at the same hour. The ancient sage Eratosthenes conducted his celebrated experiment by measuring shadows in Aswan and Alexandria on the same day, thereby demonstrating the Earth's curvature, even calculating its circumference with remarkable precision. Moreover, as one travels northward or southward, the positions of the stars shift. Some celestial bodies disappear from view while others emerge. Gravity, too, offers proof. It always pulls toward the center. Were the Earth flat, gravity would point uniformly downward. Yet in reality, every person, wherever he stands, feels downward as the direction to the planet's core directly beneath him. Finally, the differences in time zones, the variance between east and west, can only be explained by a spherical Earth rotating upon its axis, a truth irreconcilable with the flat Earth hypothesis. And above all, the undeniable images of Earth itself from the void, a shining globe unmistakable to the eye. Who then could still claim Earth to be flat, undermining both the Big Bang and evolution? Yet indeed, there are such voices. So let us descend deeper still into the rabbit hole, towards stranger wonders. Open wide your eyes, and follow me into the roots of a curious tale, the tale of the sun they concealed from us. Let us now revisit the so-called certainties and self-evident truths. We are told we are the offspring of a universe born by chance from the explosion of an atom, descended from a fish that evolved, dwelling upon the surface of a spinning sphere adrift in a vast cosmic sea. These truths resemble, with uncanny precision, a line of dominoes arranged with exquisite care. Touch one, and the entire structure collapses. A single false move unleashes dire consequences, shaking the very foundation of all we thought we knew. Earlier we spoke of modes of thought, and how a person may fall victim to error in reasoning itself, an error that strengthens mental programming, barring true freedom of thought and compelling us to accept conjectural models as axioms. Yet when one strives to break free from such programming, he becomes ensnared by conflicting beliefs that may drive him to madness. It is much like what is called a lucid dream. You are asleep, you dream, and in the midst of the dream you realize you are dreaming. It is less a delight than a terror, for the conscious mind awakens alongside the unconscious, producing what is known as cognitive dissonance. In waking life, far from dreams, dissonance arises when new information collides with long-held convictions, leaving us incapable of accepting it, even when it shines as plainly as the midday sun. To unshackle oneself from mental programming is no easy task. It is almost impossible to persuade a person that all his knowledge, all he has ever learned, is false, and that he must embrace a truth utterly at odds with his certainties. Mark Twain once said, "It is easier to fool people than to convince them that they have been fooled." This is the shock of awakening, akin to rousing from deep slumber, when for a few disoriented moments one cannot tell dream from reality, illusion from truth. It is never easy to liberate oneself from ideas ingrained since childhood, to vault over mental barriers, and to admit that one has lived within a grand deception. Such dissonance manifests when new knowledge begins striking at the very foundations of our certainties, our creeds, our axioms. The mind, unable to bear the conflict, often flees into denial, rejecting the new, however radiant and undeniable it may be. Thus, the first step in demolishing the stifling temple of mental programming is to muster courage enough to doubt and to begin posing questions, no matter how simple, absurd, or childlike they may seem. For example, is Earth truly a sphere revolving about the sun, as we have been taught? In the previous chapter, we recounted the evidences for Earth's sphericity and its motion around the sun. But before we proceed further, let us agree not to entangle religion here, at least not yet, except as guidance we shall consider later, for religion lies above reason, and it is unfit to employ what transcends reason as proof within reason's domain. This, indeed, was the very mistake of Muslim scholars who sought to force Quranic verses into harmony with scientific perspectives, even when at times the meaning suggested otherwise. And as Ibn Khaldun observed, the vanquished ever clings to the ways of the victor, hence their perilous act of fabrication, bending the immutable current to align with the dubious conclusions of science. Take, for instance, the verse, "He wraps the night over the day and wraps the day over the night." Some claim this as proof of Earth's sphericity. Yet this is but interpretation behind a curtain, an evident distortion, twisting the text to conform with science's assertion of Earth's roundness. In time we shall examine such matters in a more reflective manner, as we have promised. But for now, we have reached the stone the builders once rejected, which became the cornerstone. For when you begin to doubt a self-evident truth you had never dared to question, the experience is like a sudden blow to the back of the head, dizzying, painful, leaving you suspended between waking and fainting, between belief and disbelief, reeling from a strike whose hand you did not see. And most of those who first ventured into the world of the flat earth felt that jolt at the very outset, then plunged ever deeper in search of evidence to disprove such a deranged notion, clinging to the hope that reason might yet rescue their minds. Yet they failed to notice that they had stepped into a sea of quicksand, where every effort to resist only dragged them further down. The first reaction when we hear the phrase flat earth is usually a stifled, mocking chuckle, which quickly swells into unabashed laughter. How could the earth be flat if the sun sets beyond it? How could it be flat when no one has ever tumbled from its edge? Questions such as these, dripping with derision, seem to confirm that those who hold such beliefs are trapped in the stone age of thought. For though we live in an age beyond space and atom, some minds remain convinced that the earth is flat, not spherical. Here, astonishment rises into exasperated wonder. How are such people not confined within the walls of asylums? From where do they conjure such primitive ideas? How could they ever be persuaded by such nonsense, and why? Do their very eyes not testify to the truth? And so we investigate further, half expecting to laugh louder, or perhaps to weep. Once more, we return to the unsettling question: is the Earth truly a globe revolving around the sun, as we have always been told? It may sound so ludicrous as to provoke laughter, for only the ancient civilizations clung to the belief in a flat Earth, sketching their maps upon pure reason. Because they felt no movement of the Earth beneath their feet and saw the celestial bodies wheel above, they believed the Earth motionless, enthroned as the center of the cosmos. We cannot, in fairness, heap scorn upon these naive thinkers and their fables, for they simply had not attained the scientific knowledge that later ages would uncover. They imagined themselves correct, no different from the lunatic who believes the world insane. But what if we dared to turn the lens inward, to strip away the programming of the mind and invert our perspective entirely? Might we discover that it is we who have failed to reach the heights of knowledge once held by those same simpletons we mock? For with all our modern science, we cannot raise a pyramid, nor embalm a corpse to endure for millennia. Their hidden accomplishments whisper of mysteries greater still, knowledge deliberately obscured, erased from the scroll of history. If ancient civilizations achieved what we cannot, then where did their sciences vanish? Why were they not handed down through the generations? Was there some catastrophe that carved a gulf in time, forcing humanity to begin anew? Is what we call ancient history truth at all, or merely speculation, or worse, deliberate falsehood and myth? Let us then approach the matter through the image of the scales. A balance has two pans. If the weights are equal, they rise in harmony. Yet more often one sinks as the other ascends, for the measure is unequal. The merchant uses his scales to value his wares, but he may also be a thief, and thus the way to deception. So too with knowledge. It can be rigged, manipulated, sold to us by deceitful merchants who lead us into mental servitude, instilling false certainties to serve their designs. Thus, free thought is the sole path to unveiling truth, unclouded by any false perspective. It is the art of shaping opinions upon the pillars of science, reason, and logic, without permitting them to be swayed by authority, custom, or any form of rigid dogmatism. That is to say, it rejects blind allegiance to an idea merely because it was proposed by someone, refusing to treat it as beyond discussion or immune to doubt unless supported by evidence that withstands scrutiny. We often absorb knowledge from the external world as though it were a seamless whole, without dissecting it into its essential elements: opinion, inference, and fact. In doing so, we inevitably fall into error, for we lose the ability to discern whether what we hear is a subjective view, a conclusion, or an objective piece of information. Everything then merges before us in indistinct shapes, and in seeking ease, we grant our minds rest by accepting opinions and inferences as though they were facts, thereby consigning them ourselves to the domain of dogma. We were first told the Earth is a sphere. Later, they claimed it is oval. Then, once more, they assured us it is slightly flattened at the poles. And at last, the American astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson declares it is not merely flattened, but bulges beneath the equator. It resembles a pear, he says. So which is it that we inhabit? A sphere? An egg? Or a pear? And why such divergence, when any satellite or the Hubble Space Telescope could so easily capture its form? Is it because satellites are not distant enough to capture the Earth in its entirety, and because the Hubble telescope employs techniques that do not permit photographing our own planet? Does that seem plausible? Is it logical that Hubble can capture images of Pluto and the farthest reaches of the universe, 14 billion light-years away, yet cannot take a single photograph of the Earth beneath its gaze? Then what, truly, are we being given? Facts? Opinions? Conjectures? Or deliberate falsehoods? And if you still do not know that we humans possess no genuine photograph of the Earth, by NASA's own admission, then you are merely at the beginning of the path. Once more, free thought is the path of minds in pursuit of truth. A mind that chains itself to ready-made beliefs or follows whims without scrutiny remains a captive of suspicions and fantasies, far removed from the essence of knowledge. Free thought does not merely mean opposing prevailing opinions. It signifies the courage to pose questions, to confront every idea with critical examination, to be willing to change one's view when compelling evidence appears, and to accept truths founded on inquiry and careful scrutiny, a foundational principle for any seeker of profound understanding. Consulting diverse sources and comparing different perspectives are essential steps toward uncovering truth. How many matters that at first glance seemed plain have been transformed once other narratives or independent research findings were considered? Therefore, the mind cannot attain genuine certainty if it is content with what is imposed upon it or with what merely flatters its inclinations. Such complacency imprisons it within an intellectual bubble. Instead, one must practice critical analysis, test the evidence, weigh opposing opinions, and pursue knowledge grounded in both reason and experience, free from slavish adherence to ready-made ideas or absolute authority. Moreover, free thought enhances the capacity for innovation and problem-solving. Those who habitually examine matters from multiple angles until knowledge crystallizes accurately and reliably are more likely to devise creative solutions to complex crises and to discern right from wrong across life's domains. Free thought is the means by which a person breaks the shackles of intellectual rigidity, faces the unknown with courage, and draws nearer to truths that reveal themselves only through research and comparison of varied sources, and through the ability to view matters from every angle without prior bias. It is the safeguard that ensures knowledge is not merely an accumulation of facts but an enlightened understanding that fosters intellectual growth and societal progress, insulated from the contagion of herd mentality, where one loses intellectual autonomy and melts into the opinions of the group, accepting what is popular merely because it enjoys majority currency. This drives people to blind imitation and robs them of the virtue of questioning, the very root of all knowledge. Adopting theories and hypotheses solely because they are fashionable or originate from a scientific or political authority, without subjecting them to the scales of logic and evidence, cultivates a lazy mode of thought and transforms the truth seeker into a mere echo of others. A free mind, however, refuses blind obedience. It subjects every opinion to the criterion of proof and resists the seductive comfort of conformism, knowing that truth is attained only by liberation from this collective prison. History offers abundant testimony to the peril of that course. Countless ideas that once seemed certain collapsed before the proof presented by those who dared to think beyond the flock. This shows that the spirit of free inquiry not only rescues individuals from the bondage of illusion, but also ignites the spark that redirects the trajectory of entire civilizations. Every great human renaissance began with minds that refused to surrender to prevailing currents, insisting on subjecting axioms and assumptions to review and critique, exercising reason and experiment rather than resting in rigid inheritance. Hence, we recognize that free thought is not an intellectual luxury, but the backbone of any civilizational project. It opens doors to innovation and discovery, to reimagining reality and shaping the future, and it instills in humanity the courage to confront falsehood no matter how deeply rooted. We now have two models for the shape of the Earth, one a sphere, the other a flat disk, or rather, a familiar disk beyond which lie vast expanses of land whose bounds none can discern. Let us place each on the scales and begin to question the spherical nature of the Earth. Or more precisely, what are the reasons that make us doubt the Earth's form as we have known and been taught since childhood? But before delving into the reasons for doubt, let us cast forth a simple question and allow the mind to wander toward its own explanation. Why does the United Nations bear the flat Earth map upon its emblem? Now, let us return to the art of questioning. If the Earth truly spins upon its axis and orbits the Sun, and if the solar system revolves within the galaxy, and the galaxy itself courses through the universe, why do we feel none of these motions? And if we answer, because the movement is constant, then why do the stars never alter their forms or patterns of rotation, though we see them all moving within a system of 4 distinct motions? If the Earth spins, then surely its waters should gather at the equator, even if gravity prevents them from flying into space, as water would on any spinning sphere. Yet why does this not occur? Why do rivers flow smoothly in every direction? And if gravity holds everything upon the Earth's surface so that nothing drifts into the void, how is it at once powerful enough to bind the oceans in place, yet delicate enough to allow butterflies, birds, and even aircraft to ascend and glide freely through the skies? Why does flight, whether of planes or of birds, not vary depending on whether they travel with or against the Earth's rotation? And if we claim, because the Earth and its atmosphere rotate together, such an answer is far from convincing. For while every flying object may initially share the Earth's velocity, it must inevitably lose that momentum at higher altitudes and encounter resistance when changing direction against the planet's spin. Why then does this never manifest? Why do we see birds glide across the sky, altering their flight without struggle? Why do we not perceive the Earth's curvature? Why can we still behold mountains and buildings across vast distances, when by all measures they should vanish behind the globe's arc? Why do flight paths trace such peculiar routes, especially across the southern hemisphere? If the Sun is truly vast and unimaginably distant, why do its rays streaming through clouds appear at angles rather than in parallel? If the Moon merely reflects the Sun's light and heat, why does it sometimes share the sky with the Sun without appearing as a full disk? And why is the Moon's light measurably cooler than its shadow? Are the Sun, the Moon, the stars, and the planets truly spherical bodies? Is there irrefutable proof that man has set foot upon the Moon? Is the Earth's shadow the cause of lunar eclipses, though no one has ever photographed that shadow from space? Are the pictures of Earth we are shown genuine? Is there, in fact, such a thing as outer space, with its planets, stars, satellites, orbital stations, and spacecraft? We shall examine all of this in due course. But beware, we are tumbling swiftly down the rabbit hole. We have now arrived at yet another land of marvels, the realm of the flat Earth. But before we enter this world, it is worth pausing to consider the Flat Earth Society, founded in 1972 by Leo Ferrari. Let us, however, step back further in time to 1956, when the Englishman Samuel Shenton established the International Flat Earth Research Society, IFERS. His writings and interpretations concerning the true nature of the Earth caused a stir and posed a threat that the proponents of the globe model quickly recognized. In response, they created, from behind the curtain, the Flat Earth Society, which sought to turn the matter into farce and ridicule, making of it a jest. Leo Ferrari, for example, would appear in interviews carrying a rock, claiming it was taken from the very edge of the Earth. He even asserted that he had once nearly fallen off that edge, were it not for clinging to that stone. They claimed that the Earth's rim cascaded in colossal waterfalls. When asked in a CBC interview about photographs of the Earth from space, images that depict it as spherical, Ferrari replied that, in light of the theory of relativity and the curvature of space, the Earth must necessarily appear round, and that such images were mere optical illusions. Thus it became clear that they argued with mockery rather than with evidence or reason. In short, Their aim was not to lead humanity toward truth, but to draw it away from it with shallow explanations, as flat as the world they claimed. Ephairs, however, was another matter. Their genuine research and evidence were presented in support of their model. After Shenton's death in 1971, the Society's headquarters moved to the United States under the leadership of Charles Johnson, who consistently warned against the Flat Earth Society, describing its founder, Leo Ferrari, as a false prophet muddying the waters of truth. Yet months before Johnson's death in 2001, his home was consumed by fire, destroying all of his and Shenton's research. Ephairs ceased its activities, while the Flat Earth Society continued to promote its absurd and illogical interpretations, now through a website and an online forum. For 3 years, Ephairs remained silent until Daniel Shenton assumed leadership. Wikipedia at times calls him the son of Samuel Shenton, at other times denies any relation. The latter seems more credible, for Daniel's course follows not Ephairs but the Flat Earth Society, offering explanations that render the entire matter a parody. Among them was his claim that gravity is not a force, but rather the result of the Earth's disk accelerating upward at 9.8 meters per second. Such reasoning is either ignorance or a deliberate attempt to obscure the truth, for if the Earth were accelerating upward, nothing could take flight. He even declared that one who reached the edge of the Earth would simply fall off. We shall not linger on such inanities nor waste time dissecting each question put to them, nor the scientific refutations thereof. Let us instead turn to a single question that serves as the threshold to a greater inquiry. If the Earth truly is flat, why have scientists and space agencies deceived us? What is the purpose of this grand falsehood? Before seeking the answer, however, let us press further into the role of the Flat Earth Society itself. Though it appears the most prominent modern institution defending the Flat Earth model, true adherents to Flat Earth belief never cease to warn against it, suggesting, indeed, sometimes declaring outright, that it is part of the very conspiracy. They argue that space agencies and the architects of the lie knew that the secret would one day be unveiled. Thus, they devised a countermeasure, a society that would defend and promote the Flat Earth with ludicrous, shallow arguments, so that any earnest seeker of truth would quickly conclude that the notion of a flat Earth is nothing but a joke, a comic absurdity. In short, the Flat Earth Society exists to discredit the truth of the Flat Earth. And if you wonder how and why, it is because the world is not abandoned to chance, as you might suppose. Rather, it is governed economically, politically, culturally, scientifically, intellectually, and even spiritually. There exists a group, or perhaps several clandestine groups, that hold the entire world in their grasp. One cannot overlook the names that have flooded the media and the digital sphere in recent decades, such as the Freemasons, the Illuminati, the Knights Templar, Opus Dei, a Skull and Bones, a Zionism, the Priory of Sun, the Rosicrucians, and many others besides. These groups, or others laboring in obscurity, embraced the model of a spherical Earth and promoted it as the grandest deception in human history for two reasons. The first, which we shall postpone for a while, as it is nearly the essence of this entire book. The second is the plundering of nations. Take, for example, the American Space Agency, whose budget is estimated in billions. They delude the world into believing these billions are spent on space research, when in truth they are siphoned away. Thus, the true nature of the Earth we inhabit has been concealed deliberately for a paramount reason we shall soon unveil, and for another, lesser reason, the robbing of unsuspecting peoples. It is worth noting that those who hold this view are often dismissed as adherents of the so-called conspiracy theory. But what does that term truly signify? Imagine you are walking down a street when suddenly you stumble and fall. Such a fall could be explained in many ways. Perhaps you were distracted and failed to notice a stone underfoot. Perhaps your shoe heel broke by chance. Perhaps a sudden muscular spasm or a fleeting drop in blood pressure caused you to collapse. Each explanation could form a theory within the four main modes of thought we have already outlined: scientific, religious, philosophical, and superstitious. But suppose you suffer from a compulsive disorder, haunted by the conviction that someone is perpetually plotting against you. You would then believe that the stone was placed deliberately in your path, that the water valve was shut off just as you were shaving, that the air was deliberately let out of your car tire, or that the nail which punctured it had been laid in wait. In such a state, you would interpret every event through the lens of an unseen hand conspiring against you. This, in essence, is the idea of conspiracy theory, a term that gained currency around 1960. It denotes the tendency to explain events as the deliberate acts of unlawful or malevolent agencies, governments, organizations, or individuals. According to the political scientist Michael Barkin, conspiracy theories rest upon three principles. A nothing happens by accident. A nothing is as it appears. Everything is interconnected. Thus, the ruling elite have hidden from us a vast trove of truths, leaving us to wander in the darkness of ignorance. What little they allow us to know is but education devoid of genuine knowledge. Hence, belief in conspiracy theories predisposes one to interpret every occurrence in opposition to the prevailing, rational understanding of reality. In other words, the notion of powerful secret groups ruling the world is, at its core, but another conspiracy theory, built upon distorted comprehension. But what if I told you that the very term conspiracy theory is itself a conspiracy? That it was coined to make people doubt their own reasoning, exploiting the mind's tendency toward comfort, its readiness to believe whatever is fed to it so as to avoid the burden of thought. Thus, any evidence that contradicts an accepted narrative is dismissed as mere conspiracy, baseless and unworthy of consideration. Yet here we are on a journey unsuited to complacent minds. Those secret powers that govern the world can, indeed, be sensed by those whose intellects remain awake. Researcher Dave Murphy declares, "There are immensely powerful groups that control this world, while we remain their slaves. And slaves are not taught truth. They are merely instructed in what is necessary for their labor. They are taught only what equips them to operate machines and perform routines, but never the reality of what is unfolding. That is the domination imposed upon us. They know everything, while we know nothing, thus they rule over us." He continues, "Another thing about slavery, slaves are never truly freed. All of humanity has been enslaved. We are captives of mighty overlords, prisoners within invisible cages, the borders of nations. You require a passport, their permission, to traverse lands upon which you were born with a natural right to roam. These rulers have placed us within vast open-air prisons. You must seek leave to depart. We are the many, they are the few. They cannot govern us by force alone. So they seize our minds and hearts, reprogramming them to serve against us." It may sound like satire, an absurd jest, but shall we laugh further? Shall we follow the rabbit deeper into its warren? Very well, let us return to the flat earth conception. If the earth is not the familiar sphere we have been taught, how then do flat earthers envision its form? Is it a sprawling square, a rectangle, a triangle? And how does the sun vanish from sight upon such a plane? Let us begin with their perspective. Brace yourself, for from this point on, your intellect will face sharp blows. As agreed from the outset, free your mind entirely. Cast aside received ideas and mental conditioning. Imagine this. The Earth is a vast circular disk, like a plate. At its very center lies the North Pole. Its rim, meanwhile, is encircled by what we know as Antarctica. This icy continent forms the outer boundary, enclosing the disk completely. Does this not resemble the emblem of the United Nations? Yet note, well, this conception is not claimed to be a perfect model, but a provisional image to simplify and convey the idea. Now open your eyes and your reason, and let us begin to question the supposed self-evidence of Earth's sphericity. Let us, for the sake of argument, assume this disk is indeed the true form of the Earth, and proceed from there. Consider it closely. Does such an Earth appear laughable? Do not rush, true laughter lies ahead. If this is the Earth, why then does the water not cascade from its edges? Have you ever seen images of Antarctica itself? Likely, what comes to mind are the familiar scenes: penguins, explorers planting flags. But can you summon to memory images of its coasts? I suspect not. The reason is clear. Such images are rare. The common pictures show penguins and expeditions, but photographs of Antarctica's shores, towering, forbidding walls of ice, are scarcely known, for these are not beaches at all, but barriers. An immense ice wall encircling the terrestrial disk, retaining the waters, or perhaps an elevated rim of land and ice serving the same purpose, precisely like the raised edges of a plate. Once more, this is but a simplified picture. The true conception of the flat Earth differs in certain respects. Amusing, isn't it? If such were reality, then what lies beyond that wall of ice? Why not simply take a plane, fly across Antarctica, and reach the other side, thus silencing all doubts and proving that it is nothing more than the Earth's southern pole? Surely, countless researchers must have already done this. But imagine, it has never happened. Even commercial flights between Australia and South America, which could chart a shorter course over Antarctica, never do so. Instead, they follow elongated routes that skirt around. None has revealed what lies beyond the ice. No one has penetrated deeply into Antarctica or crossed it, for it is not merely a southern pole, it is the boundary of the flat Earth itself. The deeper one ventures, the farther one drifts from the sun, until engulfed in utter darkness and absolute cold. And this raises a puzzle. If it were truly just a pole of a spherical Earth, such a natural barrier would not exist. The explorer would quickly emerge on the opposite side of the globe, in sunlight and warmth. But again, this has never taken place. The grandest attempts were the 4 expeditions of Admiral Richard E. Byrd, accompanied by vast forces of soldiers, aircraft, and ships. Byrd claimed to have discovered a landmass the size of North America, uninhabited, with hot springs and mountain ranges, describing it as the far side of the South Pole. Yet this is illogical. The opposite side should be the Indian Ocean. This implies, astonishingly, that an entire continent remains undiscovered. Incidentally, that same expedition has often been cited by proponents of the hollow Earth theory. Stranger still, after Byrd's final journey, Antarctica was sealed off entirely by international decree. In 1959, 8 nations with competing territorial claims signed the Antarctic Treaty System, ATS. They suspended their ambitions, and soon most of the world's nations acceded. Since then, no one may enter the continent freely. Access is restricted to select missions under international supervision. More curious still, in the wake of Byrd's voyage, both the United States and the Soviet Union undertook bizarre experiments, launching nuclear missiles straight into the heavens. In America, This was dubbed Operation Fishbowl, later renamed Operation Dominic. Some scholars note that Dominic means of the Lord, thus the full title of the program may be read as The Lord's Fishbowl. Researcher Dave Murphy suggests this hints at a profound possibility. That bird had reached the very edge of the dome, prompting the superpowers to test at height with those operations. And what of this dome? As explained, Antarctica is envisioned as the barrier surrounding the disk of Earth. Beyond this wall lies a hidden realm. Its secrecy has fueled speculation that beyond the ice stretches vast, uncharted lands, bathed in the light of other suns. A boundless Earth immeasurable, with horizons no man has yet defined. Yet another perspective claims that the outer boundaries of Antarctica mark the beginning of an immense celestial dome, impenetrable to anything that seeks to pass through. In this view, we dwell upon a vast, flat plain, sealed by covering through which nothing may penetrate. This, they assert, was demonstrated unmistakably by Operation Dominic. The images of the detonations reveal that the rockets did not ascend into space as anticipated, but instead collided with a ceiling. Not a solid one, but rather a medium of another kind. It is strikingly clear from the photographs and video footage that the explosions expanded downward, not upward as customarily expected. Moreover, in the year 2014, a group of enthusiasts launched a rudimentary rocket fitted with a camera, which they named Go Faster. Upon reaching an altitude of 117 kilometers, the rocket came to a sudden halt, as though arrested by a ceiling that restrained it. Again, a ceiling not of solid form. But let us return to Antarctica and embark upon a free inquiry. Is it truly the southern pole of a spherical Earth, or the very rim of a flat expanse? Apart from such conjectures, there is a simple method by which to test it. One need only circumnavigate its entirety and measure its perimeter. Scientists maintain that its shoreline extends for nearly 20,000 kilometers, implying that any such voyage should record a figure close to that measure. Yet the earliest explorers who attempted this feat, among them Captain Cook and James Clark Ross, testified in their scientific journals that their expeditions consumed between 3 and 4 years, during which they traversed distances ranging from 80 to 96,000 kilometers. Such figures could only be possible if Antarctica's coastline were in truth an immense boundary encircling the whole of Earth. But if this were indeed the actual shape of the world, an expansive disk encircled by a colossal icy wall, and above us a ceiling that allows nothing to pass, then how did spacecraft pierce this barrier and reach the supposed outer space? Does outer space, in fact, exist at all? How then do the sun and moon move? How are day and night sustained? What of sunrise and sunset, and the turning of the 4 seasons? And the stars? The thousands of satellites said to orbit the Earth? Can all of this truly be a deception? And how could we, in a single night, dismantle everything we have been taught and known throughout our lives? Yet when we consider that the theories of Copernicus, too, were embraced overnight as scientific certainties, and that not even in the smallest detail was he thought to have erred, despite the absence of precise instruments in his time, then the tolling of alarm resounds within our minds. Thus we have reached the end of the exposition on the strange model of the flat Earth, as its adherents envision it. Prepare yourself, for what follows is yet more bewildering. The first question that arises when we attempt to comprehend the flat Earth model is this: why is it day in one part of the world and night in another? If the Earth were indeed flat, the sun should illuminate all the continents simultaneously and then vanish beneath the disk, casting the entire world into darkness. This reasoning seems entirely logical, and the explanation is valid, yet only because we imagine the sun moving vertically above a flat disk, whereas in this model, it is said to move horizontally. To understand this horizontal motion, we must revisit the model described in the preceding chapter. We stated that the Earth is a disk, or a vast plate whose rim is encircled by a colossal wall of ice. This icy barrier serves as a natural limit, for the further an adventurer presses into its depths, the more he is swallowed by absolute darkness and unrelenting cold. Since none know what lies beyond this barrier, some have speculated that there may exist other lands and other suns. Another perspective, however, contends that at the end of this ice begins a mighty celestial dome, encompassing the entirety of Earth. Evidence, they claim, is found in the aforementioned Operation Dominic, as well as the Go Faster rocket experiment. Yet another sign of this dome is said to be the phenomenon of the mock sun, also known as the phantom Sunday. This rare occurrence manifests as the appearance of one or two secondary suns flanking the true sun when it is 22 degrees above the horizon. The scientific explanation attributes it to high-altitude cirrus clouds, composed of ice crystals, which create the halo commonly seen around the moon at elevations of some 5.5 kilometers. Still, others suggest that the phenomenon is instead the reflection of the sun upon the dome itself under particular atmospheric conditions. Although most of us have never beheld this spectacle with our own eyes, nearly all of us have seen a glimpse of the dome revealed through a phenomenon we know well, the rainbow. In Arabic, Kuzza's bow. It is said that the word Kuzza signifies height. Others claim it is the plural of Kuzza, referring to the arrangement of colors. Yet some maintain that it is one of the names of the devil, as though there were a deliberate attempt to bestow upon this splendid ark a name that conceals its true meaning. In any case, according to the adherents of the flat Earth model, this is the Earth's true form, a flat disk surmounted by a dome wherein the celestial bodies revolve. The sun and the moon in this view are small and nearly equal in size, moving in horizontal, circular orbits above the Earth. Day and night alternate because the sun, being close to the Earth's surface, illuminates only the region directly beneath it as it travels. Consider, for example, the face of a wall clock. If one were to affix a small lamp to the minute hand and extinguish all other lights in the room, the lamp would cast its glow upon only a portion of the dial as the hand turned. With each half rotation, half of the clock face would be illuminated in turn. The idea is the same. The sun, being small and near, circles above and shines upon half of the Earth, leaving the other half at night. Have you noticed that this concept resembles the emblem of the martial art of Kung Fu? It may sound absurd, baseless, and devoid of evidence, yet to some it appears more logical, especially when one observes the sun's rays at winter's dusk piercing the clouds at varying angles. Such a sight, they argue, would be impossible were the sun truly vast and unimaginably distant. If it were indeed a colossal body far away, its rays would fall strictly vertical, without forming any discernible angles to the eye. And so this interpretation seems to them more plausible than the scientific explanation that the 4 seasons occur because our planet is tilted on its axis by 23.5 degrees. How does this tilt cause such a vast difference in temperature between the northern and southern hemispheres if the sun is truly 150 million kilometers away? If it were indeed at that distance, it would warm the entire planet evenly, or at the very least, there would not be such a stark contrast with one hemisphere sweltering in heat while the other shivers in cold. Nor would there be such profound differences in life forms between the two halves of the Earth. They should logically be nearly identical. It seems unreasonable that a mere axial tilt could wield such immense influence over a star of such colossal size and distance. There is, moreover, a remarkable observation. The speed of the sun's apparent motion differs between the northern and southern hemispheres. In the north, sunrise and sunset unfold slowly, while in the south they occur swiftly. This suggests that the sun's path above the northern hemisphere is slower compared to its course above the south, almost as though it were compensating for the vast distance it must cover there, according to the flat Earth model, in order to preserve the 24-hour day. This is also corroborated by its peculiar behavior at the North Pole during the midnight sun phenomenon. And note, well, we shall return to this phenomenon since many point to it as proof of a spherical Earth. It must also be remembered that the flat Earth model we have thus far outlined is merely a simplified sketch, intended only to illustrate the idea. The true model, as its proponents describe it, does not portray Earth as a simple disk, but rather as a vast, boundless land whose limits are unknown. Yet the evidence presented thus far hardly seems sufficient to establish this model, does it? The notion of the sun's circular, horizontal motion does not appear wholly convincing when compared to the idea of it vanishing behind the Earth's curvature. For indeed, the explanation that it disappears because it sinks below the curve of a sphere is more persuasive. It simply sets behind the bend of the globe. True enough. But we might rephrase the statement thus: the sun disappears beyond the horizon. And of course, what applies to the sun applies equally to the moon and to all celestial bodies. Framing the matter in this way leads us to a concept which is claimed we have not been permitted to study in depth: visual perspective. Do you know what the horizon is? It is the boundary of our sight, beyond which we cannot see. The line where sky and earth appear to meet at the level of our gaze. And if you were to travel to that very point you see at the horizon, you would find yet another horizon ahead, and if you turned back, you would see one where you had once stood. These lines, of course, never truly meet. They only appear to do so visually. This is the way we perceive the world around us. It has become so instinctive, so natural, that it now serves as a compelling argument for Earth's curvature. For it is said, if Earth were flat, there would be no horizon, and we would see endlessly. But in truth, mathematics can demonstrate that the horizon appears in the same way, whether the Earth is a vast sphere with a diameter of 6,371 kilometers, or an infinite flat plane. This was explained by mathematicians on the forum Ask a Mathematician. Such an answer is logical once we grasp the notion of perspective, an understanding that, believers claim, reveals to man that he lives upon a stationary, flat surface, not a spinning globe. And they argue that this is precisely why we are not permitted to delve deeply into perspective. The conspirators do not wish us to know how our senses truly operate, lest we awaken to reality. Let us now attempt to simplify this concept, one studied only by artists and architects. But before we do, we must first understand how the human eye perceives the world. If you stand in the center of a long corridor and gaze toward its end, you will notice something curious. The ceiling seems to slope downward as it recedes. The floor appears to rise upward until both meet precisely at the level of your eyes. Meanwhile, the right wall seems to tilt leftward, and the left wall seems to tilt rightward. And if you turn behind you, you will see the very same effect. In truth, the ceiling does not actually descend, nor does the floor truly rise. Yet our eyes perceive them converging at the horizon, just as the right and left walls appear to meet at eye level in a single spot called the vanishing point. We know perfectly well that the ceiling, floor, and walls of the corridor are all parallel, but our vision makes them appear to converge at that point. And as you walk forward, your perspective shifts. When you finally arrive at the position of the vanishing point, you see that the ceiling has not collapsed onto the floor. It was only perspective, the way our eyes perceive the world. Now imagine a cat sprinting from beneath your feet toward the end of the corridor. To your eyes, it will seem to rise upward with the floor until it reaches eye level at the horizon. At first you look down at it, but your gaze gradually lifts until it is directly in front of you. Next, imagine a lamp suspended from a rod along the ceiling, moving back and forth from one end of the corridor to the other. You will see its motion as the mirror image of the cat's. When it is overhead, you look up at it, but as it moves toward the end of the corridor, your gaze drops until it is at eye level. Does that mean the lamp is actually descended from above, or the cat has truly risen from below? Of course not. Though both appear at eye level, the cat remains beneath you and the lamp remains above you. The same principle applies if you stand before a vast field of flowers. Suppose 100 rows stretch 100 meters to your right and another 100 to your left. Though all are parallel to your eyes, they converge until they meet at the horizon, in a vanishing point directly ahead at eye level. The first flower on the row to your right is clearly 100 meters away from you. But where is the last flower of that row? You see it at the horizon, directly before you. Yet in reality, it is still to your right, 100 meters distant. This is simply how vision works. These are the laws of perspective. Now imagine the cat continues running until it passes beyond the vanishing point, or more precisely, beyond the horizon of your sight. Can you still see it? In truth, no. Your eyes cannot tilt upward to see what in reality is below you. The cat is beneath you, yet as it moves farther away, it appears to climb upward with the floor until it reaches the horizon, your maximum limit of sight. Once it passes beyond that horizon, it continues visually to rise higher and thus vanishes from view, as though it were now above your eye level. But does it disappear in an instant like magic? No. It vanishes gradually, from the bottom upward. Its paws go first, passing beyond the horizon, then its body, which lingers briefly at eye level, then its head, until at last the cat is gone beyond the boundary of your sight. At that point, you can only see it again in two ways. The first is to ascend higher yourself, for as you rise, your perspective changes and the horizon shifts farther away, granting you a new, more distant line of sight. The second case, however, is to change our position and move closer to the cat. This is precisely what a telescope does. It carries our vision forward as though we ourselves had advanced bodily, shortening the distance between us and the object of observation. Now replace the cat with a ship and the corridor with a shoreline, and you will see that ships vanish from sight in the very same way, from the bottom upward. Not because of the Earth's curvature, but due to the immutable laws of perspective. This is why we cannot stand upon the shores of Alexandria and gaze upon the people walking in the streets of Italy. As for the lamp hanging from the ceiling, imagine it moving until it passes beyond the horizon line. Could you still behold it? Of course not. At the horizon it is at your eye level, though in reality it remains above you. Once it passes beyond the horizon, it continues descending, but now you cannot see it, for your eyes cannot turn downward to perceive what is actually above. What is striking is that the lamp, by logic, ought to vanish from the top downward, the reverse of the cat. Yet it disappears from the bottom upward. This apparent contradiction in the laws of perspective is resolved by the horizon itself, which lies always beneath it, a natural barrier to sight, the surface of the earth. Thus, the lamp fades from view from the bottom upward because of this obstruction. Replace the lamp with the sun, and you will discover that it does not vanish because of the Earth's sphericity, but due to perspective itself. It retreats, carrying its light away, until it passes beyond the horizon and disappears. And now let us return to the question, why does a horizon exist if the Earth is flat? For many claim that the very existence of the horizon proves the Earth's roundness. In truth, however, the horizon we know is powerful evidence that we dwell upon a flat expanse, not a sphere. If the Earth were a globe, the horizon would fall beneath our gaze the higher we rose. Yet this does not occur. Each time we ascend, the horizon remains at eye level. We see it so from our rooftops, from lofty towers and skyscrapers, even from airplanes and high-altitude weather balloons. Always the horizon rises to meet our sight, because it is the horizon of a vast, level Earth, not that of a sphere. But if the Earth is truly flat, and the Sun merely recedes without slipping behind a curve, why does its size not diminish at sunset? Why can we not take a telescope of great power, stand upon the shores of Alexandria, and gaze upon the people of Italy, since the telescope draws us nearer to what we observe? And why, moreover, do the rays of the sun illuminate the undersides of clouds at dusk? Does this not prove it sinks behind a curve? Were it merely retreating, its light could never touch the lower parts of the clouds. Yet here too perspective speaks. As the sun moves farther away, it sinks visually lower, while the clouds nearer to us appear, by perspective, higher. It is thus entirely natural that its rays strike beneath them. You may test this yourself through a simple experiment performed by one researcher. With a table and a small lamp, he demonstrated that when the sun recedes toward the horizon, its light indeed reflects beneath the clouds. As for the question of why the sun does not shrink in size as it sets, though it retreats, and why our telescopes cannot pierce indefinitely into the distance, the answer lies in the air itself. We imagine the atmosphere as weightless, as though it bore no density or moisture. Yet in truth, it is dense and saturated with water vapor. No matter how powerful the telescope, the density of the air inevitably obscures vision. This very density, together with moisture, acts like a lens, preventing the sun from diminishing in apparent size as it sets. If you doubt this, observe carefully. At noon, when the sun stands overhead with little air between you and it, note its size. Then compare it at sunset, when vast layers of atmosphere intervene. You will see that it seems even larger, as though magnified by a colossal lens. I suspect that many more questions now stir within you, about space, satellites, eclipses, the changing of the seasons, and much else. Do not rush. Simply lift the pillow from over your head and resist the dissonance that batters your mind. Open your eyes, for the tunnel is far from its end. From childhood, we were taught the mechanism by which lunar eclipses and solar eclipses occur, yet never once did we pause to ask ourselves whether this explanation was convincing. We received it as a scientific axiom, unquestionable, and never placed it within the circle of inquiry. Scientists tell us that these phenomena occur when the Earth, the Sun, and the Moon align in a straight line. If the Earth lies between the Sun and the Moon, a lunar eclipse takes place, for the Earth blocks the rays of the Sun, preventing them from reaching the Moon, and so the Moon reflects no light. If, on the other hand, the Moon comes between the Sun and the Earth, a solar eclipse occurs, as the Moon obstructs the sunlight from reaching the Earth. This interplay between Earth, Moon, and Sun rests on an unchanging celestial choreography, predictable with great accuracy. Yet the truth, according to the adherents of the flat Earth model, is utterly different. The true cause of eclipses, they argue, is something far more enigmatic, phenomena that defy simple interpretation, but at the very least hint at a flaw in the narrative we have long accepted without question. To comprehend the nature of eclipses, they contend, we must first free ourselves from the mental conditioning that insists the sun and moon are mere material bodies, that the moon is a small sphere close to Earth while the sun is vast and immeasurably distant. Only then will the cavern of hidden truths open before us, revealing mysteries veiled by the blindness of an intellect that has too readily accepted without investigation. For in the case of the lunar eclipse, strange, semi-transparent celestial bodies have been observed passing near the moon, bodies not easily visible. Such objects were not discovered only in modern times, but were also recorded in antiquity by astronomers and philosophers. The Greek thinker Diogenes of Apollonia once remarked, "There are cosmic bodies without light that pass near those visible to us." The English mathematician and astronomer Sir John Frederick Herschel declared, "There are unseen moons in the heavens." What, then, is the connection between these hidden bodies and the eclipse? Let us begin with the radical supposition that the moon does not reflect the sun's light, as we have been told, but rather emits its own. This, they claim, can be tested directly. For although we may see both sun and moon simultaneously in the sky without the moon being full, a simple experiment exposes a difference between the qualities of their light. Sunlight produces measurable heat. A thermometer placed in direct sun records a higher temperature than one kept in the shade. If a mirror reflects sunlight onto a shaded thermometer, the mercury rises, proving that the mirror carries the sun's heat along with its light. But when the reflecting surface is not a mirror but the moon, the outcome is reversed. Temperatures in moonlight are lower than in its shade. This suggests the moon emits a cold light of its own, fundamentally different from that of the sun, and not merely a reflection. There is yet another observation, simple, almost childlike, that unmasks how our eyes may see one thing, while our conditioned minds accept another. We are told the moon is a spherical body reflecting the sun's rays. We believe it. And yet, have we not seen with our own eyes how light strikes a ball? It shines upon a single point, not upon the entire surface at once. How then can the moon, a sphere, appear bathed in uniform brilliance? Did it never strike you as strange? This is the depth of the trance in which we slumber, lulled into unquestioning belief. Seek an explanation, and you will find only unsatisfying answers cloaked in the magic word, science. Thus, those who have made science into a deity, worshipped in place of God, or whose intellects have long ceased to function, will accept such explanations blindly, even when they contradict reason and defy the testimony of their own unclouded eyes. There is yet another hypothesis, astonishing in its strangeness, put forth by the advocates of the flat Earth model. The moon is not a solid body, indeed, not a body at all. Madness, is it not? And yet, do you know the phases of the moon? The new moon, the waxing crescent, the first quarter, the waxing gibbous, the full moon, the waning gibbous, the last quarter, the waning crescent. Then once more the new moon and a new lunar month begins. In every phase but the full moon, a portion of the lunar disk lies in shadow, does it not? But here is the disquieting claim. Stars may be seen shining through that darkened portion as if it were transparent, or as if it did not exist at all. You can confirm this yourself. Take a high-powered camera and observe. You will see stars glittering through the obscured part of the moon. Something utterly impossible were the moon truly a dense material sphere as we have been taught. This hypothesis holds that the moon is nothing more than the projection of light from a distant source, much as the beam of a torch passes through a thin curtain and appears upon its surface. If an object interrupts the beam, the light vanishes accordingly, leaving a patch of darkness through which the background stars are revealed. The effect is most striking during a lunar eclipse, when it seems as though some translucent body has slipped across the sky and intercepted the light. Perhaps these are the dark cosmic objects spoken of by ancient astronomers. If you search into this matter, you will find explanations, some fanciful and absurd, others strangely plausible. Some say an eclipse occurs because the moon dips lower in its orbit, out of reach of the sun's rays. Others claim the moon itself is no natural body at all, but an artificial construct, the handiwork of lost civilizations. Still others suggest it is a reflection of the Earth itself, as though a mirror were holding its image with a great temporal delay. Such ideas may defy reason, and perhaps they are meant to, for whenever a subject veers too close to forbidden truths, there are always those eager to cast it into the field of myth and mockery. As for solar eclipses, the strangest observation is this. Though the moon is said to be the cause, it is never visible in the heavens immediately before or after the event. It is as if the sun itself were but a projection of light from some unknown source, and the true culprit is one of those shadowy, half-invisible bodies that drift across the firmament. So declare the free-minded scientists too, some of whom insist that no one truly knows the nature of the sun. It is not a raging sphere of nuclear fire, as we are told, but something far more mysterious, still veiled in secrecy. Nor are the stars what we have been taught. They are not distant suns with planets and moons revolving about them, not lanterns scattered through an infinite void. They are but points of light floating in the sea of the sky, their source unknown. And does not a verse come unbidden to mind, the Almighty swearing by the positions of the stars, declaring it a mighty oath, if only you knew? No matter. We have not yet entered the realm of religious testimony, though the phrase "the sea of the sky" has brought us to a strange and haunting station. Is the sky itself a sea? I have not forgotten our pact that we would refrain from invoking Scripture save when we come to the moment of guidance. Yet even so, there are two verses in the Quran that we cannot pass by without pause. The first is his saying, "It is He who created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, each floating in its orbit." The conjunction here is one of accompaniment, indicating that the night, the day, the sun, and the moon are four distinct entities. This means that the day is one thing, while the sun is another. Strange, is it not? But let us defer this point for now, as it invites extensive discussion. What concerns us at the moment is the word Yasbin. They swim. Swimming, after all, takes place in water. It is hardly logical that the Quran, so precise in its choice of words, would employ it to mean flying. Indeed, regarding birds, he says, "Do they not see the birds enabled to fly in the open air?" He did not call them swimmers. The other verse is his saying, "It is He who created the heavens and earth in 6 days, and His throne was upon the water." Those versed in Arabic know that when a verb is attributed to God, it is freed from the confines of time, for He is the creator of time and beyond its limits. Thus, when we say, "And God has ever been all-forgiving, all-merciful," it does not mean He was merciful in the past but is no longer so. Rather, He has ever been, is now, and shall ever remain forgiving and merciful. By the same token, his saying, "And His throne was upon the water," may mean that His throne still rests upon the water. Where, then, is this water? Let us set out into this land of wonders with a simple question. Do our senses deceive us? Our senses are undeniably limited, yet not null. They are capable of perceiving truths that have been hidden beneath the lifelong brainwashing we have endured, until our eyes see the truth while our minds insist on perceiving what they wish. Consider, Every day we witness clear and striking evidence that we dwell upon a flat, unmoving earth. Yet we voluntarily refuse to see it, dismiss it, or fail to grasp it because our minds resist. At the seashore at sunrise or sunset, do we not see the reflection of the sun stretching across the water's surface until it reaches our very feet? Do you realize this would be impossible if the Earth were a sphere? On a globe, the sun's reflection would fall on the far side, hidden by the curve, and only when the sun rose high would its reflection become visible within our line of sight. Even the refractive index of water cannot explain this phenomenon. We see with our own eyes the sun's full reflection even when it lies upon the horizon, proof that rises and sets over a perfectly level plane. This is entirely logical, for the surface of water is always level, and in physical terms, water cannot bulge over the surface of a sphere, much less one spinning at 1,600 kilometers per hour. And if we accept that water can indeed curve upon such a sphere, why does it not collect at the center before flinging off into space, like water upon a whirling ball? If, as claimed, we inhabit a massive globe that spins upon itself, revolves around the sun, while the entire solar system revolves around the galactic axis, and the galaxy itself hurtles through vast space, why do we feel no motion at all? Is it because the motion is constant, or because our senses betray us? Very well, let us accept that too. But then, if we are at the heart of such a complex system of fourfold motions, why have the stars, since time immemorial, revolved across the celestial dome in perfect circles, never altering their positions or patterns, while the pole star remains immovably fixed at the center? Were we truly within such a system, we would surely witness the stars shift in chaotic paths. Yet this never occurs, for the science crafted with exquisite deception and exalted by parrots conceals from us profound truths. Among them are real experiments that prove the Earth stands still, such as the Airy experiment, also called Airy's failure, and the Michelson-Morley experiment, which demonstrated that the Earth's speed of rotation is precisely zero. This experiment placed the scientific community before two stark choices: either to abandon the theory of the ether, along with the vast body of work by Faraday, Tesla, and Maxwell concerning electromagnetism and light, all of which were grounded in the existence of the ether, or to renounce the notion of the Earth's rotation. Both options were difficult for the scientific establishment to accept, yet they were, of course, more than willing to sacrifice the ether, and with it everything else, in order to preserve the idea of a rotating Earth. You can search for yourself about these experiments, which left scientists uneasy, for they knew that the ether must exist. Without it, our very existence would lose all meaning. They remained caught in this dilemma until Albert Einstein declared that the speed of light is constant, regardless of the speed of its observer. In so doing, he resolved the quandary posed by the Michelson-Morley experiment, abolishing the ether. Yet years later, he would admit, one cannot deny the existence of the ether, otherwise space itself would be devoid of physical properties. But according to the theory of general relativity, space is replete with physical qualities, and it is inconceivable to speak of space without an ether. This correction, however, came too late, after the pieces of the game had been carefully arranged to safeguard the heliocentric model and the spherical Earth. We shall not delve into these experiments in detail here, but you may research them to see how genuine achievements were sacrificed, how Tesla and his brilliant ideas were buried, all for the sake of a grand design. And now let us return to water. Do you recall the Go Faster rocket experiment we mentioned earlier, where at an altitude of 117 kilometers it suddenly halted, as though colliding with a ceiling that stopped it, a ceiling not of solid matter? That is the firmament, the preserved canopy. So if above us lies a dome or a barrier through which nothing can pass, what lies beyond it? Would you be surprised if told that above it is water? From whence, then, come the meteors and falling stars? Believe it or not, they never actually reach the earth, but instead strike the dome or canopy. And what we know as stars and planets are nothing more than points of light, each sailing in its orbit upon the ocean of the heavens. A perplexing matter indeed. But why, one wonders, are all the training exercises of space agencies, foremost among them NASA, conducted in vast swimming pools? Is it, as they claim, to simulate the density of space? Or is it because they know that above us lies water, and they are devising ways to penetrate it? They know it full well. In their films, whether science fiction or fantasy, they repeatedly depict the dome, the canopy, and the waters beyond. And if we turn again to religion, whether the Quran or the Bible, we find both speaking of a great deluge that engulfed the earth in the time of the prophet Noah, peace be upon him. From where, then, came the waters that flooded the whole world? The verse is as clear as the sun they have concealed from us. So we open the gates of the heaven with pouring water. That is, torrents of water gushed forth without cease after the gates of heaven were opened. Not mere rain, for rain is never described as pouring forth in torrents. Could anything be clearer than this? And in the Bible, behold, I will bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh in which is the breath of life from under heaven. Note also that the waters which engulfed the world did not descend from the heavens alone, but surged forth from the earth as well. The Almighty says, "And we caused the earth to burst forth with springs, then the waters met for a preordained purpose." Thus, above us lies a vast sea, yet it is also connected to the depths of the earth. And if this is a purely scriptural inference, then let those who worship science explain. Why do we see springs bursting forth from the heights of mountains and hills, unless there is a pressure beneath driving the waters upward? From whence comes this force that rends the earth and sends forth an endless supply of fresh water? Are the sources of rivers, whether perennial or seasonal, truly the rains, or are they fed by the earth's depths, connected to the celestial sea? Then, is the sky blue because daylight reflects upon the waters above? Does the sun blaze with its singular brilliance because it swims within those waters? Curiously, if you gaze through a telescope at the stars and planets, you will discover that they are nothing like NASA's computer-generated imagery, but rather radiant, shimmering points of light, gleaming as though they were lamps afloat upon water, their reflections plainly visible. Stranger still, should you examine NASA's photograph of Pluto, you will hold an astonishing irony. The silhouette of Disney's famous dog Pluto etched upon its surface, as though they were mocking us outright. And finally, in Japan at the dawn of 2018, on the 18th of January, a rocket carrying a satellite was launched into space. Yet its trajectory was most peculiar. After reaching a certain altitude, it seemed to enter a medium unlike the air of Earth or the void of space. Cameras recorded an intense radiance, as if the rocket had plunged into water. More astonishing still, moments later it fell back into the atmosphere after a meteor flashed above it, as though that meteor had forced it back. Could this be the watchful meteor of which the Almighty speaks, the sentinel that forbids jinn and mankind alike from breaching the boundaries of the heavens? Nor was this rocket the only one launched at that time. Several others followed similar courses. In Russia, on the 26th of December 2017, an identical phenomenon occurred. And again, in the United States on the 22nd of December 2017, where the spectacle was undeniable. As the rocket left the Earth's atmosphere, it clearly entered a watery medium, captured in the lenses of countless observers. The question arises, how did these rockets pierce the firmament, while the Go Faster rocket or the missiles of Operation Fishbowl could not? Flat Earth theorists reply that the Go Faster struck the dome vertically, unable to break through the surface tension of the celestial ocean, whereas the other rockets ascended at a slight angle, slipping only through the tension at its boundary. Yet, even so, they stalled in the watery realm and failed to advance. Baffling mystery indeed. Are these all but illusions? Or does a hidden elite truly rule the world, concealing from us the very sun of truth? Are they plotting some design they dare not unveil to the masses? We shall seek to unravel this in the chapters ahead. But first, let us return to the firmament itself. Through mankind's historic leap, the footsteps of Neil Armstrong upon the lunar surface. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. These words were immortalized in history, attributed to the American astronaut Neil Armstrong, the first human said to set foot upon the surface of the moon. But was that giant leap forward, or was it in fact a step backward?
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
After the end of the Second World War in 1945, the United States and the Soviet Union were locked in what became known as the Cold War, a struggle for dominance that extended into every field, including, of course, outer space. By 1959, the Soviet Union had succeeded in landing an unmanned probe upon the moon. 2 years later, it became the first nation to send a human into orbit, Yuri Gagarin. The Soviet triumph placed America at a disadvantage in the space race. In response, the United States launched Project Mercury, aimed at sending humans into orbit, followed by the more ambitious Apollo program, designed to assert American supremacy. In 1969, with Apollo 11, the United States declared victory. Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin were said to have walked on the lunar surface, with 6 more missions successfully landing men on the moon between 1969 and 1972. Yet, scarcely 7 years after this monumental event, whispers of deception began to spread. The doubts were sparked in 1976 by Bill Kaysing, one of the 400,000 individuals involved in the American space effort. He published a booklet titled, "We Never Went to the Moon, America's $30 billion Swindle." In it, Kaysing argued that the moon landing was an elaborate hoax, impossible to achieve, with a success probability of no more than 0.0000017%, practically non-existent. As the years passed, suspicion only deepened. Astronauts' ambiguous statements, combined with anomalies in photographs and footage, fueled the conviction that the moon landing was not a triumph of science but a staged performance, a political stratagem to pressure the Soviet Union into wasting resources on an unwinnable contest, hastening its financial ruin and eventual collapse. So, was Kaysing right? Did humanity truly set foot on the moon? Or was it a grand illusion? Consider this. Have you ever observed the launch of a space rocket on film? Did you notice that rockets never ascend straight upward, but instead veer sideways after a certain altitude, vanishing from sight? Did you notice that they jettison their fuel tanks before supposedly leaving the atmosphere? Where, then, is the fuel for the long journey into orbit? Those who asked why rockets do not climb vertically were told it is to take advantage of the Earth's rotation, which grants the rocket additional momentum. But if the Earth's rotation is so decisive, Why do airplanes not make use of it in flight? Why is it not an obstacle when flying against the spin of the planet? The answer is unconvincing. Are we being deceived? Are these rockets, as some claim, unmanned shells hurled into the ocean? Or do they disappear for days, only to re-emerge as though returning from space? Or perhaps they do carry astronauts, but are bound not for the stars, but for other hidden lands, lands beyond the ice? It sounds like sheer madness, doesn't it? Yet perhaps you have seen or at least heard of the Space Shuttle Challenger. On January 28, 1986, the United States launched its second space shuttle, following Columbia the Challenger. The mission aimed to establish contact with a satellite and to gather data on Halley's Comet. 73 seconds after liftoff, however, the shuttle erupted in a fiery explosion, claiming the lives of its 7-member crew. Francis Scobie, Michael Smith, Judith Resnick, Ellison Onizuka, Ronald McNair, Gregory Jarvis, Krista McAuliffe. Yet in recent years, a study published under the title Fellowship of the Minds claimed that 6 of the Challenger's crew are, in fact, still alive, living under their very own names, pursuing careers far removed from space exploration. Does this mean that above us truly lies a preserved ceiling, beyond which nothing may pass, and that rockets never ascend vertically for that very reason, merely a ruse? If so, on what ground did the Apollo missions land, and where exactly did Neil Armstrong and his companions set foot? Did they truly reach the moon? The truth is, they did not, and never will. The evidence of deception is overwhelming. The flag fluttering on a supposedly airless moon, the wires that glisten more than once, suspending the so-called astronauts like actors on a stage, the inconsistent shadows hinting at multiple light sources, studio lamps, the filming of the lunar module's descent, as if a camera crew had been awaiting its arrival, the absence of any blast crater from the module's landing, while Armstrong's boot print remained so distinct. The missing stars from every image, explained away by NASA as a matter of low exposure. Moreover, skeptics note the landing took place on the moon's sunlit side. It's daytime. How could the astronauts and their craft have endured surface temperatures reaching 127 degrees Celsius? How did the fragile tapes and lenses survive the extreme doses of gamma radiation said to saturate the lunar surface? And then, in March of 1999, filmmaker Patrick Murray conducted an interview with the legendary director Stanley Kubrick. It is said a journalist arranged the meeting in which Kubrick, on camera, confessed that he had staged the moon landing itself. According to reports, Kubrick signed a document stipulating that the interview would remain sealed until 15 years after his death. He died only days after the conversation, and in December 2015, the recording was released to the world. Though some have disputed the video's authenticity, it nonetheless reinforced the countless suspicions that the moon landing was fabricated. Some even suggest that Kubrick, meticulous as he was, deliberately embedded subtle clues into the footage, tiny fissures in the illusion, so that one day the world would awaken to the truth. Details overlooked at first glance, but revealed through scrutiny and persistence in those very films of the Great Leap for Mankind. Alongside Buzz Aldrin's own words, "The time has come to admit that Apollo 11, the mission that supposedly brought man to the moon for the first time, was nothing more than a staged performance. Not a single moment of it was real." The doubts only deepen. Even NASA's own scientists have recently admitted that Earth is encircled by a deadly radiation field known as the Van Allen radiation belt, a dense region of charged and highly energetic particles. They confess that they are still studying and testing this barrier to determine how it might one day be crossed. Kelly Smith, an engineer at NASA, stated, "As soon as we leave the Earth, we must pass through the Van Allen belts. These are zones of intense radiation capable of damaging guidance systems, onboard computers, and other electronics. Naturally, we must traverse them twice, once on the way out and once on the return. The spacecraft carries shielding that we are only now testing as it passes through waves of radiation, while onboard sensors will record the levels for scientists to analyze. We must resolve these challenges before we can safely send humans through this hazardous region of space." Strange, isn't it? Didn't they claim to have crossed it back in the 1960s? Didn't they assure the world they had landed on the moon? And what of the countless rockets said to have delivered modules to the International Space Station, or the thousands of satellites supposedly orbiting Earth? Satellites? Are they, too, nothing but an illusion? It is worth noting that the very concept of satellites was first imagined by the science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke. Soon after his writings, NASA announced that it had launched its first satellite into orbit. Today, they claim that thousands orbit our planet at altitudes exceeding 30,000 kilometers. Yet never once have we heard of a satellite being destroyed by a meteor or space debris, despite being in constant danger of collision. And what of the extreme temperatures of the thermosphere? NASA asserts that it reaches 2,000 degrees Celsius, far above the melting point of the very metals from which satellites are made. How then do they endure? Consider too the so-called polar satellites, which orbit perpendicularly to Earth's rotation. Without any inherent propulsion system, how do they sustain their path? More likely, satellites do not exist at all. Every image of them is little more than computer-generated imagery. Terrestrial broadcast stations already serve global communications flawlessly, while colossal undersea cables span the oceans to deliver the internet. Even GPS, they say, relies upon these ground stations. As for Google Earth, the company itself admitted that its images were captured by aircraft, not satellites. And if the signals truly came from satellites in orbit, why do they weaken the higher we climb into the mountains? Why, too, are satellite dishes everywhere fixed at a 45-degree angle instead of pointing straight upward, as logic would demand? And that moving speck of light you see at night, no brighter than a distant star, surely, they say, a satellite? In truth, it is more likely a weather balloon. If satellites were truly visible with the naked eye, the heavens would be awash with thousands of shifting points of light. But what of the videos and photographs of astronauts inside the International Space Station, floating weightless, or working on the exterior? Surely those cannot be faked? In fact, many details betray the illusion. Zero-gravity flights aboard Vomit Comet aircraft easily simulate weightlessness during parabolic freefall. As for the spacewalks, these are filmed in enormous underwater tanks. Telltale mistakes expose the fraud, the shadow of a diver reflected in a helmet, bubbles drifting past supposed spacefarers, or the clumsy artifacts of green screen technology, chroma key effects imperfectly executed. Each slip, each technical flaw, tears away the veil, revealing not the triumph of humanity in space, but an elaborate deception played out upon the world stage. It is also worth recalling that one of the kings of the Netherlands purchased from Neil Armstrong a so-called moon rock, which he proudly displayed in a museum. Yet, more than 20 years later, when researchers demanded the right to analyze the lunar samples, tests reveal that this rock was nothing more than petrified wood, crafted here on Earth. Thus, we may conclude that nothing has ever truly left Earth's atmosphere. No spacecraft, no satellites, no astronauts. Perhaps the only vessel that has ever soared into space is our imagination. But what of the thousands of images of Earth taken from above? Would you believe it if I told you that humanity does not possess a single genuine photograph of our planet from space? That every image of the blue marble is CGI, computer-generated imagery, composited, drawn, or retouched. And NASA itself proclaims this without the slightest sense of shame. This is what Robert Simon, a NASA employee in this field, once said. It's Photoshop, but it has to be that way. On the other hand, you can verify for yourself that not a single authentic photograph of planet Earth exists. Imagine someone sends you a picture of a muscular wrestler and claims it to be his own portrait. How would you determine whether it is genuine or fabricated? If the man is lying, all he has done is take a wrestler's image and, through Photoshop, replace the wrestler's head with his own, making himself appear as that formidable figure. Such an act of superimposing one image onto another can be exposed by importing the picture into Photoshop and increasing the color levels. This reveals faint traces around the pasted portion, thereby exposing the forgery. Download any official NASA photograph of Earth and apply this same method, and you will find, without exception, that every one of them has been doctored. A revelation so stark it ought to jolt even the most slumbering mind. Consider the famous big blue marble image. Even this, when scrutinized, is revealed to be a Photoshop creation, complete with lazy repetitions of cloud formations copied using the clone stamp tool. Researchers remarked on their carelessness. More chilling still, invert the image and you will find hidden in the pattern of clouds the word sex, a subliminal message that saturates modern media, even children's cartoons, insinuated now into what is claimed to be an authentic photograph of our Earth, sanctioned and published by NASA itself. And so the question has lingered for over half a century: why have they never returned to the moon? The official answer is cost and futility. They say the Apollo program consumed the equivalent of $257 billion in today's currency. A staggering expense indeed, yet somehow Mars is now closer than the moon, and missions there supposedly more affordable. At last, did you know that the cell phone you carry in your pocket possesses greater capabilities than the colossal computers that supposedly sent the first man to the lunar surface? Have you noticed that Apollo was the name of the Greek sun god? Have you ever watched 2001: A Space Odyssey, the cinematic epic directed by Stanley Kubrick? Watch it with full attention, and you will grasp far more than you expect. Then let us simply wait 2 more years, until the launch of the American Artemis lunar program, postponed to the year 2026. Perhaps this time, they will film the landing without a single flaw. For countless centuries, the conflict raged between the advocates of the flat Earth model, with its geocentric view of the cosmos, and the defenders of a spherical Earth revolving around the sun. This dispute appeared to reach its end when the Americans claimed to have set foot on the moon and presented images of Earth from space, seemingly settling the matter once and for all. Yet, some refused to accept this narrative, continuing to uphold the flat Earth model. These dissenters, however, were cast into the spotlight of ridicule, their claims turned into a mockery for a public persuaded by NASA's evidence. Many were thus compelled to abandon their beliefs, while others persisted in their defiance, denouncing the globe as the greatest deception perpetrated upon humanity. Still, their voices were muted by a media landscape firmly controlled by the elite, ensuring that no alternative view would reach the ears of the masses. After all, NASA now possesses photographs of Earth from space and can flaunt them before anyone daring to insist upon flatness. Can it not? This Earth, we are told, is a sphere with a circumference of 40,000 kilometers and a diameter of 6,371 kilometers. Mathematically, such a surface must curve by approximately 20 centimeters every 1.6 kilometers, 80 centimeters after 3.2 kilometers, and 2 meters after 8 kilometers. At a distance of 80 kilometers, the curvature should amount to nearly half a kilometer, according to the formula, 20 centimeters multiplied by the square of the distance. The squared term is essential for yielding a spherical form and arriving at Earth's circumference as a complete globe. Based on NASA's own data, objects situated 8 kilometers away should vanish behind this curvature by about 2 meters. In simpler terms, if an object stands 2 meters high, it ought to be invisible from that distance, obscured by the arc of the Earth. But does this truly happen? Believe it or not, it does not. This curvature is never observed, neither from the ground nor from the skies. Every image or video of Earth taken from high altitudes and shown by space agencies has been captured using fisheye lenses, which distort the view into a false curve. Consider, for example, October 14, 2012, when the Austrian daredevil Felix Baumgartner performed the longest freefall in history. Ascending to 40 kilometers in a helium balloon, he leapt back toward Earth. A remarkable feat indeed, but what interests us here is that the camera within his capsule revealed a perfectly straight horizon at the moment of his exit, while the external camera showed a curved horizon, not because Earth is curved, but because the lens was a fisheye. Researchers in this field issued a challenge. Let anyone demonstrate the curvature, capture it, or prove it through any experiment whatsoever. This spurred the physicist Stephen Hawking to propose a scientific test. His hypothesis was simple. If one fixed a laser at a certain height, then at some distance the beam would appear higher, for the light travels straight while the observers, bound to Earth's surface, would have curved beneath it. Indeed, Hawking and his team succeeded in showing that the beam registered an elevation, an apparent proof of Earth's curvature. Yet restless minds, unsatisfied with second-hand conclusions, sought to repeat the experiment. Another group of researchers placed a laser half a meter above a lakeshore, then sailed away. At 3 kilometers, the beam had not risen, proving that the lake's surface was entirely level, devoid of the expected curvature. This observation aligned with common experience. People standing on one shore could see those on the opposite shore 10 kilometers away. Were the Earth truly curved, such figures should have been concealed beyond the arc. So then, which side holds the truth? Conduct the experiment yourself if you wish to be certain, or embark upon a journey of free thought if you seek the truth, one that points with striking clarity to the reality that we dwell upon an uncurved Earth. We behold objects across vast distances, though such visibility should be impossible if the Earth were truly spherical. Consider, for example, the Statue of Liberty, which rises 100 meters high, yet can be seen from nearly 96 kilometers away, where it ought, by all logic, to be hidden behind Earth's curvature. The Dunkirk Lighthouse in northern France, standing 59 meters tall, is visible from 45 kilometers. The Port Said Lighthouse in Egypt, 56 meters in height, can be discerned from 93 kilometers. And the Isle of Wight Lighthouse in England, at 54 meters, can be seen from 67 kilometers. The island's base itself forms a straight line 35 kilometers wide. By spherical geometry, this line should curve at the edges to conform to Earth's arc, yet every measurement shows the water's surface to be perfectly level at the island's base. More recently, a man photographed the skyline of Chicago from across Lake Michigan. The media dismissed the image as nothing more than a mirage. Yet for a mirage of a city to appear across a lake, highly specific and rare atmospheric conditions must prevail. Nonetheless, numerous individuals have captured the same view under different weather conditions at varying times, suggesting not an illusion, but a direct line of sight over a level surface. Examples of this nature abound. But let us turn back to the year 1800 and the renowned Bedford level experiment. In this test, an English researcher named Samuel Rowbottom ventured to the Bedford Canal in Britain, a waterway 10 kilometers long without bends. He mounted a telescope 20 centimeters above the water's surface, while a boat with a flag sailed away nearly 9.5 kilometers. The observer, peering through the telescope, could see both boat and flag throughout the journey. According to spherical geometry, this should have been impossible. The vessel ought to have slipped beneath the curve, disappearing from view. The result implied that the water's surface bulged to accommodate the curvature, yet the evidence showed otherwise. Why, then, does water not bend in Siberia's Pike Lake, which in winter freezes into one of the flattest expanses on Earth, stretching over 600 kilometers in length and 79 kilometers in width? And why is it that engineers and architects constructing canals, bridges, or railways across great distances never account for Earth's curvature in their calculations? Perhaps only the Verrazano Narrows Bridge stands as an exception, its design accounting for curvature. Yet the waters beneath remain visibly flat, while the bridge arches like a dome. Moreover, according to the immutable laws of physics, the surface of water is always level. This is what our eyes witness, what our senses affirm, and what our reason accepts. Were the Earth truly spherical, such a principle would shatter, for water would need to conform to curvature. And if it is said that water bends along Earth's arc due to gravity, the claim becomes all the stranger. For if Earth is indeed a spinning sphere, centrifugal force should fling the oceans outward into space. And if the oceans are drawn toward Earth's center of mass, then the middle of the seas should experience greater gravitational pull than the shores, creating concavity rather than convexity. Yet the reality remains, water is level. In Bolivia lies Sala de Uyuni, the salt flat covering 1,500 square kilometers. When the rains descend, the salt-encrusted earth refuses to absorb the water, transforming the plain into a vast, flawless mirror. If the earth were curved, that mirror should bow outward like a lens, yet it reflects in perfect flatness. And in 2003, a study by the Department of Geography at the University of Texas declared the state itself to be flatter than a pancake. And this is no exaggeration nor a playful metaphor. It is, in truth, a land of level surface spanning nearly 700,000 square kilometers, an expanse that ought to display a discernible curvature from one end to the other. So, where is Earth's curve? Is it what we perceive from an airplane window? In reality, the apparent bend of the horizon seen from aircraft windows arises from the fact that the glass itself is curved to fit the plane's fuselage. Moreover, physicists, including Neil deGrasse Tyson, have openly stated that Earth's curvature is imperceptible at such altitudes, for the planet is simply too vast. And speaking of airplanes, when one examines global flight paths, peculiarities soon emerge. Certain routes, especially those linking cities in the southern hemisphere, appear illogical when mapped upon a globe. Before delving into standard commercial flight paths, let's consider cases of emergency landings. At times, aircraft must descend unexpectedly at the nearest airport due to technical malfunctions or urgent medical crises. Take, for instance, the China Airlines flight of November 2015, which departed from Taiwan bound for Los Angeles. Midway, a passenger went into labor, delivering her child at 30,000 feet, as reported by the Daily Mail. Consequently, the flight diverted to the nearest suitable facility. At first glance, nothing unusual appears. Yet, upon closer inspection, logic dictates that the emergency landing should have occurred either in Japan or in Hawaii, both equipped with advanced hospitals and situated along the projected route. Instead, the plane made an emergency landing in Alaska, which is utterly illogical, for Alaska lies far from the aircraft's intended route. This diversion could be likened to a flight departing from Sana'a in Yemen bound for Marrakesh in Morocco, only to be forced into an emergency landing in Baghdad. The plane had departed from Taiwan, flying in a straight line across the Pacific toward Los Angeles. Yet when compelled to land, it descended in Alaska, a place far removed from its course. On the globe, this path appears bewildering, but on the flat Earth map, it seems perfectly rational, for Alaska, according to that projection, lies squarely along the plane's trajectory. Does this suggest the plane was not flying above a sphere, but across a flat plane? A similar occurrence befell a flight from Hong Kong to Los Angeles. Mechanical troubles forced a diversion to Alaska once more, illogical on a globe, yet rational on a flat map. A third instance involved Qatar Airways, departing from Doha toward Chicago. When a passenger suffered acute food poisoning, one would expect the jet to land in Egypt, Tunisia, or perhaps Spain, destinations directly along the route. Yet it descended instead in Moscow, far afield on a spherical model, but entirely consistent on a flat Earth chart. Even routine flights defy spherical expectations. Consider the journey from Johannesburg, South Africa to Santiago, Chile, a trip that should require 12 hours in a straight trajectory. Yet the aircraft veers towards Senegal to refuel, extending the voyage to 19 hours. Similarly, the route from Johannesburg to Sao Paulo, Brazil, ordinarily a 10-hour flight, detours north to London for refueling, stretching the journey to 24 hours. And the flight from Santiago to Sydney, Australia, rather than following a direct path across the Pacific for 15 hours and stopping for refueling in New Zealand or on any Pacific island, strangely diverts northward, pausing in Los Angeles instead, extending the journey to 27 hours. There are dozens of such flight examples. All seem bizarre on the globe, yet make perfect sense on the flat Earth map. So, do planes fly above a spinning sphere or upon a fixed, level plane? If we say it is a rotating sphere, then logically flight times should differ depending on whether a plane travels with Earth's rotation or against it. Since Earth spins west to east, a journey from Kuwait to Algeria ought to take less time than the reverse, from Algeria back to Kuwait, because the ground itself is rotating beneath. Yet travel times remain identical. Even if Earth and its atmosphere spun together, acceleration forces would necessarily change with altitude. Moreover, aircraft would constantly need to adjust downward to remain parallel to Earth's curvature. Without doing so, a plane flying straight would eventually drift into space, assuming such a thing as space exists at all. Some argue that the odd flight paths are due to commercial routing, but what, then, of emergency landings? Others counter that our maps are projections of a globe, thus distortions are inevitable. But the same distortions exist on the globe itself. Speaking of projections, many are unaware that the world map we learn in school is misleading. It is the cylindrical projection created by Gerardus Mercator in 1569, famously called the Mercator projection. Why is it inaccurate? Your eyes can tell you. Look at Russia, roughly 17 million square kilometers. Yet on this projection, it dwarfs Africa, which spans 30 million. This is how the true difference in size between Russia and Africa appears. The United States appears larger than Africa as well, though Africa is 3 times its size. Greenland, shown larger than Africa on Mercator's map, measures barely 2 million square kilometers, 15 times smaller than Africa, nearly the size of Sudan. And by the way, the link to this website, which is used to compare the true sizes of countries, is provided in the description section. Do you know why the world adopted this projection, despite being fully aware of its flaws, while disregarding more accurate ones such as the Gall-Peters projection? It is because it portrays the great powers as vast in territory as well, embedding in the subconscious a sense of dominance and strength. If you have never read about this matter before, you would surely find it astonishing and consider it a remarkable revelation. But believe me, what remains concealed is far greater still. When I first delved into the theory of the flat Earth many years ago, and later began drafting the outlines of this book in the year 2016, taking that theory as an example of how minds can be manipulated and lulled into submission, I neglected to explain the 4 seasons according to the flat Earth model. I assumed that understanding the movement of the sun within this model would, by itself, clarify the succession of seasons, an explanation I thought unnecessary. Yet, I soon discovered that the phenomenon of seasonal change within the flat Earth framework poses a dilemma for some, particularly for those who have not studied the matter deeply, while others went so far as to consider it proof of the Earth's sphericity. Hence, it may be worthwhile to address this phenomenon, linking it to the movement of celestial bodies within the great firmament, to the relationship between the seasons and the Zodiac, and even to the elusive notion of the sweeping maidens. Let us revisit the flat model and the sun's motion above it. According to this conception, what we call the North Pole represents the Earth's center, while what we call the South Pole marks the outermost edges. Beyond the encircling ice lies an unknown realm, perhaps other lands, perhaps other suns revolving by some hidden mechanism. On our Earth, however, the sun circles above in a clockwise path. Incidentally, this explains why one returns to the starting point after attempting to circumnavigate the Earth. The traveler is not revolving around a sphere, but moving east to west or west to east in a circular orbit aligned with the sun. Thus, he eventually arrives back where he began, not because the Earth is a globe, but because his path is a horizontal circle. This is evidenced by the fact that none of the adventurers who attempted such voyages ever ventured vertically across the Earth, for the simple reason that such a journey is impossible. The sun, then, revolves in a horizontal circle like the hands of a clock, yet not along a fixed orbit. Rather, its path narrows to the Tropic of Cancer and expands to the Tropic of Capricorn throughout the year. This shifting orbit brings about the solstices of summer and winter, and the equinoxes of spring and autumn, in other words, the cycle of the 4 seasons. Let us begin to portray the scene when the sun reaches the Tropic of Capricorn, the widest arc of its path. At this point, the outer lands, those lying beneath the equator, enter their summer, for the sun stands directly above them, while the inner lands, those above the equator, are cast into winter, distant from the sun's zenith. As the sun continues its course, its orbit narrows day by day, and within 3 months it returns to hover above the equator. This marks the autumnal equinox for the outer lands, where the waning warmth ushers in autumn, even as the inner lands receive the vernal equinox, with the sun drawing nearer, kindling a gentle rise in warmth and summoning spring. The orbit contracts further, and after another 3 months the sun arrives at the Tropic of Cancer, the narrowest circle of its passage. For the outer lands, this is the winter solstice, when the sun recedes far from them and winter descends. Yet above the inner lands the sun now stands, declaring the summer solstice and the birth of summer. Thus, in the span of 6 months, winter transforms into summer, and summer yields to winter. Then the sun reverses its journey outward, taking 3 months to return to the equator. As it withdraws from the inner lands, autumn falls upon them. As it approaches the outer lands, spring awakens there. Day by day the sun continues, and after another 3 months it reaches once more the circle from which we began our vision, where summer graces the outer lands below the equator and winter rules the inner lands above it. But how then does the sun pass through the circles of the zodiac? As we clarified in earlier chapters, within the flat Earth paradigm there exists no space in the sense portrayed by NASA, no boundless cosmos, no trillions of galaxies, planets, and stars. So what, then, are those luminous specks scattered across the night sky? Of course, they are stars, but not colossal masses of nuclear fire orbited by planets and moons. Rather, they are points of light revolving within the great firmament, that jeweled canopy stretched above our Earth. To grasp the nature of this firmament, let us return to the analogy of the clock. The clock has a fixed dial, the Earth upon which we dwell, while 2 hands sweep above it in their own distinct circuits, the sun and the moon. Above them lies the glass, representing a star-studded canopy. This is the great firmament, moving in its own course, independent of both sun and moon. The stars upon this firmament sometimes form recognizable patterns, known to us as the constellations of the zodiac. These patterns never change, but revolve in harmony with the firmament itself. Thus, as the sun shifts throughout the year between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, it aligns in turn with each of these constellations, appearing to the observer as though entering their domains. Returning to our earlier model of the seasons, when the sun stands above the Tropic of Capricorn, it aligns with the constellation of Capricorn, the namesake of that orbit. For nearly a month, from December 22nd until January 19th, it remains in conjunction with this sign. Hence, those born between these dates are called children of Capricorn. As the sun continues its circuit over the Earth, it moves into a narrower orbit and aligns for about a month with Aquarius, from January 20th to February 18th. In this way, over 6 months, the sun passes through 7 constellations. After Aquarius comes Pisces, then Aries, Taurus, Gemini, and finally Cancer, the namesake of the narrowest orbit. When the sun reverses its path outward, it aligns successively with Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, and ultimately returns to Capricorn, where our journey began. Note that the constellation always precedes the sun. Thus, when the sun's course reverses after 6 months, it aligns with a constellation positioned on the opposite side of its path. Once again, let us concede that this model is not correct and return to the spherical Earth model in order to pose once more the question we raised earlier and see which of the two proves more logically sound. If the Earth is indeed a sphere revolving upon its axis and around the sun, while the entire solar system itself revolves around the galactic axis, and the galaxy hurtles through the vast expanse of space at speeds approaching that of light, then why is it that the constellations since ancient times have remained fixed in their patterns, their positions unaltered, their celestial dance traced in flawless circles? Were we truly within such a system of ceaseless motion, 4 distinct types of movement interwoven, the stars could not possibly remain fixed. Their rotations would alter, their circles distort, their positions scatter. But if the Earth is flat and unmoving, while the stars and constellations turn above upon the great firmament, then what we witness with our own eyes, the unchanging celestial dome revolving with steady rhythm since time immemorial. Let us attempt to render the matter visually in the simplest way possible. Imagine now only the Earth and the Sun. We set the Earth spinning upon its axis, and we place the camera as the eye of an observer in Egypt, for instance. Note that here the Earth alone is rotating on its axis. Thus the observer stands within a system moving by a single motion. In this case, the pattern of the star's rotation appears fixed in perfect circles, precisely as we perceive them in our daily lives. Now let the Earth revolve around the Sun, and give the Sun itself a small orbit, as though it were circling the galactic axis. This introduces three kinds of motion. For simplicity, we shall ignore the fourth, the movement of the galaxy itself, and likewise disregard the motion of the stars, treating them as though they were fixed. Let us now look through the eye of the observer at the heart of a system propelled by three kinds of motion, and see how the stars would appear to turn in the sky. Such, indeed, is how the heavens should look to us if we truly dwelt at the center of this moving system. Yet in reality we behold the stars wheeling across the celestial dome from time immemorial, their patterns steady and unchanged. This great and unyielding dance seems more naturally explained by the turning of the vast celestial sphere. Is this not what our own eyes witness, or do our eyes deceive us? Yet there is an important observation often cited as evidence for the Earth's sphericity. Suppose you live in Egypt, for instance, and have a friend in South Africa. Though the two lands lie nearly along the same meridian, sharing a similar time, when you gaze upon Aquarius at night, you see it in one orientation, while your friend perceives it differently. The stars, it seems, appear dissimilar between the northern and southern hemispheres. That is to say, the appearance of the stars differs between the northern and southern hemispheres, and the same holds true for the moon as well. Surely a sign that we dwell upon the surface of a sphere, is it not? In truth, however, such variations in appearance are perfectly consistent with the flat Earth model. Let us take, for instance, this triangle suspended in the sky. This is how an observer in Egypt would perceive it, while an observer in South Africa would inevitably see it differently, owing to the change in viewing angle. The same principle applies to the stars and constellations, as well as to the moon itself. And by the way, the programs we use to create these simulations are open source. You can download them freely from the links provided in the description box, and use them to conduct your own simulations. Well then, do you not see that the flat Earth model explains the succession of the 4 seasons, as well as the motion of stars and constellations, with greater coherence than the spherical one? The Sun, being small and close to the Earth, exerts an influence on temperature that is both direct and palpable. But if, as the Copernican model claims, the Sun is unimaginably vast and unimaginably distant, how could a mere tilt of the Earth's axis, 23.5 degrees, account for such drastic variations in climate between the two hemispheres? Is it reasonable that so slight an inclination of so small a planet could dictate the influence of so colossal a star at such an unfathomable distance? A star of that magnitude ought to bathe the entire globe in uniform heat, leaving little room for the stark contrasts in temperature and the astonishing diversity of ecosystems between north and south. By the same measure, how could a star so large and so far away scorch the equatorial lands with such intensity, while its warmth diminishes almost entirely at the poles? Speaking of the poles, there is one phenomenon invoked by advocates of the spherical model that would, if true, utterly dismantle the flat Earth framework, the midnight sun. This occurs in the Arctic when the inner lands, those north of the equator, are in summer, and the sun never sets upon the North Pole. For 6 months, from March 20th until September 23rd, the sun circles the horizon without sinking into night. The same is said to happen in the Antarctic when the outer lands, those south of the equator, enter their summer. In the north, the phenomenon poses no difficulty. Both the spherical and the flat Earth models can account for it logically. If the Earth is a globe, its axial tilt brings the northern hemisphere closer to the sun as it passes over the Tropic of Cancer, keeping it above the horizon at high latitudes. If the Earth is flat, the sun's circular path above the Tropic of Cancer likewise keeps it near the Arctic Circle, shining continuously. As we have said, both models explain the northern midnight Sunday. The dilemma arises in the southern hemisphere, in Antarctica. The globe model interprets the event in the same way. The axial tilt brings the southern hemisphere nearer to the sun as it circles above the Tropic of Capricorn, holding it aloft for months without setting. A perfectly consistent explanation. Yet within the flat Earth model, such a phenomenon becomes impossible. How could the sun illuminate so vast an expanse of the southern extremities for 24 hours a day without casting its light across the entire Earth? On this reasoning, the flat Earth model collapses, unless the phenomenon occurs only in the north and not at all in the south. In that case, the footage claiming to capture a southern midnight sun will be mere fabrication, film in the north instead. Ice is ice. It is indistinguishable, and the Antarctic itself is forbidden ground, inaccessible to the public under the Antarctic Treaty System to which we have already alluded. Finally, let us conclude this chapter with the Javar al-Kunas, the sweeping wanderers, by which God swore when he said, "So I swear by the retreating ones, by those that run and conceal themselves." They remained an enigma for exegetes for a long time, until some commentators explained them through the scientific vision of the cosmos, identifying them with black holes. In that reading, they are kunas, hidden, because their stupendous gravity draws an even light, rendering them invisible. They course through space and devour planets and stars. That may be a plausible interpretation, yet in ordinary life sweeping is not performed on things of value, but on waste and refuse. Have we ever heard of someone sweeping up gold or banknotes? Of course not. We sweep only rubbish. So are planets, stars, and moons the refuse of the heavens? This thought invites another explanation. Do you recall the invisible bodies we referred to earlier when speaking of the sea of the heavens? We noted then that the sea of the earth is linked to the sea of the heavens, evidenced by springs and river sources that burst from the high mountains. If the two seas meet, perhaps detritus passes from the earthly sea into the heavenly sea, and the role of the Javar al-Kunas, those invisible bodies, is to sweep and purify the celestial sea of such waste. Strange, is it not? And have you ever heard of the phenomenon of fish raining from the sky? Investigate it and try to find a convincing explanation, for this, again, is a long subject to which we devoted a separate chapter explaining the true water cycle on Earth and the mighty Mount Calf. Do not forget that the propositions we advance are theories that may be true or may be false. Ultimate knowledge belongs to God alone. Use your reason and be persuaded by what convinces you. Above all, employ your mind in a free, unbiased inquiry without blind adherence to what scientists say as if they were divinely inspired. Do not deny the existence of an island while standing on its shore. Go and verify for yourself. Do not declare a road straight without bends when you stand merely at its outset. Do not judge without evidence and reason, for everything is learned by comparative analysis, not by following the herd whose leader we already know. We may still recall our lessons in geography, where we were taught that the cycle of water in nature begins with the evaporation of seas and lakes, whose vapors condense in the upper layers of the atmosphere, drift with the currents of air pressure, and then descend as rain to be absorbed by the earth. From there, the water seeps through subterranean veins until it bursts forth in specific locations known as springs, then flows upon the surface from highlands to lowlands until it empties into the seas, forming rivers and freshwater lakes. The waters then evaporate once more. Thus, the process repeats endlessly in a perpetual cycle. We learned this not as a theory attempting to explain nature's water cycle, but as a nearly unquestioned fact, a truth treated as self-evident, without pausing to ask whether such an explanation is convincing or not. 4 logical questions stand in the way of this model. For example, according to the terrestrial water cycle, river sources are derived from rainfall, whether seasonal or perennial. Yet this seems insufficient. How could ordinary rain produce such vast, unceasing quantities of water? This would imply rain without end, with drops so large each would be the size of a jug. Turning to religion, we find a narration in al-Bukhari from Anas ibn Malik, who reported that the messenger of God, peace and blessings be upon him, said, "I was raised up to the lote tree of the utmost boundary, and behold 4 rivers, 2 visible and 2 hidden. The visible are the Nile and the Euphrates, while the hidden are 2 rivers in paradise." Imam al-Nawawi also related that the origin of the Nile and the Euphrates lies in paradise, flowing from the root of the lote tree, journeying as God wills, descending to the earth, coursing through it, and emerging upon its surface. Let us recall, however, our earlier agreement not to entangle our inquiry with religious texts except as guiding signposts, to which we shall return later. But let us for the moment take this hadith as a pointer, that the rivers of the earth spring from a source other than what we imagine, and that rainfall plays only a partial role. Let us therefore cast doubt on the conventional water cycle, a cycle that satisfies neither logic nor revelation, and seek elsewhere for an explanation, subjecting it to the rules of reason and free inquiry. We return, then, to the flat earth model, revisiting the planar paradigm already expounded in previous chapters in order to form a coherent picture. According to this model, the earth is a circular disk rimmed by an ice barrier, beyond which lies a realm wholly unknown to us. Above the disk is a dome or vault, and above it waters, so that there is a sea in the heavens just as there is a sea upon the earth. And these 2 seas meet. There are many indications of this meeting, which we shall examine in detail. But the pressing question is, how do they meet? According to the flat earth cosmology, in those remote and unknown margins stands a colossal mountain named Mount Kaf, or perhaps an immense range of such heights that they pierce the heavens, binding earth to sky. Mythology describes this mountain as a vast chain of sapphire or emerald, with every mountain upon earth being but a vein branching from it, connected to its core. Yet it is worth noting that many Muslim exegetes denied the existence of this mountain, regarding it instead as an intrusion from Israelite lore, those accounts which are neither affirmed nor denied, mingling truth with falsehood. In any case, should such a mountain exist, it would mean that the mountains of the earth, including those from which rivers gush, are connected to the chain of Mount Kaf, which itself is linked to the celestial sea. Thus emerges an alternative water cycle for the earth, one in which rain contributes only in part. Water descends from the heavenly sea into Mount Kaf, thence into the terrestrial mountains, from which it bursts forth to form rivers. I know these words flow without firm evidence, yet let us first complete the vision before we speak of proofs or testimonies to support it. We must now ask, if water descends to the earth in this way, how does it return to the heavens? For it is inconceivable that it should never rise again, else the whole earth would drown. Researchers in this field suggest that the waters return skyward through vast openings hidden in the depths of the oceans. These chasms swallow the seas in surges, and their action gives rise to the phenomena of tides. The waters then travel through subterranean courses until they reach Mount Kaf, whence they are drawn once more into the celestial sea, thus completing the cycle. And note, though most exegetes interpret God's words, He has let loose the two seas that meet. Between them is a barrier which they do not transgress. As referring to the mingling of fresh rivers and salty oceans, the truer interpretation seems to be that the two seas are the sea of the earth and the sea of the heavens. The verse speaks of a single sea in dual form, not of multiple oceans. This is also the view transmitted from Ibn Jubair and from Ibn Abbas, the sage of the community and interpreter of the Quran. Yet the waters drawn back into the heavens are salty. How then do they mix with the fresh waters that descend again to earth? And by what power are the seas lifted upward? A worthy question indeed. But if this explanation of nature's water cycle holds true, it implies that such a cycle does not occur of itself, but must be orchestrated by a designer. That designer is none other than the creator of heaven and earth, who said, "And he it is who has let free the two seas, this one sweet and fresh, that one salty and bitter, and he has set between them a barrier, an inviolable partition." Thus the salt water and the fresh water meet in the sea of the heavens. They intermingle, yet remain separated by a veil whose nature we cannot fathom. And from this mingled sea, fresh water is drawn forth to descend upon the earth. Does it seem strange to you that pure fresh water could be extracted from saline depths? Then why do you not marvel, though you see with your own eyes milk issuing from between flesh and blood? As God says, "We give you to drink of that which is in their bellies, from between digested matter and blood, pure milk, sweet to those who drink." Such is the power of a divine creator. And though what has been said leans upon religious reflection rather than scientific reasoning, it may be the only explanation that approaches true logic, while scientific thought stands impotent. Why impotent? First, because scientists themselves admit that only 5% of the ocean depths have been explored. The remainder must be discovered before they can deny the existence of such chasms swallowing seawater and bearing it aloft. Second, what has been probed of the Earth's interior is far less than even that small fraction. You may recall our discussion of the Kola super-deep borehole, which revealed the Earth's interior to be far more porous than geology had claimed, with vast quantities of water coursing beneath. Third, the perpetual gushing of springs from the highest mountains still lacks a convincing scientific cause. For water to burst forth from lofty peaks suggests pressure rising from below. Yet from whence could such pressure come, unless the waters were connected to a source above, not beneath? Thus scientific reasoning falters, as it falters before hundreds and thousands of other enigmas. Take but one example. What is gravity? And before you rush to answer, consider this. Physicists themselves admit that of the four fundamental forces of nature, gravity is but a conjectural force, intuitive, yet unexplained. One of the greatest physicists of our age, Neil deGrasse Tyson, once remarked, "We can observe gravity, test it, and measure it, but we do not know what it is." We shall return to the subject of gravity in detail later. It was cited here merely as an example of how scientific thought often falters. Yet worse still is when fanciful speculation dons the garb of science, offering explanations that appear scientific though devoid of proof or even a shred of evidence, while religious reflection, supported by philosophy, presents interpretations far more persuasive, which we in our blindness dismiss. For the distinction between modes of thought, you may return to the 4th chapter of this book. Let us now return to our main subject, the testimonies that affirm the true water cycle, that miraculous exchange between heaven and earth. But since we speak of water, we must first address the matter of rain. For the third time, let us repeat, rainfall contributes to the formation of rivers, but only in part. Stranger still, rain itself forms in a manner wholly different from what we are taught, its true nature revealed through the very meanings and designations embedded in language. Those versed in linguistics know well that the Arabic tongue is the most logical and abundant of all languages, capable of conveying meaning with unmatched precision. Consider, for instance, the divisions of the day. In most tongues, the span from dawn to the following dawn is broken into no more than 5 or 6 terms. If you were to say in English, "Let us meet in the afternoon," the meaning is vague, spanning many uncertain hours. But in Arabic, every hour of the day bears a name. The day begins with far at the 4th hour, followed by Ab at the 5th, then Ab, then Shurik, sunrise. After sunrise comes Bukr, then Gedua, then Yeh with Makron, then Ajira, then Ra, then Ar, then Kar, then Al, then Ashi, then Gurub, then Shafak, then Gasak, then Adama, then Sadfa, then Fama, then Zala, then Zulfa, then Bara, then Sar, until a new day begins. Is it any wonder, then, that Arabic is the mother of tongues, the very language of the Quran, precise in its words and meanings? It cannot be regarded as a language fashioned merely by human hands. Rather, it is the tongue God himself taught to Adam, peace be upon him. Thus, every designation within it conveys meaning with perfect clarity. Take, for example, the word sab clouds. It derives from the verb saba, to draw or pull. Hence there is a puller, the cloud, and the pulled, water. Do clouds draw water from the earth, seas, and lakes? Certainly not, for they are not the agent in this construction. According to prevailing theory, perhaps temperature, pressure, gravity, or some other force is the cause. But in all cases, it is not the clouds, for clouds themselves are formed by the drawing of water. Now consider the word Sam sky. It seems as though composed of the phrase Sama me with Makron, water raised aloft. God Almighty says, "And we sent down from the sky water in due measure and lodged it in the earth, and indeed, we are able to take it away." And although the verse might be interpreted as referring to rainfall, a closer examination of its words reveals otherwise, for the source is the heavens themselves. The realm through which the clouds drift is the sky's expanse, suspended between heaven and earth. As God Almighty declares, "Do they not see the birds subjected in the atmosphere of the sky?" Thus, the clouds are but vessels, driven by the winds across the higher layers of the atmosphere. Scientists affirm that they move at staggering heights, reaching nearly 20,000 feet, over 6 kilometers, placing them in close proximity to the celestial reservoir of water. Hence, the clouds function as conduits, drawing water from the heavens through a hidden mechanism. When they grow saturated, they transform into heavy, dark masses, muzzin, descending to altitudes of roughly 6,500 feet, about 2 kilometers from which the rains are released. When these clouds interlock and converge, they form what is known as cumulus clouds, capable of absorbing even greater volumes of water, unleashing torrential rains often accompanied by lightning and thunder. Therefore, the true source of rainfall is the heavens. And it is beyond doubt that freeing the mind from inherited programming, coupled with faith-inspired reasoning, renders this explanation profoundly coherent. The verses illuminating this grand water cycle are numerous, too many to recount here. Thus, let us press onward in our journey to a land of other marvels, our great earth and its inhabitants. Yet, as I always remind you, remember that all we present are but theories and interpretations, subject to both truth and error, for ultimate knowledge rests solely with God Almighty. Throughout the chapters of this book, we have described the flat Earth model as though our world were a circular disk, a covered plate adrift in the void. This image was used merely as a means of approximation for the reader, for the true model is somewhat different. The more comprehensive vision depicts our known continents, followed by an ice barrier, beyond which lie other continents illuminated by another sun that circles them by some mysterious mechanism, and then yet another ice barrier. And so, worlds upon worlds, their number and nature known only to God Almighty. Some have claimed that there are 7 distinct realms, each governed by its own physical laws, citing as evidence the verse, God is he who created 7 heavens, and of the earth their like. Others, however, have asserted that these 7 earths lie beneath ours, layered just as the heavens are layered. This is the hypothesis of the hollow earth. As for the beings said to inhabit these realms, some are said to resemble us, while others differ entirely. Certain ones are endowed with extraordinary abilities, capable of assuming any form, even that of humankind itself, such that some may have crossed into our world and live among us. Upon this idea rests one of the most renowned conspiracy theories, the reptilian conspiracy theory, first popularized by the English writer and broadcaster David Icke. Since this theory is interwoven with a hollow earth hypothesis, we shall examine it in detail later. For now, let us begin our journey across these vast lands with a figure mentioned in the Holy Scriptures, in the book of Daniel, by the name El-Naggar, a king of the Medes. This ancient people inhabited the Zagros Mountains, in the region now known as Kurdistan and Azerbaijan. The name El-Naggar means the one with 2 horns, the very title by which he is known in the Quran, Tul-Qarnayn. Scholars have long differed in their interpretation of Tul-Qarnayn's identity. Some held that he was a prophet, others that he was an angel. The majority, however, including Ibn Abbas and Ibn Kathir, believed him to be a righteous servant of God and a just king. And just as they differed regarding his nature, so too did they disagree on the origin of his name. Some said he was called Tul-Qarnayn because he ruled over both Persia and Rome. Others claimed he wore 2 braids of hair that resemble horns. Wahb ibn Munabi asserted that he bore 2 horns of brass upon his head. Yet it must be noted that many Israelite traditions of Jewish origin were falsely attributed to both Wahb ibn Munabi and Kabi al-Abr. Thus, the claim that Tul-Qarnayn possessed literal horns is likely an intrusion from such sources, a view also rejected by Ibn Kathir. At last, some explain that he was called Tul-Qarnayn because he reached both horns of the sun, its rising and its setting. He traveled, they said, to the place where the sun rises and to the place where it sets. Here we must pause, for this interpretation cannot pass without question. As we know, there is no single fixed point from which the sun rises, nor a specific place where it sets. How then could Tul-Qarnayn have reached both? Let us set aside this observation for now, for much could be said on it, and continue our journey with this man of whom the Almighty declared, "Indeed, we established him upon the earth, and we gave him means to all things." In Arabic, the word sabab signifies a path or a means, as in Pharaoh's words to Haman. Pharaoh said, "O Haman, build me a tower that I may reach the means of the heavens, so that I may look upon the God of Moses." That is, the pathways of the heavens by which he imagined he might reach the divine creator. Thus, God granted Tul-Qarnayn a means, way, for every matter. Naturally, knowledge is among the greatest means by which man attains his goals. So it should not surprise us to hear that Tul-Qarnayn may have possessed knowledge we do not, and that it was by this God-given knowledge that he reached the farthest ends of the earth, east and west, until he came upon a place between 2 barriers. The Almighty says, until when he reached between the two barriers, he found beside them a people who could scarcely understand speech. This verse does not necessarily mean that these people spoke an unknown language. Rather, it is more likely that they communicated in a manner unfamiliar to us. But how then did Tulkarnain understand them? Did he struggle to discern their need? Some suggest that he used an interpreter. Yet the more probable view is that he understood them without difficulty, for the verse indicates that it was they who could not grasp human speech. Tulkarnain, on the other hand, had been granted means to all things, and he followed a way. Thus, he likely knew their mode of communication and perceived without effort that they sought his aid in building a barrier between themselves and the people of Gog and Magog. Note well the location of these people. It lay between two barriers, a passage or gap between mountains or walls. They wished Tulkarnain to close this gap entirely, shutting Gog and Magog off from their path. And so he did. But how is it that modern aircraft or satellites, which claim to map every inch of our planet, have never captured this barrier? The only reasonable answer is that Tulkarnain's wall lies at the very extremities of the Earth, in a place no one has reached, perhaps deep within the vast ice wall that encircles our known world. Let us set aside for now the story of Tulkarnain, though we shall return to it, for it still holds much that is remarkable, and turn instead to another tale, that of a man named Richard Evelyn Byrd. Byrd was a pilot and navigator in the United States Navy. In 1926, he and another aviator, Floyd Bennett, became among the first men to fly over the North Pole. But Byrd's true legacy lay in his 4 great scientific expeditions to Antarctica, aimed at studying the ice sheets, meteors, cosmic rays, and geomagnetism. His first expedition began in 1928 and lasted 2 years. His second launched in 1933, lasting another 2 years. During this mission, Byrd spent much of the harsh winter in solitude, later recounting his experience in his book Alone, the classic polar adventure. In 1939, Byrd led a 3rd expedition, though it was cut short as World War II erupted. After the war, in 1947, he commanded the 4th expedition. Up to this point, nothing seems extraordinary. But 2 years after Byrd's death, a book appeared titled Worlds Beyond the Poles by the Italian author F. Amedeo Giannini. This was followed by another volume, The Secret Lost Diary of Admiral Richard Byrd, allegedly compiled from private papers by his daughter after his death. On these works rests the controversial theory that Admiral Byrd crossed the ice barrier at a certain point and reached a second Earth, or alternatively, that he inadvertently entered the inner world of the Hollow Earth. Yet, it is said he was forbidden from speaking publicly of it. In the diary attributed to him, Byrd allegedly wrote, "I have no liberty to disclose the following documents as I write these lines, and perhaps they shall never see the light of day. But I must fulfill my duty and record them here, that all may one day read them." He then adds, "Beyond the mountain range lies what appears to be a valley with a small river flowing through its center, though there should be no verdant valley below. There is certainly something amiss, something utterly unnatural." From that point, the tale began to assume the shape of legend. It is said that he accidentally entered the hollow of the earth, gradually losing control of his aircraft as though it were remotely guided, before it descended smoothly into a vast city shimmering with dazzling lights. Its inhabitants welcomed him warmly, informing him that the detonation of the atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki had deeply unsettled them. They entrusted him with a message for our world, warning of the dire consequences of nuclear power, that it would ultimately lead to the annihilation of human civilization. What, then, do we say this story takes the form of myth? Beyond its resemblance to something inspired by 1001 Nights, its events are set in the Arctic in the year 1947, the very year Admiral Byrd was on his fourth expedition to the Antarctic. Thus, we must recall what was said at the outset, that certain parties seek to weave truth with falsehood, making the entire matter appear a jest, or obscuring reality amid a web of lies. The more likely explanation is that Admiral Byrd did indeed reach another land beyond the Antarctic ice barrier. Yet he encountered no inhabitants. He described it as an expanse of green plains of colossal size, comparable to France and Germany combined, or as some claimed, as vast as North America itself. Can we now draw a connection between Admiral Richard Byrd's account and the tale of Tulkarnain? Might it be said that both reached the same place, or perhaps a similar one, where a passage through the icy barrier links our world with another? Recall when we discussed the so-called moon landing hoax that some argued space rockets do not truly venture into space, as the agencies and global elite maintain, but rather toward lands hidden beyond the icy wall. If this be so, then it is conceivable that a secret communication exists between that elite and the beings dwelling there, who may have imparted to humankind the secrets of modern technology. Supporters of this claim argue that the technological leap achieved since the dawn of the space age, barely half a century, far surpasses the progress of thousands of preceding years. So, is there truly among us an elite who know with certainty of these other lands and remain in contact with their inhabitants? That knowledge rests with God alone, until the day comes when such mysteries are unveiled. Let us return now to Tulkarnain and the rest of his remarkable story. Pay close attention. What follows is no more than an attempt to understand, a human effort that may prove correct or mistaken. This man reached the place of sunrise, and then journeyed to its setting, where he saw it sinking into a muddy spring. Once again, these words are perplexing, for we know that the sun has no fixed rising place, nor a singular setting point. And where is this muddy spring? Let us connect this with the words of the prophet, interpreting the verse. And the sun runs to its appointed resting place. That is the decree of the Almighty, the All-Knowing. He said, it goes until it prostrates beneath the throne. It is explained that the sun's prostration occurs when it passes beneath the throne in a manner known only to the Creator. Earlier, we discussed the flat Earth perspective regarding the stars, the sun, and the moon, noting that these celestial bodies we behold may not be their true forms, but rather projections in our sky, akin to holographic reflections. For this reason, God swore by the stations of the stars, declaring it a tremendous oath. Before we proceed, however, we must present the scientific view that these stars lie at distances measured in light years, thousands or millions of years across. Thus, what we perceive is but the star's past. Its present form or location may have already changed. It may have exploded or wandered far away. Yet, for centuries, indeed, since the earliest star charts were drawn, none have observed a single star altering its position. In all cases, the stations of the stars remain among the many mysteries of creation, residing in a realm unknown to us, while what we behold is but a projection. The same holds true for the sun and the moon. Thus, it may be said that our world, and the other realms of the extended earth, are illuminated by a single sun, though revealed through multiple projections. In other words, one true sun revolves somewhere in the higher heavens, its light cast across various dimensions, appearing within each world as a distinct projection. This is why the Quran refers to the sun in the definite form, the sun, for it speaks of the true celestial body, not its reflections. The genuine sun remains beyond our sight, for the portion of the heavens accessible to us does not permit its vision. Yet perhaps, at the Earth's farthest edges, one might glimpse it directly, witnessing its true rising point, and at the opposite bounds, its true setting in the murky spring. Hence it does rise from a fixed place and set in a fixed place, though we, dwelling within the holographic projection, perceive it otherwise. Tulkarnain, reaching the Earth's extremities, may well have seen the true sun itself, the place of its dawn, and later, the place of its descent into the dark waters. Note that when the Quran describes Tulkarnain's reaching the rising of the sun, it says, "He found it rising upon a people for whom we had made no shelter against it." The commentators explain that these people lacked dwellings or trees to shield them from its heat. Yet another interpretation suggests that the sun never truly set upon them, that perhaps they dwelt in the second earth, where the true sun and its second projection converge. Some even claim that we too witness this second projection, albeit indirectly, in what we call the aurora borealis. This phenomenon appears when charged particles from the sun interact with Earth's atmosphere, creating shimmering lights that dance across the skies of polar regions. In ancient lore, this spectacle was named Aurora Borealis, after the Roman goddess of dawn aurora, known to the Greeks as Eos. She was imagined as a radiant maiden gliding across the heavens to herald the morning, sister to Luna, the moon, and to Sol, the sun, and mother of the four winds, north, south, east, and west. But this phenomenon is neither a goddess renewing herself with every dawn, as mythology declares, nor merely the interaction of solar winds with Earth's magnetic field, as science asserts. Rather, it is in truth a reflection of the sun's second projection, or as others suggest, a reflection of the hidden sun within the Earth's hollow. For the third time, and the 10th, remember, all of this is no more than an attempt at comprehension, an endeavor of reason, faith, and philosophical reflection. The ultimate truth rests always and only with God. What lies in the depths of the earth? A molten core surrounded by dense layers of stone and rock, reaching outward to the crust and finally the surface? Or within the earth's depths, another world, or perhaps many worlds, inhabited by beings other than ourselves? It is a question that bewilders, for in truth there exists no conclusive evidence for either claim. Moreover, a deliberate web of falsehoods has been woven among fragments of truth, ensnaring minds in a labyrinth of confusion and distraction. Do you recall our discussion of the Kola super-deep borehole? In that project, Soviet scientists sought to drill the deepest hole on Earth, intending to reach 15 kilometers into the crust. Yet they were halted at 12, unable to go farther, as though the Earth itself refused to unveil its innermost secrets. Still, that borehole remains the deepest excavation ever undertaken by humankind. But 12 kilometers is a mere scratch upon the Earth's skin. We did not pierce beyond the crust. How, then, do we claim certainty about the Earth's entire internal structure? How do we compose those neat diagrams taught to us in childhood, models presented as though they were unshakable scientific truths? Were we aided by technologies of extraordinary precision, such as advanced ultrasonic imaging? Or are these models little more than conjecture, built upon the grand narrative of the Big Bang? In reality, despite the triumphs of modern science, the Earth's true composition remains veiled. The geological model of concentric layers with a molten iron-nickel core, once enshrined as an inviolable fact in our textbooks, was cast into doubt by the very Soviet scientists who drilled the world's deepest hole. As we observed in earlier chapters, their findings revealed that much of what we believed was no more than educated guesswork. Thus, with the Earth's depth still a mystery and no direct experiment or observation to confirm the geologic model, the door of speculation remains wide open. This has led some to embrace a bold hypothesis, supported, they claim, by many curious signs, the hollow Earth theory. According to this view, the Earth is not entirely solid as is commonly thought, but hollow, either partially or completely. Notice that the theory branches into two main interpretations. The first assumes a spherical Earth with an immense inner cavity, within which another world and other beings may exist. The second rests upon the flat Earth perspective, suggesting that beneath the surface we inhabit lie further strata of hidden realms. Some have even gone further, proposing that our world itself is but one layer in a vast stack, meaning there may be lands and civilizations both beneath us and above us. In any case, the idea of a hollow Earth is not new. It is an ancient hypothesis, asserting that the planet is not a solid mass but voided within, partially or wholly. Over the centuries, this concept has been clothed in many forms: philosophical, mythical, even religious. Some interpretations are rooted in the assumption of a spherical globe, while others lean upon the belief in a flat plane. The notion appeared in early Greek philosophy. The ancients spoke of caverns beneath the surface, gateways to subterranean worlds. Among these were the Cave of Laconia and the Cave of Cruachan, known in lore as Ireland's Gate to Hell. Eastern religions and ancient civilizations, too, handed down stories of a world within the earth. In Buddhist belief, for instance, there is said to be a land beneath the ground, a kingdom named Shambhala, a Sanskrit word meaning land of peace and tranquility. It is a legendary hidden kingdom, known across ancient civilizations by many names: the Forbidden Land, the realm of radiant spirits, the land of living fire, the world of the living, and the land of wonders. Among the Hindus, it was called Arya Yersha, the noble land. For the Chinese, it was Shitin, the western heaven. In the tradition of a Russian Christian sect, it was known as Belavodi, the land of white waters. In Germany, an old legend tells of a gateway to the inner world concealed in the mountains west of Thuringia. Russian lore speaks of a Siberian tribe that stumbled upon a cavern, leading them to life beneath the Earth's surface. And among Native American myths, the Mandan people told that their ancestors emerged from an underground realm through a cave along the northern banks of the Missouri River. Such tales abound, pointing to entrances to an underworld scattered across the earth. Entire volumes and studies have been dedicated to this theme, and many renowned figures have counted themselves among the believers, none more famous than the English physicist and mathematician Isaac Newton. In more recent centuries, the hollow Earth hypothesis took on a scientific or quasi-scientific form through the work of the English physicist and astronomer Edmund Halley. He proposed a model in which the Earth consists of several concentric layers, separated by vast cavities that might harbor atmospheres, and perhaps even life. So, is the Earth truly hollow? Do nations and peoples dwell within its depths? Is there, beneath our feet, another world, or many? And are there indeed passageways on the surface that lead to this hidden domain? Naturally, the scientific establishment rejects such notions. Yet proponents of the hollow Earth theory insist that countless intelligent beings inhabit its inner realms, some resembling us, others entirely unlike us, and that most are far more advanced than humanity in technology. According to their claims, 7 great gateways connect our world to the subterranean one, the most significant located at the North and South Poles, with others said to lie within the Bermuda Triangle and even beneath the Great Pyramid of Egypt. The theory found fervent support among Nazi scientists, giving rise to speculation that Adolf Hitler and hundreds of his researchers may have escaped into the Earth's interior after their defeat in the Second World War. Do you recall Admiral Richard Evelyn Byrd's fateful expedition? Some claim its true purpose was to pursue the Nazis, and that upon his return he described, with great precision, the discovery of an entire continent, not upon the Earth's surface, but within its depths. As for Muslim scholars, some entertain the notion of a hollow Earth as a way to comprehend the story of Gog and Magog, peoples said to dwell in subterranean realms. In this interpretation, the barrier built by Tulkarnain was a dam sealing one of the passages to the underworld. Yet, is such an interpretation an attempt to bend the immutable Quranic account to fit a speculative theory? Other researchers maintain that Gog and Magog were simply human tribes who, after the barrier's construction, merged with the broader civilizations of the world. In the end, these remain hypotheses, woven from threads of philosophy, myth, and religious exegesis. Among the testimonies often cited in support of the hollow Earth hypothesis is the account of the American geologist Philip Schneider, who claimed to have taken part in the construction of the so-called Dulce tunnels. According to his story, he and a colleague somehow stumbled into the hollow Earth itself, where they encountered beings resembling humans, though shorter in stature. Schneider asserted that bullets had no effect on their bodies when he fired in desperation as they pursued him. He managed to escape, but his companion was not so fortunate. Afterward, Schneider recorded numerous lectures and videos in which he recounted his experiences, insisting that secret agreements existed between the United States government and the inhabitants of the inner Earth. Some claim that the revelations he made ultimately led to his assassination. Thus, the hollow Earth hypothesis emerges as yet another chapter in the long-running series of hidden mysteries, each day presenting us with fresh episodes, some plausible, others utterly illogical. This has emboldened certain minds to venture even further, suggesting that we do not live upon a spherical planet at all, but on the inner surface of a concave Earth, with the heavens we behold being nothing more than the depths of a sphere we inhabit from within. Does the notion of a concave Earth sound strange? And what in our world is not strange? We dwell in a realm of riddles and enigmas, symbols and signs, layers upon layers of upper and lower worlds, spiritual and material alike, and dimensions whose number only God Himself knows, inhabited by creatures known solely to their Creator. Truth and falsehood dissolve into one another as salt dissolves into water. Thus, the only path to approach truth is to liberate the mind, believing nothing without conviction and dismissing nothing without conviction. Delving deeper into the hollow Earth theory, we find it intertwined with one of the strangest and most famous conspiracy theories of modern times, the reptilian conspiracy. Known in zoological taxonomy as Lepidopteria, a reptilian order distinguished by its unique skeletal structure. This idea is not entirely new, yet its most dramatic emergence and global spread date to 1999, with the publication of The Biggest Secret by the English writer and broadcaster David Icke. It proposed that a race of extraterrestrial reptilian beings capable of shape-shifting into human form, had arrived on Earth in the distant past from the constellation Draco, specifically from the star system Alpha Draconis, and that they now conceal themselves in underground bases. These beings, he claimed, are the hidden architects of a vast conspiracy against humanity. According to his theory, some of them have taken on human guise, embedding themselves among us and exploiting their advanced knowledge, sciences, and intelligence to ascend into positions of power, fame, and influence, all with the ultimate aim of subjugating humankind. He asserted that many of the world's rulers, past and present, are directly or indirectly linked to these reptilians. Directly, in that they are reptilian beings disguised as humans, or indirectly, in that they are controlled and guided by them. Among those he named were the Merovingian dynasty, which ruled large parts of Western Europe in the early Middle Ages, as well as the Rothschild family, the Bush family, and the British royal family. Other researchers have gone further still, suggesting that these reptilian shapeshifters did not come from the stars at all, but are in fact indigenous to the subterranean realms of Earth itself. In this view, the mysterious flying saucers are none other than their vehicles. From the depths of time, these beings are said to have infiltrated human society, securing positions of influence throughout history. In ancient times, they were kings, priests, and even gods, depicted by early civilizations in their art, their idols, and their monuments. In our modern age, they are presidents, decision-makers, and celebrities. Among them, it is said, are Queen Elizabeth, the American President Joe Biden, Mark Zuckerberg, Justin Bieber, and dozens of others whose stars seem to rise overnight, as though a spotlight had been deliberately cast upon them. Thus have they secured dominance over politics, economics, finance, business, media, the internet, and every channel capable of shaping human thought in service of their designs. While some researchers describe these reptilian beings as purely material creatures, others contend that they are in fact demons incarnated in our world, communicating by means of telepathy. Their chief objectives, according to this theory, are to imprison collective human consciousness, obstruct mankind's spiritual ascent, and amplify negative energy on Earth through the fabrication of crises and the fueling of conflicts and wars, thereby keeping humanity in a constant state of fear, anxiety, and uncertainty. For like demons, they feed upon fear and unease. Does this not recall the famous animated film Monsters Incorporated? Was that movie perhaps a veiled allegory, a cryptic message pointing toward these demonic reptilian entities that, as the theory claims, govern our world? It is worth noting that the reptilian theory ranks among the 10 most popular conspiracy theories worldwide, embraced by multitudes across the globe precisely because it seems to account for so many perplexing matters and appears to bear numerous signs of truth, or at least of proximity to truth. For instance, it explains why humanity persists in waging wars, though history has long since revealed their futility and the reality that all emerge diminished, even the so-called victors. It also sheds light on why individuals who exert a corrosive influence upon society nonetheless achieve fame and success, as though guided by unseen hands directing vast swathes of humanity to elevate them, until banality itself has become the emblem of our age. Finally, further evidence is said to support the theory, namely that despite their capacity to assume human form, these entities cannot perfect the transformation. Their true nature, it is claimed, flickers through in fleeting moments, captured by cameras. While skeptics dismiss such images as tricks of lighting or errors in recording, believers insist that these beings lack the ability to mirror authentic human emotion, leaving their features unnaturally still, eerily calm, and devoid of expression. And so the questions linger. Is our Earth vast and unending, with continents lying beyond the icy barrier, inhabited by other beings? Or is it a hollow sphere, home to reptilian overlords, demonic entities, or creatures known only to God? And even if Earth be an expansive plain, might not hidden strata beneath still harbor intelligent non-human life? Even if consciousness and science were to grant us definitive answers, we must remember always, above every knower stands one who knows all. Would you believe me if I told you that sensations and emotions are themselves entities, living creatures in their own right? Strange words, are they not? Of course they are, for we are still wandering in the land of wonders. Perhaps they are even the strangest marvels within the rabbit's tunnel. So I beg you, grant me your full attention, for our next journey may at first appear a labyrinth of scattered fragments, though in truth it may prove far more interconnected than you imagine. Psychology defines sensations and emotions as the immediate responses to stimuli conveyed to the nervous system through the senses. They are the first step leading to perception, wherein the brain processes these stimuli and transforms them into concepts and meanings that produce both physical and psychological reactions, depending upon the intensity of the stimulus. This definition aligns with that of neuroscience, which views sensations and emotions as arising from the interaction between nerves and internal or external stimuli. The nervous system receives signals through sensory receptors, such as the eyes or ears, and conveys them to the brain for interpretation. Philosophically, however, sensations and emotions are considered integral parts of the individual's subjective experience. Philosophers have long disputed their nature, their relationship to consciousness and perception, and the ways in which they engage with external reality. Some maintain that they mirror reality as it is, while others contend that they distort it, shaped instead by mental and psychological factors. It is worth noting here the distinction between sensations and emotions. Sensations are tied to the external world, arising within us as responses to outside stimuli delivered by our senses, the glare of bright light, the crash of a loud sound, and so on. Yet sensations may also emerge without external cause, such as primal states like hunger or thirst. Emotions, on the other hand, are more intricate psychological and affective responses, requiring deeper cognitive interpretation: joy, sorrow, love, hatred. So then, after all this scientific and philosophical discourse on emotions and sensations as natural reactions born within the neural web, how can we call them creatures or living entities? How can we cast aside scientific and philosophical reasoning in favor of what might appear superstition? The truth is this: what you call scientific reasoning has offered no true definition of the essence of sensation and emotion. It has only described them. Just as physicists describe gravity as the curvature of space-time, study its behavior, and measure its effects, but still cannot say what gravity is in its essence. And speaking of gravity, there is a point we postponed addressing. Some argue that gravity itself proves the Earth cannot be flat. For if the Earth's center of gravity were the North Pole, then the farther south one travels, the weaker gravity should become. This would mean that people in northern Australia, Argentina, or Chile, far from the supposed center, would struggle to move, bearing greater weight than those in northern Canada, Greenland, or Scandinavia near the pole. It is the same faulty reasoning as claiming that ascending upward increases the pull of gravity, when in fact the opposite is observed. Such logic seems sound only because it rests on a flawed premise that gravity is a fully understood force, or that nothing exists akin to the law of buoyancy. Thus, what you dismiss as superstition may, when seen in its full frame, no longer seem so. To behold this image, we require light. But do you know what light truly is? Light is one of the most fundamental phenomena in our world, a visible portion of the vast electromagnetic spectrum. In essence, it is a field of oscillating electric and magnetic waves, composed of tiny quanta called photons. These photons possess a dual nature, at times behaving like waves, spreading, reflecting, refracting, and interfering, while at other times behaving like particles. That, in simple scientific terms, is light. And what of darkness? From a scientific perspective, darkness is defined as the absence or deficiency of light. It is not an entity or a distinct substance. Rather, it is merely the lack or diminution of electromagnetic radiation within the visible spectrum. Darkness does not consist of discrete units. It arises solely from the absence of photons. Consequently, we do not study darkness itself, for, quite simply, it does not exist, and naturally, one cannot examine a nullity that has no presence. Yet reality whispers otherwise. Darkness exists, though it conceals itself from study, much like the elusive ether or the strange abstractions of vortex mathematics, where numbers are regarded not as mere symbols, but as living entities carrying their essence within themselves. Such realms of knowledge are hidden from ordinary human pursuit, for they unshackle the mind from the illusions of the demonic matrix and open the soul to the majesty of a cosmos that could never be a mere accident. Rather, it is the deliberate handiwork of a great creator who ordained the dance, the destiny, and the motion of every atom. Now, let us return to darkness. It is never absolute. It is relative. It may be partial, depending on the measure of light present. There is also a peculiar kind of darkness. Let us call it transparent darkness or shadow. A shadow appears when an object interrupts the path of light. Light, then, is a prerequisite for the existence of shadow. Without light, there is no shadow. But why, then, does the current proclaim, "Have you not seen how your Lord extends the shadow? If he willed, he could have made it still. Then we made the sun its guide." The verse, on its surface, speaks of the shifting length and direction of shadows throughout the day as the sun moves across the sky. Yet its deeper implication is bewildering. It suggests that light is not the cause of shadow, nor even a true factor in its existence, but rather the indicator of it. In other words, light does not create shadow, it merely reveals it. Shadow exists independently, even without light. This leads to a far stranger thought. The shadow is not merely the dim outline cast when light is blocked. It is something else entirely, an imprint of our three-dimensional world projected into another, a two-dimensional realm. This shadow realm is hidden from us. We do not know its laws, nor its inhabitants, yet the light allows us glimpses of its trace. And if that seems astonishing, consider this. Perhaps you yourself have encountered one of its beings without realizing it. Have you ever sat quietly, only to feel something flicker past your side, and when you turned, found nothing there? A vast number of people have experienced this phenomenon, yet few pay it any heed, for it occurs so swiftly that we assume it to be nothing more than a fleeting disturbance at the back of the eye. Those who believe in the unseen world claim that this sudden, darting presence is a jinn passing swiftly beside us. And though I do not dismiss such interpretations, it is more likely that what brushed past you was one of the beings of the shadow realm, which intersected with our world for the briefest of moments, its reason known only to God. So then, could it be that sensations and emotions themselves are not merely products of our nervous system, but living beings too, dwelling within that very shadow realm? Before answering this question and delving deeper into this strange line of thought, let us return to scientific reasoning and pause for a moment before the discipline of mathematics. At first glance, one might assume mathematics to be the most reliable of sciences, but if so, such an assumption deserves reconsideration. Mathematics is a slippery science, capable of proving both a thing and its opposite, and yet paradoxically, it stands as the central pillar upon which the entire tent of science rests. Physics itself relies fundamentally on mathematics to prove hypotheses and theories. Until the end of the 19th century, Newton's laws reigned supreme, seemingly sufficient to describe the motion of the entire universe. Then came Einstein, Schrödinger, Max Planck, and other pioneers of the 20th century who revealed profound flaws in our understanding of space, time, and the cosmos. Or did they, perhaps, create those flaws themselves? So as not to lose ourselves in the labyrinths of science, let us focus on the concept of existence and non-existence, for it will help us uncover many hidden truths. Existence is defined as the state in which a thing is realized in the external world, something that has a perceptible or tangible form. Non-existence, by contrast, is absolute absence, the lack of any true being, whether in the physical realm or in the sphere of thought. Do you notice how existence and non-existence resemble light and darkness? Just as the absence of light yields darkness, the absence of being yields nothingness. Yet we cannot take this parallel too simply, for existence is embodied by a crucial element, time. Without time, there would be no existence. Time is a sequential chain. The past gives rise to the present, and the present shapes the future. But could this sequence ever be reversed? In other words, could time be turned backward to alter an event, thereby reshaping the future? Well, we have now arrived at the most intricate and enigmatic concept ever conceived, at once the strangest and most fascinating of all. It is quantum mechanics. Let us review what we know. The universe is made up of only two things, matter and energy. Matter is a collection of atoms, each atom possessing a positive nucleus orbited by negative electrons, elementary principles of science familiar to us all. Energy, however, is not the continuous wave we once imagined, but rather consists of tiny discrete units known as quanta. And those are not mere elementary principles, but rather the very genie that Max Planck released from the bottle. In the 17th century, Newton believed light to be composed of tiny particles. Yet subsequent experiments proved that light is a wave, not a particle. So far, so good. The problem arises when we examine the electron, undoubtedly a particle, for it possesses spin, yet it sometimes behaves like a wave. This is both astonishing and perilous, for it erases the boundary between matter and energy. One may then argue that everything in the universe, including human beings themselves, is not truly matter, but rather a form of condensed energy. This is the essence of quantum mechanics, the genie that overturned the foundations of science, placing existence and non-existence within a vast cloud of probabilities that boggle the mind, where perception itself becomes the foundation of being. To grasp how quantum mechanics made perception the cornerstone of existence, let us revisit a somewhat famous experiment carried out in 1801 by the British scientist Thomas Young. The double-slit experiment. Thomas Young sought to determine the true nature of light, whether it was particle or wave. He placed a barrier with a single slit and directed light through it, projecting the beam onto a screen beyond. The result was simple and expected, a single bright line where the light had passed through. But when he replaced the single slit with two, this apparent simplicity collapsed. Instead of two bright lines, the screen revealed a series of alternating bright and dark bands. As it passed through the two slits, it divided into two waves that converged beyond the barrier, forming bright lines. Points where the crest of the first wave met the crest of the second, a constructive interference, and dark lines where the trough of one wave met the trough of the other, a destructive interference. The true astonishment came when scientists repeated this experiment with electrons, particles that possess both mass and spin. When fired one at a time, the electron behaved exactly as light did. It passed through both slits simultaneously, interfering with itself and proving it was not merely a particle, but also a wave. Yet the enigma deepened. The scientists were not satisfied with this bewildering discovery. They went further, placing monitoring devices at the two slits to observe the electron as it passed through, attempting to track its motion and uncover how it could traverse both slits at the same instant. But under observation, the electron's behavior changed. It acted as a particle rather than a wave, passing through only one slit as though aware that it was being watched, revealing its material rather than its wave-like nature. Once again, this is a matter of profound significance, for it implies that the electron possesses a dual nature, and therefore every material body known to us in scientific terms also bears this duality, matter and energy. In spiritual terms, body and soul. Thus, when we become aware of something, when we observe or measure its presence, it manifests in its material form, appearing to us as a tangible entity. But when it remains unobserved, it exists as a wave or energy or a spirit without palpable form. The strangeness does not end here. Believing the electron simply altered its behavior upon sensing observation, scientists attempted to deceive it by placing detectors behind the slits instead of in front. In theory, the electron should have passed as a wave, unaware of the hidden detectors. Yet it again behaved as a particle. It was as if the electron looked back into the past, sensed the presence of observation, and altered its history, choosing retroactively to pass through only one slit as matter. Thus, the electron is both a wave and a particle, for it spins upon its own axis, generating a magnetic field. But do you know in which direction the electron spins? Quantum mechanics answers, in every direction at once, clockwise and counterclockwise simultaneously. Only when observed does it select one definite orientation. Whereas classical physics insists that spin must arise from smaller internal motions, quantum mechanics asserts that spin is a fundamental property of the particle, not derived from any inner structure. And we cannot leave the quantum realm, the wonderland of modern physics, without encountering one of the strangest and least understood physical phenomena occurring in the subatomic domain: quantum entanglement. In the simplest of terms, quantum entanglement is a bond that arises between two or more particles, a connection that remains unaltered regardless of the distance separating them. For instance, imagine two entangled electrons, one spinning clockwise and the other counterclockwise. If we were to separate them, placing one at one end of the universe and the other at the opposite end, any change affecting one would instantaneously influence the other. Should the spin of one be reversed, the spin of the other would shift as well, at that very same moment, as though an invisible line of communication faster than light connected them. Though such conclusions are profoundly unsettling, they open the door to a deeper understanding of life's essence and the nature of the universe itself. They address questions of immense complexity, for they suggest that everything in existence is subject to human perception, and that perception itself determines whether something exists or not. This, in turn, implies that the entire cosmos is created with all its infinite possibilities, and it is awareness that actualizes destiny. And so we return to the question, what has quantum mechanics to do with shadows, emotions, and sensations? It appears almost as though the scientific image mirrors a philosophical notion that emotions and sensations may be regarded as energy. And since energy and matter are but two faces of the same coin, one might say that emotions and sensations are beings, creatures perhaps, that dwell in the realm of shadows, or in some other domain known only to God, intersecting with our world at certain moments. Do you seek evidence for this seemingly unfounded claim? Return, then, to the story of the companions of the cave, the young men who believed in God and fled the persecution of pagan Rome. They hid themselves in a cave and fell into slumber. When soldiers discovered them asleep, none dared approach. The Almighty says, "Had you looked upon them, you would have turned and fled and been filled with terror." But what is so terrifying about the sight of you this sleep, especially for soldiers hardened to bloodshed, for whom dismembered bodies were as commonplace as the meat upon our tables, hearts long deadened to horror? What, then, struck terror into them at the sight of sleeping men, unless fear itself was a creature sent down by God upon the cave's threshold to guard them? This pattern appears throughout the divine text, where emotions and sensations are spoken of as though they were tangible entities, descending at God's command upon whom he wills. Consider, we shall cast terror into the hearts of those who disbelieve. Or then God sent down his tranquility upon his messenger and upon the believers. And then after sorrow he sent down upon you security. And of Moses, peace be upon him. And I cast upon you love from me. Verses such as these abound, speaking of emotions and sensations as if they bear a dual nature, just as quantum mechanics speaks of electrons, at once particle and wave. So, are these truly spiritual or material beings dwelling in the shadow realm? The existence of such a two-dimensional world remains, ultimately, known only to God. We have now drawn close to the end of the rabbit hole, or rather, to the portion of it that has been revealed to us, with its wondrous worlds. Prepare yourself. We are about to begin the journey back, and for that we shall need a guide well versed in its paths. Do you recall how, at the beginning, we wondered why the hidden soldiers chose to conceal the truth about the Earth? If it were truly flat and not spherical, why then deceive us and distort humanity's understanding of the cosmos? We said there were two reasons. The first, to plunder the wealth of nations under the pretext of funding space programs. The second, and far more crucial, we postpone until now. Well, the time has come. If you have followed the chapters of this book from the outset, it might appear as though it revolves solely around the question of the Earth, an attempt to prove it flat and not spherical. Yet I never approached it from so narrow a perspective, grave as it may be. My aim has always been broader, deeper. The matter of the Earth, its shape and its truth, is but one link in a vast chain of deception, whose purpose is older and far more profound than it outwardly seems. It is, in essence, a potent narcotic that has plunged the majority of humanity into a deep slumber. They strive to convince us that we inhabit a sphere born of a cosmic explosion, drifting aimlessly in a void. They strive to convince us that we evolved from bacteria to bony fish, then amphibians, then apes, and finally into the rational, thinking human being. They strive to convince us that we are minuscule, insignificant, unworthy of the divine honor bestowed upon us by God. But where is God in their reckoning if everything in their claim is but accident? And who are they? Who are those who veiled from us the Son of Truth? And why? How did they orchestrate a plan spanning centuries? Are they immortal beings? Of course not. Yet the head that drives them, pulling invisible strings, is immortal in this worldly life. The head of a creature that harbors absolute hatred for humankind, that scorns our worth, and vowed to lure and misguide us, so that we might stray from the straight path and be lost in labyrinths of lies and deception. Through the passing of ages, he gathered a mighty host of humans who chose to follow him, becoming his soldiers, the very hands executing his schemes. They even worshipped him, lured by promises of his false paradise, seduced by hopes and dreams that were nothing but delusion. Thus, they sought to persuade us that everything came by chance, a strange chance believed only by minds lulled into the satanic matrix. But God's matrix is this worldly life itself, a realm of trial. Within it, Satan built his counterfeit matrix, a cunning snare into which many fell, though some escaped. Yet God's matrix is truth, for the Creator fashions reality. This world we inhabit is not illusion, nor does it bend to the whims of probabilities as quantum mechanics claims, nor did it arise by accident as the Big Bang Theory asserts, nor did humanity ascend through some biological ladder as the theory of evolution insists. Rather, mankind was created in the finest form, endowed with great dignity in the sight of God. He fashioned us with his own hands, blessed us with the gift of intellect, the religion of Allah. And who is better than Allah in ordaining religion? Breathed into us of his spirit and commanded the angels to bow before us. So how could Satan not despise us, he whom God has described as a manifest enemy, as clear as the very sun they have hidden from most of mankind? The sun of the ultimate truth, the reality of God's existence, an existence blazing in every particle around us, radiating within hearts that see, yet unseen by blind hearts. God Almighty says, "Have they not traveled through the land so that they may have hearts by which to reason or ears by which to hear? For indeed, it is not the eyes that grow blind, but it is the hearts within the breast that grow blind." Thus, the story is ancient, beginning with Satan's challenge to God, claiming that this creature fashioned from clay was unworthy of such honor, and that he himself was superior. Yet Satan's plot was weak, for God gave him no authority over mankind. Hence he relied upon concealing the truth, plunging human minds into darkness, and cloaking falsehood in the garment of truth while veiling truth in the guise of falsehood. He then raised from among humankind his own army, who strove, and still strive, to convince us that we are utterly insignificant, mere beings sprung by chance from atomic dust, that we are minuscule creatures dwelling upon a fragile sphere adrift in an immense cosmos. His command to his followers was clear, "And I will command them, so they will surely change the creation of Allah." Thus the earth, exalted by God and fashioned in 2 full days, was reduced to a mere planet, one among billions upon billions of planets, stars, and celestial bodies. The universe was magnified to incomprehensible proportions, while God was made to appear so distant that, even when acknowledged as creator, many believed he had withdrawn his hand, leaving the cosmos to unfold by probabilities, the aberrations of relativity, and the fables of quantum mechanics. Yet Satan swore to lead mankind astray. "By your might, I will surely mislead them all, except your chosen servants among them." Thus, the saved are but a few, those whom the Almighty delivers from the grip of the accursed, a small band awakened, freed from the satanic matrix and mental programming, who set out upon a path of free thought and wisdom. And whoever has been granted wisdom has indeed been given abundant good. Therefore, those who believe in a flat earth, that it is the center of creation, are not fools or simpletons. They are minds that have broken free, or are striving to break free, from an ancient illusion, chasing every ray of light to guide them toward truth, the truth of the earth upon which we were born. These are minds alive with doubt, yet not devoid of insight and discernment, unlike the sleepers ensnared in the satanic matrix, drugged by a powerful narcotic named science, and they are the majority. To clarify, there are indeed many genuine sciences that humanity has achieved throughout history, yet false sciences abound even more. Disciplines that lead mankind into oblivion, away from reality, truth, and even history itself. Incidentally, the second part of this book, titled A Handful from the Prophet's Traces, embarks on a long journey through history, seeking to cast light upon the arts of deception and to show how Satan ensnared mankind until they placed him where only the true God belongs, while blind, deaf multitudes followed, handspan by handspan, cubit by cubit, Even if they were to enter a lizard's hole, you would follow them. Once again, though the question of the Earth's shape is significant, it is still secondary. But if you lay aside your pride and begin to accept that you have been the victim of a colossal lie, that this Earth we dwell upon is not a trivial sphere in a vast cosmos, the cave of secrets will open its gates to you. Everything will align in logical order, and it will be as though your eyes open for the very first time to grasp why the false truths imposed upon the world never fully convinced you, though they became a great prison called the obvious. You will perceive that we have lived our lives as prisoners of Plato's cave, while beyond it lies a vast, genuine life crafted by a majestic God who granted us a book like a user's manual, leaving neither small nor great thing uncounted. A flawless guide, untouched by falsehood before or behind, which all who tried to undermine across the ages have failed. So why not take it as our guide on this journey back from the rabbit hole, even in the matter of the Earth itself? It is worth noting that I deliberately postponed Quranic proofs of the Earth's truth until the end. Throughout the book, I cited them only when scientific reasoning stood powerless. And observe this, some claim that citing the Quran in the matter of Earth's shape is perilous, for if it were proven beyond doubt that the Earth is spherical, then, they argue, the Quran must be false. Well then, what are those who hid the sun waiting for, before presenting this definitive proof, or at least answering the questions posed by those who believe in a flat Earth, or refuting their logical arguments? Others rely on the words of exegetes who interpreted verses as alluding to a spherical Earth. They were, without question, great scholars, but in the end, they were still human, not recipients of revelation. Every man's words may be accepted or rejected, for the notion of a spherical Earth remains a dubious scientific hypothesis, whereas the Quran stands as a fixed certainty. To bend what is immutable in order to conform to what is doubtful, that is the peril itself. Yet I continue to remind you, I lay before you the matter in its entirety. Reflect for yourself, search for yourself, and do not forget that Quranic interpretation is a boundless ocean, though one brimming with treasures. God Almighty says, "Do not those who disbelieve see that the heavens and the earth were a joined entity, and we separated them?" This signifies that the heavens and the earth were once united, and God parted them, placing distance between them. But why was the earth singled out, if it were but one planet amid billions upon billions of others? And he says, "Race toward forgiveness from your Lord in a garden as wide as the heavens and the earth." Imagine being inside a covered sports hall, with a ball placed at the center of the court, and then declaring that you possess a house whose breadth equals that of both the ball and the roof of the hall. Does such a statement bear any logic? What is logical is to compare like with like. My house is as wide as the court and the roof. Moreover, a ball in mathematics has volume, surface area, circumference, and diameter, but no length or breadth. Consider also his words, "And it is he who spread out the earth and placed within it firm mountains and rivers." And do they not see that we come to the earth, diminishing it from its edges? A sphere is not described with terms such as spread out or edges, for it possesses none. The language of expansion or diminution is employed with surfaces that are level. And he says, "And he cast into the earth firmly set mountains, lest it sway with you, and rivers and pathways that you might be guided." Have you ever contemplated the word tamid, sway? Made is the leaning from side to side. It is said, the ship swayed. It tilted and pitched with its passengers. But have you ever seen a ball sway? A ball, when it moves, rotates. What sways is a flat surface. And if we indeed dwelt upon a sphere, how then could God command us to turn our faces toward the sacred mosque? So turn your face toward Al-Masjid Al-Haram. And wherever you are, turn your faces toward it. What sacred mosque do Muslims in the United States face? Even Muslims in Egypt, mere steps from Mecca, will be gazing into empty space where we living upon a globe. Likewise, consider the hadith of Al-Azhar well-merged, unanimously accepted. Al-Naggar narrated from Qatada that the Messenger of God said, Al-Bayt al-Ma'mur is a mosque in heaven directly above the Kaaba. Were it to fall, it would fall upon it. How could it be directly above the Kaaba if the earth were a spinning globe? Moreover, God informed us of the jinn that they once ascended to the heavens and eavesdropped upon the celestial assembly until the heavens were barred to them. And we used to sit therein in positions for hearing, but whoever listens now will find a burning flame lying in wait for him. How could the jinn ascend into boundless space until reaching the heavens, no matter their speed or strength? Not because they listen from clouds, as some have imagined, but because the heavens are near, and the cosmos is naught but an earth magnified by God as mankind's cradle. In it you will live, and in it you will die, and from it you will be brought forth. Then, above it all, the heavens sealed with a guarded roof. O assembly of jinn and men, if you are able to pass beyond the regions of the heavens and the earth, then pass. You will not pass except by authority. Once more, the error into which Muslim scholars have stumbled and still stumble is their attempt to bend religion to accord with science, with those deceptions wrought by devils. Thus, when NASA exhibits a close image of the moon's surface, appearing scarred by ancient rupture, we hasten to exclaim in triumph that the Quran has been vindicated in its account of the moon splitting. Does the Quran require such an image for us to believe in it? Is the Almighty, who split the moon, incapable of restoring it to its original form? They explain it as though a contractor had merely split a wall and then repaired it. How do we come to believe their fables? How do we accept a false history that claims the ape was the first man and that we evolved simply because nature decided so in a kind of electoral process? Or at the very least, how do we come to believe that this vast universe, with all it contains and all who dwell within it, moves aimlessly without a precise plan or careful design, or that it was created in vain, while God declares, "We did not create the heavens and the earth and all that is between them in play"? How do we come to believe in the existence of astronauts? What if one of them were to die in space? In that case, would the Quran be false? Exalted is God, far above such a notion. God has told us clearly and unequivocally that we live upon an outstretched earth. Yet our minds were blinded, seduced by the sciences of Satan, until some among us came to revere them with blind devotion. This reveals how the devil succeeded in imprisoning human consciousness in cages adorned with glittering names, confining it to the material world alone. And while the awakened struggle with all their strength, their most difficult task remains persuading the sleepers that they are indeed asleep, convincing the captive, born in captivity, that beyond his cell lie vast worlds, convincing parrots that within their heads rests a mind meant to be used to perceive truth, rather than slavishly echoing the words of the priests of atheism and the soldiers of Satan. And when it is said to him, "Fear God," pride and sin takes hold of him. The Quran guides us with utmost clarity to the reality of the earth, so that we may be freed from this small ring in the long chain of deception. God says, "And after that he spread the earth." That is, he extended and leveled it. And he says, "And the earth we have spread out." And who made for you the earth a carpet? And to the earth how it is spread out? It is not true that God used such expressions merely to approximate meaning for the Bedouins among whom the Quran was revealed, for the Quran was sent down for all times and places. Nor is it correct that the words spread, level, extend, and flatten refer only to the visible portion of the earth. For just 2 verses before the one about its flattening, the Quran speaks of the entirety of the heavens, and to the heaven, how it is raised. Why, then, would the Creator speak of only a portion of the earth, in contrast to the whole of the heavens? And why would he magnify it with such exaltation if it were but a mere planet among countless billions like it? The Quranic proofs are abundant, for whoever has a heart or lends an ear while witnessing. All point to the reality that we do not dwell upon that sphere they deceived us with, invented to uphold the Big Bang Theory, the theory of evolution, and other doctrines serving a single end. The central aim, to obscure the truth of the earth, to proclaim that there is no God, and that all came by chance. Nay, we hurl the truth against falsehood, and it crushes it, so it vanishes. And woe to you for what you ascribe. God has spoken the truth. Satan and his hosts and followers have lied. Though the broader aim of this book extends far beyond the question of the Earth's form, as we clarified in the preceding chapter, let us nonetheless pose the question that encapsulates the entire issue. Is the Earth spherical or flat? Two camps exist. One claims it is a globe, the other insists it is flat. Each offers its arguments, proofs, and evidence. So, is it a revolving sphere or a motionless plane? Believe it or not, the answer matters little in itself. What truly matters is the hidden truth that lies behind it, the cornerstone of the entire debate. For if the Earth is a sphere revolving around a sun that coalesced from a great explosion 14 billion years ago, then this suggests it arose by mere chance. And thus, the theory of evolution would be vindicated, humanity reduced to a perishable creature no different from any other. No afterlife, no paradise, no hell, no judgment or recompense. Life, therefore, becomes devoid of meaning or value. What, then, is the point of a student striving in study if the final examination is but a myth? Yet if we dwell upon a flat earth, then such a plane must have a maker, and this they cannot bring themselves to admit. Hence, some assert that the purpose of this grand deception is to keep us in bondage, for slaves must not know the truth. We are their captives, denied true knowledge and genuine science, left with a severe deficiency in critical and independent thought. But heed this well, even if one believes the Earth to be spherical and the Big Bang a reality, yet still affirms that both are the handiwork of God, then my point stands. The shape of the Earth is ultimately irrelevant. Indeed, one might go further and place this entire matter under the principle: knowledge of no benefit, ignorance of no harm. For on the day of reckoning, we will not be held to account for believing in one form of the Earth or another, but rather for believing in the Creator of the Earth, whether it be flat, hollow, spherical, oblate, pear-shaped, or even resembling a donut. Nevertheless, we are called to ponder deeply upon the creation of the heavens and the earth, ever holding fast to the foundational supplication. Our Lord, you have not created all this in vain. Glory be to you, so protect us from the torment of the fire. Such reflection drives us toward understanding, guided by the evidence of revelation, capacity for free thought, and the submission of all we have been taught to the scrutiny of reason, not according to theories imposed upon us and repeated until they masqueraded as axioms, defended blindly, whether as part of a deliberate plan to divert us from the truth of God's existence or as mere unthinking conformity. For most who cling to the Earth's sphericity lack answers to the questions raised by those who uphold its flatness, questions we have attempted, throughout this book, to bring forth in abundance. Thus, the majority do not counter-argument with argument, nor do they appeal to reason or logic. Instead, they resort to mockery and derision, taking refuge in theories imposed upon the world, never tested by their own hands, never verified by their own minds. In so doing, They imprison their intellects within many cells, foremost among them the prison of cognitive bias. This bias inclines individuals to seek, interpret, and present information in ways that confirm their existing beliefs or expectations, while ignoring or downplaying any evidence that challenges them. In other words, a natural tendency to favor information that aligns with what we already believe, while shunning information that unsettles or contradicts those beliefs, even if we lack proof for them, or the ability to refute the opposing view. For example, if you are convinced of a certain idea, you will instinctively focus only on the evidence that supports it and dismiss the evidence that undermines it, no matter how clear or compelling. This process often occurs unconsciously, yet it profoundly shapes how we analyze information and make decisions. It leads, ultimately, to the reinforcement of prior convictions, rather than the exploration of new or opposing perspectives. This, in the end, leads to errors in judgment and in the weighing of matters. Closely related is another prison known as selective bias, the tendency of individuals to choose or favor information that supports their existing beliefs or opinions. The human mind, by its very nature, inclines toward ease, accepting what is handed to it without troubling itself with the labor of inquiry or reflection. These are the complacent minds, the minds of the majority. Then comes biased interpretation, self-serving bias, and biased thinking. All of these, in essence, denote the same human inclination to interpret information in ways that reinforce preconceived notions or ingrained beliefs, to approach thought itself in a partial manner that bolsters such convictions, and to perceive or analyze reality through the narrow lens of personal perspective and subjective experience, rather than through objective assessment. What unites all these terms is that they describe humanity's tendency to magnify what affirms its certainties, while ignoring or diminishing the significance of what stands opposed to them. These concepts have been illuminated by cognitive and social psychology, where they are employed to study how individuals process information and make decisions in light of pre-existing beliefs. Confirmation bias in particular is deeply tied to the brain's mechanisms of information processing, making it a crucial subject in cognitive neuroscience, which seeks to uncover the neural patterns that give rise to distorted reasoning. In sociology, these same phenomena are examined to understand how collective beliefs or prevailing cultures shape social behavior and opinion, and how individuals interact with information within the current of a shared social framework, producing a pattern in which fixed ideas are preserved, while new doors remain unopened. And thus, the one who dares to contradict the current appears alien within his society, branded even as mad, like the sighted man among a tribe of the blind. Behavioral economics, too, explores concepts such as confirmation bias, seeking to explain why individuals so often make irrational economic decisions rooted in their preconceptions and expectations. From this, capitalism learned to fabricate false needs and cultivate mental images that drive people into irrational choices, persuading women, for instance, that cosmetics are essential to attain the manufactured ideal of beauty modeled after a certain actress or singer. Capitalism has profited immensely from the media, exploiting such biases to study how individuals consume information, preferring sources that echo their beliefs, shunning those that challenge them. All of this brings us to a simple truth. Though the human mind was fashioned for the liberty of thought, it so often chooses the comfort of neglect and thus forges its own chains in the pursuit of ease. Let us return to the question of the Earth with a simple example. You know the jest that claims the moon is better than the sun, since the moon appears at night to illuminate the darkness, while the sun rises in an already bright day and thus is useless? Now imagine someone telling you this is not a joke, but the truth. At once, within your mind, confirmation bias and all its kin, those hidden prejudices, stir to life, and your judgment is swift, this person must be insane. This process unfolds in the subconscious, the true sovereign guiding the conscious mind in its decisions. It is for this reason that all methods of manipulation are directed at the subconscious first. Yet if you grant yourself the gift of neutrality, if you pause and allow your mind to think freely, you may discover that the man you dismissed as mad is indeed correct, or you may find he is mistaken. In either case, your mind has escaped its programmed mold, arriving at a conclusion that is its own, born of independent thought and genuine reflection. Yet this process is far from simple. It demands first the logical scrutiny of opinions and arguments, something idle minds tend to resist. For such analysis in itself is a journey of toil that opens the gates of inquiry before the intellect. For instance, through contemplation and reflection, we encounter the verse in the Holy Quran. And it is He who created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon. Each in an orbit is swimming. We mentioned earlier that the conjunction vav here signifies accompaniment, pointing to distinct entities joined together. As when we say Ahmed, Muhammad, Ibrahim, and Mustafa walk down the street. This indicates 4 separate individuals. But if we were to speak of a single person, we would not say Ahmed, his head, his nose, and his hair are walking down the street. Similarly, the verse clarifies that the day is one thing, while the sun is another. Each is a creation distinct from the other. The sun radiates with brilliant light, whereas the day is an independent illumination. God Almighty declares, "Say, have you considered, if Allah should make for you the night continuous until the day of resurrection, what deity other than Allah could bring you radiance? Why then does He use the word radiance, to describe the day, rather than nur light? Why not employ the sun itself as a metaphor for day? And why, in another passage, does He swear by the interplay of sun, moon, day, and night? By the sun in its forenoon brightness, by the moon when it follows it, by the day when it displays it, and by the night when it covers it." Did you notice that it is the day that unveils the sun, making it manifest? I know this is a religious reflection, but do you not find total solar eclipses reinforcing it? During an eclipse, the sun vanishes along with its light, yet the world does not plunge into utter darkness. A measure of radiance remains. Likewise, at high altitudes where weather balloons ascend, the sky appears pitch black despite the presence of the sun, while the brightness of day persists below as something independent. And yet, we cannot overlook other testimonies that contradict this interpretation, such as the explanation that it is the atmosphere itself which makes Earth luminous, while the sky remains in darkness. But once again, whether you believe that day is a creation distinct in itself, or that the sun is its sole cause, that is not the crux of the matter. Take another example, sound or audio frequencies. Although many of us possess a general notion of sound, whether scientific or colored by conspiracy theories, the vast majority remain unaware that sound is, in truth, one of the very cornerstones of existence. And perhaps you would be even more astonished to hear that certain forms of light originate as sound frequencies. Though light consists of electromagnetic waves and sound of mechanical longitudinal or transverse waves, there exists between them a certain connection. Under certain conditions, sound may contribute to the formation of light. This occurs in a phenomenon known as sonoluminescence. When gas bubbles in a liquid are subjected to powerful sound waves, they vibrate and collapse with such incredible speed that the temperatures within soar to extraordinary levels, producing a flash of visible light. Physicists have successfully generated sonoluminescence by placing tiny gas bubbles in water and bombarding them with intense ultrasonic waves. Focused upon the bubbles, the sound waves produce bursts of radiant light. Moreover, researchers are exploring whether this effect might be harnessed to produce energy through a form of nuclear fusion known as sonnefusion. Does this not remind us of the stars? Could they not be, in essence, bubbles within some vast ocean struck by titanic sound waves, whether in our heavens or descending from realms beyond? Why sound? In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was voice. And the end of the world will be heralded by a trumpet blast, again a sound. The human body responds to every frequency, whether audible or not, in ways that can be either constructive or destructive. Because topics like sonic influence and other techniques of mass manipulation are vast and contentious, I treated them at length in the second part of this work, titled A Handful from the Prophet's Trace. As for the close of our journey here, you may well call me mad or rue the time and effort you have wasted in following this path. That dissonance you feel, your mind recoiling at the clash between new knowledge and old certainties, is familiar to me. It was my path for years. I refused, rebelled, believed, and then doubted again. I went back and forth until, painfully, I learned that entrenched convictions do not yield lightly under challenge. In fact, the more they are challenged, the tighter people cling, as if their danger centers were under siege. All I have tried to do is gesture you toward the sky and remind you of simple, self-evident truths. That rain falls from clouds, and that heat comes from the sun. Now I urge you to forget, at least for a little while, what you read, heard, or saw, and investigate for yourself the origins of petroleum and whether it truly derives from decomposed organisms over eons, the HARP Project, Project Blue Beam, the real nature of disease, the plans of the deceiver, the lives of Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley, the connections between space agencies, the Masonic programs that would stage extraterrestrial spectacles to usher in an army of devils and the return of their false messiah. Search into what transpires in the sacred precincts. Search, and your eyes will ache, for it will feel as though you are opening them for the first time. The dazzling light that will alter the very pattern of your thought will strike like hammers upon your head. Search, and know that the words which tear the veil of silence and thrust themselves into the world are like birds of hallucination, flying without wings through the firmament. At last you ask, where is the truth? Believe me, it stands plainly before our eyes, as plain as the sun, yet we do not see it because they have hidden that sun from us. They have hidden the light of truth and imprisoned our minds within a material world whose concepts they have inverted. We denied the truthful one and believed the falsehood that fills the earth with empty promises, a life without meaning, accidental, transient, and destined to vanish by mere chance. A cosmos born of an exploded atom with no supreme maker, a creature that allegedly arose by blind selection, elevated above other beings, a self-spinning ball in a void. Thus our souls sank into a profound slumber, until we could no longer admit that we had lived within a vast illusion. We became the victims of a deception called science. So, if you do not believe me, if you shake your head violently, unwilling to accept it, if you place your faith in science, then know that I too believe in science. Yet above all, I believe in God.